And here we go. Welcome back, everyone, to the next LEGO game character ranking, LEGO Marvel's Avengers. Now, I was sick of covering the more recent bad LEGO games, and instead I want to go back to the year 2016, back when LEGO games were, solid, perfectly solid, in fact. Let me tell you. There was a large and arduous judging process to choose the next LEGO game to rank. Very long and arduous indeed.
Alright, got them all here, all the ones that are eligible for ranking. There they all are, and let's just get a crack at it. Well, interesting. I wonder how you guys are going to react to that.
Now, LEGO Marvel Superheroes, the first one, stands as probably my favorite LEGO game of all time. And LEGO Marvel Avengers, while ditching a lot of LEGO Marvel's roster and replacing them with D-list Marvel characters that no one has ever heard of before, this one is still a good second best LEGO Marvel game. A lot better than LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, anyway. LEGO Avengers is based on the MCU itself, while LEGO Marvel was just an original story. This game, though, is mostly Phase 2 stuff, which is, easily the weakest phase of the MCU. Also, though, this game kind of serves as kind of like a time capsule of the MCU at this point in time, since so much has happened in the MCU since this game's release. In fact, there are a ton of characters that were shoved into this game as random unlockables, but were actually added to the MCU since the game came out. I'll have a counter for such cases as we come across them. Also, I have a few ground rules to cover before we start ranking. The amount of characters in this game is almost too much, with 196 characters in the base game, and then even more with all of the DLC packs, which I'll be ranking all, of course. But some characters are kind of 2-in-1. For example, Hulk can transform into Bruce Banner, so should they count as 2 characters? Also, Hawkeye has 3 variants, but they all are the same in terms of abilities, so should they count as 1 or all 3? Here's my final verdict for this dilemma. If you hold down the character change button and it triggers a transformation instead of bringing up the character roster immediately, then that character and their transformation will count as 1 character. So Hulk and Bruce Banner will be counted as 1, but each Hawkeye will have its own character slot, since when you hold down the character change button, the roster automatically comes up. Got it? The only dilemma left to be discussed is Iron Man, because he applies to neither scenario. If you hold down the character select button as Iron Man, he doesn't transform and the character roster doesn't immediately show. In this case, the camera zooms in to that iconic Iron Man face cam, and all of his suits are displayed to be able to switch to, as well as the more characters, which brings up the character roster. Since there are so many different suits, each suit will be ranked separately so long as it has its own icon on the character roster. That means that the Hulkbuster will not be ranked. I know it sucks and eventually it'll seem hypocritical, but it can't be helped. I'm sorry. Using this system of ranking, and after all the DLC, the total amount of characters sums up to be a whopping 297 characters. That's a 30-part series I'm taking on, and I hope you'll be along for all of it. I'll cover the first 7 characters in this part, and then each subsequent part after this will include 10 characters. So, with all that said, let's get right into the every character ranked for LEGO Marvel's Avengers. Starting off this list, we have none other than Laura Barton, Hawkeye's secret wife that he told no one about, ever. Unfortunately, since she's at the literal bottom of the barrel as the character in last place, she can't do anything. Despite the massive amount of characters, only 5 characters have no abilities, which is, actually pretty surprising. You get Laura Barton from Barton's Farm, which is a free roam area in this game. This game has several free roam areas, the largest being Manhattan, which is a copy and paste from LEGO Marvel, but the other free roam areas are smaller, but still cool that they're included. Honestly, seeing the different areas being represented as free roam areas was probably my favorite part about 100%ing this game, outside of the story mode. But again, Laura Barton does nothing, and honestly, I find it really hard to believe that Hawkeye has the time to 1, have a family, and 2, tend to a farm while working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Ah yes, the annoying kid that had a minor role in Iron Man 3 and makes a surprise cameo to dance on the grave of Tony Stark in Endgame. We have Harley Keener. Now, honestly, considering the amount of abilities in this game, I find it very weird that he has no abilities whatsoever. I mean, he has a potato gun, which can shoot targets, but I don't consider that an ability for this game. There are at least a few abilities I could see him having, but alas, he has none. You actually play as him in a level and unlock him through the story. The level is called Ready, Aim, Fire, also known as the Iron Man 3 level. You see, each Avengers movie had 6 levels, and then Thor the Dark World, Captain America Winter Soldier, and Iron Man 3 each get 1 level, equaling it out to 15 levels for the base game, which is the standard for LEGO games at this time. Anyway, you play Harley Keener alongside a suitless Tony Stark. Other than this level where you're required to play as him, I don't think you'd ever find yourself playing this guy unironically. Is this a world where I consider a random henchman to be a more valuable character in a game than 2 characters who actually had lines in the movie they appeared in? I mean, yeah, technically, but they're all stuck here at the bottom of the list, so who cares? This is Claw Henchman. Henchman of Claw. This guy, like Laura Barton and Harley Keener, he has no abilities. However, his weapon is what sets him apart. His gun shoots actual bullets, not potatoes. Well, I don't know. I guess the bullets from the standard guns look a bit more like tiny blast than bullets, but whatever. It's a gun. It's a gun. That's all you need to know. You get this guy as a character token from a level, which kind of seems like a waste. Even more wasteful, the level you get this guy from is the Rise of Ultron level, which takes place in Sokovia. So Claw was already out of the movie at this point. It would have made more sense for this guy to be a character token in the anger management level, which is the level Claw actually turned up in. Now, call me crazy, but I kind of like AIM, even though they kind of take a back seat to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra when it comes to the Marvel, big organizations. They were wasted in the MCU, and yes, AIM is in the MCU. I also forgot they were until recently. AIM in the MCU was the company Aldrich Killian founded. You remember Aldrich Killian, the real Mandarin? No? The AIM agent in this game is much more based on the AIM organization we know and love from the comics and other forms of Marvel media. I always dug the yellow hazmat suit they wear. The AIM agent here, though, is basically a reskin of the Claw Henchman, having a gun as an accessory but no abilities. Although the AIM agent has more identity to them, a lot more than the Claw Henchman at least. I mean, they're distinguishable. I see a guy in a yellow hazmat suit in Marvel and I know it's AIM. Who knows? Maybe AIM will come back into the fold in the MCU someday. Because what else are they going to do? And we've already arrived at the final character with no abilities. Honestly, I only ranked this guy above the rest so far because he's just so weird. The Chitauri Taurus has no weapon, but instead a camera that flashes stuff. What I find weird is that there's no standard Chitauri character. No, none at all. They have a gimmicky Chitauri tourist, but not the standard variant with, I don't know, it's strange. Ultron has 2 of, different, army soldiers from his army in the roster, but whatever. Honestly, Chitauri Taurus maybe belongs below Harley Keener because at least Harley has a weapon. It's a potato gun, but it's a weapon. But again, these are characters you will never touch, so really the order of these bottom characters are arbitrary. But I really have nothing else to say about this guy, just that it's very weird that there's no regular Chitauri character, especially considering the amount of characters they plopped in this game. Now, I have a weird childhood connection to Absorbing Man. I mean, it's not like I don't like him or anything. It's just that as a kid, I had a huge Marvel character encyclopedia, and Absorbing Man was one of the first entries in the entire book, since the book was in alphabetical order. I like to read entries, and I usually started at the beginning, so I know a bit about Absorbing Man in that his skin changes to match the material of whatever he touches. It's kind of cool. In fact, he was in the MCU. Well, kind of. Depends on your definition of what counts as MCU. Personally, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seasons 1 and 2 were canon in my head, but Season 3 and onwards weren't. It just got too weird, and then the Darkhold was a thing, and the Darkhold became a thing in WandaVision. I'm just gonna act like it didn't happen. I don't care what you say, that's my headcanon. but Absorbing Man here showed up in Season 2, so in my head, that makes him canon. But this game's Absorbing Man is not based on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. version. I also said something about starting a counter for every time there's a character in this game that was added to the MCU after this game came out, but I don't think Absorbing Man applies since, Season 2 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was already out by the time this game came out. Also, Absorbing Man has one ability in this game, but it's basically useless. It's nothing. It's regenerative health. Basically, if you get hit, your hearts will replenish over time. It turns out a ton of characters in this game have regenerative health, so get used to me talking about it. Ah yes, our first DLC character on the list. Sprouting from the Ant-Man DLC pack, Anthony has got to have one of the most devastating deaths in the MCU, up there with Iron Man, I'd say. Like, just think about it. Ant-Man rode atop Anthony while charging with a swarm of other flying ants towards Darren Cross, or Yellow Jacket. This dude, in his infinite wisdom, pulled out a pistol and shot at the swarm as if that was going to do anything. But it does do something, because he manages to hit the one ant Scott Lang made a connection with. Not only that, but he just hits Anthony. By all accounts, Scott should have also shared the hit, but was instead launched to another ant. I don't know about you, but the marksmanship of Darren Cross, I think, is amazing. That was a targeted kill, made to make Scott feel bad on purpose. Like, we don't know if Anthony actually died, but I mean, I'm willing to bet a bullet would probably mess up an ant pretty good. I mean, enough, MCU talk. Anthony in this game is scary as hell. He can change his size, which is a useful ability for some other characters, but it doesn't do anything for Anthony here. He just switches from freakishly huge ant to a very freakishly huge ant. Also, he can fly, which is an ability you'll come to learn that I value almost more than any ability in this game. But honestly, I can't play this guy without shuddering. I'm sorry, who? Who and why? Of all the characters in the expansive Marvel lore, Beth, the waitress? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, she's actually MCU canon. She was that waitress that served Steve Rogers, who also happened to save her life during the Chitauri invasion. My mistake, I take back everything I said. She is super important. Beth the waitress was actually a quest giver in this game, in which you had to retrieve customers that had run away. The reward was the pleasure of being able to unlock Beth the waitress. Yippee. Beth the waitress has one ability, that ability being agility, so she can jump on poles and stuff. Not very much a surprise by any means. Also, she can throw coffee mugs as projectiles. This is one of those cases where the roster really just confuses me. Like, there are some big characters in the DLC that I'm shocked aren't in the base game, unless they planned from the start that some big names would be omitted from the base game specifically for DLC later on. Pretty shady, to be honest, and definitely an insult since Beth the waitress actually made the cut. Jiaying here is another DLC character, this time hailing from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC pack. For those who haven't watched the show up to Season 2, and I don't blame you if you didn't, but I'm going to spoil. So if you care, click off, watch the first 2 seasons of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. if you can muster it, and then come back. Jiaying is Daisy's mother, and she is an inhuman. She has the power of life absorption in the show, which could be cool if translated into the game. However, her life-sucking power does not really translate well to any of the abilities already in the game, so she basically does nothing. If you hold down the action button, she does that like welcoming animation, kind of like gesturing towards herself, but it explodes things. I'm not sure if that counts as an ability. I'm not counting it, but it exists. However, if her power in the show is to heal people, maybe destroying an item in her general direction shouldn't be the intended effect of that animation. The only true ability she has is agility, the same ability makeup as Beth the waitress, and quite a few more coming up. I have a weirdly specific connection with Batroc, pretty similar to the way I am with Absorbing Man. Batroc is one of the characters I read about often as a child with my Marvel character encyclopedia. So when I saw him show up in Captain America the Winter Soldier, it was pretty surreal to me, considering how niche he is. Like in the comics, his main power is that he just jumps a lot. Actually in the comics, his name is literally Batroc the Leaper, because leaping was his thing. I guess it was a weird time for Marvel. Anyway, this guy made a return in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where he, spoilers, gets shot and killed. It feels weird to see him die, since he was one of the niche characters out of Marvel that I actually knew, and I guess he had a total of 3 lines in the entirety of the MCU, so I don't care that much. And then he makes a slight appearance in What if you want to count that. Batroc, being a leaper and all, has no weapons, and he can just be agile, so agility is the only thing he can really do besides punch. Next up on the agility-only characters, we have a Night Nurse. Now, Night Nurse may have already made an appearance in the MCU, depending on your definition of what counts. Night Nurse is the alias of one Claire Temple, who you may recognize from the Netflix Marvel shows played by Rosario Dawson. Now, I'm a huge fan of the Daredevil show, but not so much of the rest of the Netflix shows, aside from select moments in The Punisher and Jessica Jones. The Netflix Marvel shows were initially treated as MCU canon, with a few references here and there. However, the longer they went on, the more disconnected they felt from the MCU, which is probably for the best. Anyhow, Night Nurse, or Claire, showed up in every single Netflix Marvel show, aside from The Punisher, I think, which is neat. But that's all, though. It's just neat. She felt kind of shoehorned in every show aside from Daredevil, just for the sake of interconnectivity. Anyway, I spent this entire segment talking about the Marvel and Netflix shows because, just like the last 3 characters, Night Nurse only has agility. She does have a briefcase, though. Not sure if that changes anything. Finesse? Nice name, but I don't have a diddly darn clue who this is. I might have to start consulting the wiki again. Last time I did that for the Lego Ninjago movie game, I resented it because the Ninjago lore is just too deep and for a normie like me. But for this, I don't mind looking at the wiki because I like Marvel and there's a vast array of characters. Alright, looking at the wiki. Finesse also went by the name Assassin Girl. Okay, right off the bat, I'm glad they named her Finesse instead of that. She also made her first appearance in 2010, meaning that her character was only 6 years old by the time this game came out. That's actually pretty interesting. In the comics, her abilities to mimic anything reminds me of a certain character, which I can't disclose at this time because he's also in the game. All I can say is that character in question is Finesse's alleged father, which is more than fitting. Despite Finesse's apparent ability to mimic anything she sees, it is not reflected in this game. Instead, she only has the agility ability because, of course, she does. Echo and Finesse actually have a very similar skill set in which they both have photographic reflexes or really good mimicking skills, however you want to say it. Just like Finesse, all Echo can do is be agile. Anyway, this seems like a ripe time to mosey my way onto the wiki, as if I haven't already. Echo carries around a sword, which is reflected in this game, and also why I ranked her above the other agility-only characters so far. Apparently, Echo hosted the Phoenix Force at one point, which is the topic of two terrible X-Men movies. Speaking of the X-Men, where are they in this game, you may ask? All of the X-Men and Fantastic Four characters got axed in this game because at the time, Fox wasn't owned by Disney, so they couldn't really use the characters in the game based off the MCU. It's a pretty crappy situation, I must admit. As far as the MCU goes, rumor has it that an Echo show is in development that would reintroduce Charlie Cox's Daredevil into official canon, but, let's just see how poorly that rumor ages, shall we? Finally, it's been a few segments since the last character that was actually in an MCU movie. This is Fandral, one of Thor's insignificant friends. Fandral was played by Josh Dallas in the first Thor, so who cares? But Zachary Levi actually played him in the Thor sequels. That's right, Shazam himself played one of Thor's lackeys. Fun fact, Zachary Levi was casted for Fandral in Thor 1 but had to bail, which is why Josh Dallas was cast. However, Dallas had to bail for the sequel, so Zachary Levi stepped in. It's all for naught, though, because Fandral died a pathetic death in Thor Ragnarok. Hela just stepped through the Bifrost portal and destroyed him immediately, which is depressing. I get that Hela is OP, but did they really need to do Fandral like that? Ridiculous. Fandral has a nice looking sword, but only agility for his ability makeup. So I guess he was done dirty in this game too. Again, who the hell is Madame B? At first I thought she was just another random Marvel character that I would have had to consult the wiki about, but no, she was a minor character in Age of Ultron, in a flashback no less. Well, not flashback, it was in one of those Scarlet Witch mind control thingies, whatever you want to call that. Madame B apparently was the lady that conditioned Black Widow in the Red Room. I'm not sure where she was during the events of the Black Widow movie, since I think she'd play a role. Actually, she did look pretty old in Age of Ultron. She might have died of old age by the time of the Black Widow movie. Or she died of unnatural causes, I don't know. Her line of work is pretty dangerous. In any case, she's pretty spry for an old woman since she has agility as her only ability in this game. She also has a gun, which is always a plus in these games. Okay, this is the final character with agility as a character's only ability. I'm just now realizing that the last 8 segments have been characters with the same one ability, but that won't be the case the deeper we get into the list. The deeper we go, the more unique the characters are, so just keep your panties in a knot in a twist, and just wait, please. For now, though, we have Tick. Tick first appeared in 2013, only 3 years before this game came out. Did TT Games just try to find the most recent Marvel character before the production of this game? I don't know, but Tick hasn't really done much at all. She showed up in a slew of Captain Marvel comics and then never again. There's an achievement for this game that you get for setting both characters as Tick and Hawkeye. Despite my best efforts, I cannot seem to find the connection between Tick and Hawkeye. As far as I know, they've never interacted anywhere, ever. So why is there an achievement for it? If anyone cares enough to enlighten me, please do, because I'm really curious. Finally, we're moving on from the characters whose only ability is agility. Here we have Agent Williams. He's the most standard shield grunt you've ever seen, but they had to give him a name because he was a playable character in a story level. Honestly, they should have named him Shield Friend, similar to Rebel Friend, the red-shirted good boy we all know and love. He has a gun, so that's very nice to have in any scenario. The one ability Agent Williams has is not agility, but the shield ability. Basically, there are these shield terminals riddled all over the story levels and open areas. Those who are shield certified can use these terminals to reap the benefits of whatever comes from it. Agent Williams is unlocked in the story mode of the first level of the Avengers campaign. He's also a quest giver on the helicarrier, but other than that, there isn't really anything more to say about boring old Agent Williams. Next up, we have another character from the Ant-Man DLC pack. In fact, this guy here was one of the 2 characters you actually play as in the DLC level. He also happens to be a fan favorite from the 2015 movie. It's Luis, Scott's lovable friend. I say lovable with quotations around it. This guy has only one ability on his belt, and it's one he shouldn't even have in the first place. Luis is disguised as a shield agent, or worker, so he has shield access. So he can interact with shield terminals, and you have to do that a few times in the Ant-Man level. Luis also has a gun, which is nice. I find guns to be a little underrated in this game. There are a lot of characters with projectiles, whether it be guns or elemental projectiles. Call me crazy, but I like the simplicity of just a simple gun, because it does what it needs to. The elemental projectiles that characters can have are slow, and they're just usually all the same, just with a color change. But I mean, this gun isn't really simple. It's one of those trademarked Lego superheroes guns, because they can't be too realistic. In any case, Luis is just Agent Williams, but an actual character, and I guess likable to a fault, though, because Michael Pena has been in too many things for him not to be a bit overrated at this point. Another minorly important MCU character, we got Eric Selvig. Weirdly enough, this dude has 2 variants for some reason. On top of that, you unlock both variants in the story mode of the same level, which is the Thor 2 level called Lost in the Aether. This is the untidy version of Eric Selvig. As you can see, he's pretty untidy at this current point in time, if you can believe it. Both Eric Selvigs are the exact same ability-wise, which comes as no surprise to anyone, I would hope. The one ability both Eric Selvigs have is technology. The technology ability is new to the series, and I think to the channel too, at least this kind of technology. It's just a terminal, and those with the technology ability can interact with it. Sometimes something happens automatically, or the game can make you do a little mini game or make you mash X. I don't know, it's always different, but it's mostly, just quick time events. I placed the untidy Eric Selvig as the lesser of the 2 Selvig variants because frankly, untidy people, I'm just not with it. Like I said, I prefer people who are tidy most of the time, so it's only natural that the standard Eric Selvig is placed higher. Like I said in the last segment, Eric Selvig has technology as his only ability and is also unlocked in the level for Thor the Dark World. And I mean, that's it. Eric Selvig has not been relevant in the MCU since the second Thor movie, and that movie is pretty hated. Perhaps they blamed Eric Selvig for Thor the Dark World's criticism and opted to remove him from the MCU entirely. I don't know. According to MCU Wiki, Eric Selvig was snapped, as in he was part of the half of the population that, just disintegrated. But as far as that goes, nothing. Wait, scratch that. In Spider-Man Far From Home, it shows that he has a documentary out with his face on the poster for it. Okay, you got me. But regardless, the dude isn't relevant in the MCU anymore. Not that I'd expect him to be. It's just something to note. We were on a 3-character streak for characters that are actually in the MCU, so, we had to rectify that with another character no one knows. If you're going to go down to the comments right now and say, actually, some people know him. Shut up. Yeah, I know, okay? But it's gotten to the point that the MCU is so successful that not being in the MCU makes you irrelevant, much like this guy. When I searched him up on the Marvel Wiki, 2 different guys came up. First is this reserved actual gargoyle by the name of Isaac Christians, and then there's this guy, very much not an actual gargoyle, and the one that's in this game. This gargoyle's name is Yuri Topolov, and he's apparently a super genius. Naturally, this guy's only ability is technology, much like Eric Selvig. I placed this guy above the Eric Selvigs because Selvig is just a guy. And this guy is... I don't even know what to describe him, but it wouldn't be gargoyle. I call him a gremlin over a gargoyle, but I guess we're arguing semantics here. After that, look at me, I'm not in the MCU palette cleanser. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled program of actual MCU characters. This one's another fan favorite, Jon Favreau. Happy Hogan. This dude went from being just some side character from Iron Man that conveniently directed 2 of the 3 films in his trilogy to a pretty cool character that has a cool dynamic with Spider-Man in the later portion of the MCU. Just my opinion. Happy Hogan, like the other characters in this part of the list, has only one ability, and this one's pretty useful. It's called Scan. Basically, if you see particles in the air, those with the Scan ability can interact with them and make whatever it is that is hiding there appear. It's used quite a bit in this game. Some characters have an intuition and do it, but most characters, including Happy Hogan here, pull out a little device. The Scan ability houses a little minigame for those with the device, and it's always the same. There's a grid and 4 blinks on the plane somewhere, and you just click where the blinks happen in order of where they blinked, and whatever's hiding will appear. There you go. Yes, another DLC character is presented in this segment from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC pack. This is Lincoln, Skye's boyfriend for a season, I think. He ended up dying. Spoilers, but it was inevitable for him to die, if I'm going to be honest. I saw it coming a mile away. Anywho, in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC level, Lincoln was a bad guy of sorts. When this DLC was released, it was around Season 2 of the show, and at this time, Skye was indoctrinated in the secret Inhuman community in China with her mother. So for the first half of the level, you're in China dealing with Lincoln. I would say fighting him, but you aren't fighting him. You're saving random people to be able to get where he is and punch him in the head once. Not a boss fight by any means, but you know, it's technically one, I guess. Lincoln's only ability is electricity, which coincides with the show. There are electricity terminals all over the levels and open world designed for a certain famous Avenger with a very similar power that will stay unnamed. Not that I've named him already in this part so far, but you know, those with the electricity ability can power up these terminals and make stuff happen. What is this dude even? Like Beta Malekith? Why does he look so weird? I mean, dark elves look weird, period, but this dude's eyes are too beady and too close together. Also, these guys are relentless in the Lost in the Aether level. They really just don't stop coming. You fight so many of these guys, but none of them showcase the dark elf's only ability, Explosive. We've seen the explosive ability several times on this channel before, and it's a staple of LEGO games at this point. Those with the explosive ability can blow up silver objects, as we all should know by now. The existence of the Dark Elf as a playable character in this game further perplexes me. Mostly the fact that a standard Chitauri character isn't playable. But this guy is, but I'm still not over the Chitauri thing. And I definitely don't want to play as a Chitauri. Let's just get that out there. It's not that I want to play as a Chitauri, it's just weird that he's not a playable character, but like this tourist version of him is. I don't know. Here's another one of Thor's trusty battle-experienced friends who also immediately die to the hands of Hela, like Fandral.
Who are you? What have you done with Thor?
Though, unlike Fandral, his single ability is pretty useful. Fandral has agility, which it's something, but so many characters have it. Volstagg here has the cracked wall ability. We've seen this kind of thing before in other LEGO games. Basically, there are these walls with glowy cracks in them, and those with the cracked wall ability, like Volstagg, can break them. In other LEGO games, where we've seen this, like LEGO Incredibles for example, the cracked wall is lumped in with the strength ability, but in this game, being able to break cracked walls does not guarantee you the strength ability, which is something else altogether, and Volstagg here is an example of a character who can break cracked walls, but he doesn't have super strength. We'll come across more examples of this as we go along. It's a weird situation, for sure.
I'm Hela.
Heimdall, man, what a guy. Rip to him in the MCU, by the way, but it looks like he's doing pretty well for himself over in the DC universe. Heimdall, like Volstagg, only has the cracked wall ability. The reason for me placing Heimdall over Volstagg should be obvious, though. Heimdall looks so much cooler. When two characters have the same exact abilities, I tend to just rank my personal favorite of the two as the top. I mean, it's just business, you understand. It's pretty unlucky for Heimdall regarding the snap, though. Like, if he held out for just a few more days, he had a 50-50 chance of being snapped, in which case he'd be brought back 5 years later. I get that there wasn't much he could have done when he died since Thanos literally curb stomped him, but if he somehow hitched that Bifrost beam with Hulk to Earth, we would probably still have Heimdall with us to this day. Here's probably the most controversial character in the MCU up until recently. People mostly hated him because they expected a comic-accurate Mandarin and instead got Ben Kingsley, goofing around. However, his recent appearance in Shang-Chi upped people's opinions on him since he did do more for the Shang-Chi movie than, say, Awkwafina, and it did make sense for him to be there, seeing as he was pretending to be the Mandarin. Speaking of that guy, not Mandarin, his son, I'm very surprised Shang-Chi didn't end up in this game at all. As far as the MCU, at the time this game's released, Shang-Chi was one of the biggest characters to never make an appearance, and considering the amount of D-list characters in this game, you would expect Shang-Chi would at least be there. Well, at least he's in the MCU now and will probably play a big role. Anyway, yeah, Trevor Slattery in this game, he's quite unique, unsurprisingly. You can aim soccer balls to hit things in front of you or afar. His one ability is the glass ability, which is something you don't see often. Basically, you see these glowing transparent blue bricks, and characters with the glass ability can break them in some way. In Trevor's case, he pulls out a little party popper thing, and it breaks the glass. It's unique, like I said. Coming from the Masters of Evil DLC, we have Whirlwind. This dude has one ability, that being flight. This guy has the same ability makeup as Anthony, except Whirlwind isn't nightmare fuel. I don't know enough about this guy to know what other abilities would be applicable to him, so I'm going to assume flight is the only ability that would make sense. But now that I say it, he has those razor things on his hands. Maybe you could have had the dig ability? I don't know. I don't think we've covered the dig ability on this series yet, but we'll get to it. But like I mentioned, Whirlwind here is from the Masters of Evil DLC, which is probably my least favorite DLC in the game. The level itself was pretty lackluster, consisting of only one area where you activate those 4 machines. Also, a big Captain America villain was gatekept from the base game for this DLC, which is slimy of them to do. One of the plots that was shoved into Iron Man 3 was the Extremis plotline from the comics. I'm not a big comic reader, but I do remember owning a comic or two from the Extremis run from the mid-2000s. The realistic artwork is burned into my mind, in both good and bad ways. Maybe reading that as a child who had just recently learned to read wasn't a good idea. Maybe I should blame my parents. Sure, it's their fault. Let's go with that. But aside from that, the Extremis was a big part of Iron Man 3 with Aldrich Killian. That's what his name is. Was a big part of Iron Man 3 with Aldrich Killian as the cause of it. In the comics, Killian was this little psychotic nerd, but in Iron Man 3, he was a psychotic Guy Pearce. They try to play him off as a nerd in the beginning of the movie in a flashback, but you can't fool me. This is the standard Extremis soldier with no special name or anything. The Extremis soldier has 2 abilities, and they're both passive. By passive, I mean you don't have to press buttons for it. I think I'm probably going to be using that term in the future, so keep the passive term in your mind. It means you don't need to press any buttons in order to do it. It's just something they can do. Extremis soldiers' 2 abilities are regenerative health and fire immunity. Regenerative health, which we've seen before, is kind of more important than you might think, since invincibility is not an extra in this game, like it is for most LEGO games. So regenerative health is important because you can get health back without having to seek out enemy hearts to replenish your health. Fire immunity is exactly what you'd expect. You can walk on fire without getting hurt. Bada bing. This guy, he's one of those goof characters. His name is Butterball, and he does not die. I guess that's what Hybrid said about him, whatever the hell he is. But he's right, though. Butterball is invincible in this game. In the last segment, I talked about the importance of regenerative health, and that it gives you health over time if you lose it. Butterball here has regenerative health, but he also has a step up from regenerative health, which is, invincibility itself. This guy cannot be damaged, period. So I don't know why he's listed as having both invincibility and regenerative health. The latter would just be redundant if he can't get hurt in the first place. But that's all he does. No abilities otherwise. I find this guy charming, though, because his movement animations are funny, and so are his idle animations. Some characters, when you leave them idle for a little while, they do, little animations. Butterball here is an example of one of these characters, and he bangs a pan on his head. Like I said, he's such a kidder, that guy. Ares? I thought the Greek gods was DC's thing. Well, DC doesn't own Greek mythology, but they're a big part of Wonder Woman's mythos, an essential part even. The Greek gods to Wonder Woman are like the Norse gods to Thor. Greek mythology can be included in all comics companies, and that includes Marvel. In fact, Hercules is a pretty big hero in Marvel Comics, or he was at one point. He's more a thing in the cosmic side of things nowadays. But the most curious part of it all is that Hercules doesn't even show up in this game. Honestly, I don't care enough about Hercules to care that he's not in this game. But it just confuses me that Ares has made it instead of him, especially since I know Hercules plays a role in Marvel Comics more than Ares does, at least. But I don't know. Ares has 2 abilities, regenerative health and super strength. The strength ability is new to the series, but I've spoken about it before, and it's not new to the channel. I'm sure you're familiar with those green handles. Well, Ares can pull them out. Yes, the most forgettable villain in the MCU, so far, at least. who even played this guy? Usually I'm aware of who plays who in these kinds of movies, especially the main antagonist, but Malekith, I don't know, and I don't care to look him up. Let me look up. Yep, I just don't know this guy, period. But Malekith here is pretty lame in this game, just like he is in the movie. He has 2 abilities, one of them being regenerative health, because of course. The second ability is a staple of LEGO games at this point, the laser ability. There are 2 types of things the laser ability can do, and though most characters with the laser ability can do both, including Malekith, that's not always the case. The 2 things are 1, carving shapes out of gold walls, and 2, just straight up blowing them up. Like I said, Malekith can do both, but I'll try to mention it when we get to a character that can't. This guy is the biological father of Loki, the trickster god we all know and love. Perhaps some love a little too much. Though Laufey didn't play a very big role in the MCU after the first Thor movie, I think it's kind of cool he ended up making an appearance in this game. Laufey's first ability is, of course, regenerative health, but the second ability he has is new to the series and one that is pretty rare for a character to have in this game. That ability is the ice ability. He can shoot streams of ice that can freeze enemies. Very rarely in this game, you can find puddles of water with studs in it, denoting that you can use the ice ability to freeze the water into something. Again, it's really rare, especially considering that this game is pretty huge and only a select few characters actually have the ability. But it's worth mentioning. Speaking of Loki's origins, why wasn't he in Frost Giant mode in the Loki show? At the TVA, it is established that all magic is just cancelled, and Loki uses magic to mask his Frost Giant appearance. So by all accounts, Loki should have been a Frost Giant in the Loki show, but if that was the case, I guess Tumblr girls wouldn't be able to fangirl over him. Is Tumblr a thing anymore? I don't know. Maybe I'm dating myself. Ah yes, the love interest of Tony Stark himself, Pepper Potts. Her appearance in this game should come as no surprise, and her 2 abilities are pretty helpful as well. As a breath of fresh air, I can gladly say that she does not have regenerative health, as the last 5 characters did. No, she instead has technology and agility. While these 2 abilities are both ones we have seen, hell, agility-only characters took up almost an entire part of this series by themselves. But technology and agility is a combination we haven't seen yet, and, I think it's a pretty good one. I suppose technology makes sense for Pepper, since she knows how to use all of Tony Stark's uber-smart devices, but agility, I don't think I'd agree. TT games usually tend to give women the agility ability just for the sake of it, but it doesn't always work, Pepper Potts here being an example. Well, we go from one Avenger-level love interest to another, this time being Jane Foster, Thor's ex and future goddess of thunder. Now, that whole spiel I went about female characters being given the agility ability for no reason, I'm debunking it right now, because Jane Foster has 2 abilities and neither of them are agility. No, she has scan and technology. The 2 abilities she has makes, total sense, and throwing agility in there would have bumped up her rank, sure, but it wouldn't make sense with her character, and I would have definitely complained about it. Anyway, scan and technology both are abilities we've covered, and I have nothing else to say about it right now. But one thing I want to say about Jane Foster is her idle animation in this game, because it's one of the cooler ones. If you stay idle for a little while, an animation occurs where Thor's hammer falls to the ground and Thor himself shows up. I'm pretty sure this is the only idle animation of all of the characters in which another character shows up, so that's pretty cool. Next up, we have a pretty deep cut into Marvel lore with Moon Boy. Moon Boy is a part of a duo, and his partner is so much cooler and also in this game as a playable character. I'll be completely transparent and say I don't know a lick about this guy. He was created in the late 70s by Jack Kirby and rarely revisited thereafter. I guess this was the time when Marvel was trying a lot of stuff out, and Moon Boy here was just a byproduct of that, a weird byproduct. In case you're wondering about what he's all about, I won't get too much into it, but he's from a universe where Dinosaur World is a thing, and honestly, from what I'm reading from the wiki, the dude just has a wacky-ass life. Both with him dying, being saved from death by means of time travel, acting as if his partner is dead in order to kill his enemy, just overall a rambunctious time. His two abilities in this game are Dig and Agility. Agility we know, but Dig is new to the series. It's pretty self-explanatory. There are patches of dirt around the game, and those with the Dig ability can dig it up. Up until writing the script for this video, I thought that this Cottonmouth was based on the same dude we saw in the Luke Cage show, since that was his alias too. Turns out there's an entirely different villain in the Marvel Universe also called Cottonmouth, and that's this guy. He's a member of the Serpent Society, a criminal organization that Captain America has gone up against in the past. Overall, they didn't stick around for very long. A few years ago, Kevin Feige announced the third Captain America movie to be based on the Serpent Society as a joke before revealing the Civil War subtitle. But aside from that joke, I had never heard of the Serpent Society otherwise. So, yeah, I was kind of relieved that this Cottonmouth wasn't based on the Luke Cage villain because I would have many questions. Cottonmouth's two abilities are Dig and Agility, the exact same as Moonboy. I placed Cottonmouth above Moonboy because Moonboy's movement hinders him, runs on all fours. It's weird. Also, Cottonmouth, I placed him above Moonboy because I thought this was the Luke Cage villain and I was gonna have a laugh about it, but I guess that's kind of ruined now, isn't it? Here's a little error I've made in the ranking. Now, cut me some slack. There are almost 300 characters that I'm ranking, and there will be a few characters lower or higher than they should be. That's just the way it is, and this guy here is an example of that. I was under the impression that he had both agility and strength as abilities, but it turns out he only has agility, no strength at all. So my source was wrong, and this guy should have been back in part 2 or something. But oh well, you can't win them all. This is Trauma, the last agility-only character we're going to see. In this game, he looks like a man going through a midlife crisis, with that, swept hair and that really aged face. In the comics, though, he's on the younger side. His power is that he transforms into the thing his opponent fears. That's kind of reflected in this game. If you target something, he turns into a giant spider and hits the thing you target. Honestly, kind of gross, giving me big Anthony vibes. There are 3 different Black Knights in this game, all with different names. Coincidentally, all 3 of them are going to be featured in this part, and also coincidentally again, all 3 of them are DLC characters. That's right, there are no Black Knights in the base game, but 3 throughout the DLC. If you ask me, that's a little bit overkill, but I'll forget it ever happened. But this is the Nathan Garrett version, as in the guy's name is Nathan Garrett. And this guy kind of sucks compared to the other 2. I'm not a fan of the way he moves and fights. He's just way too clunky. Also, his design is a big step down from the other 2 Black Knights, in my opinion. His 2 abilities are Agility and Grapple. We haven't encountered Grapple yet in this series, but it's not new to LEGO games. Simply put, those with the Grapple ability can target those hooks and pull them down. Another DLC character here, this time from the Ant-Man DLC pack. This is Cassie Lang, Ant-Man's daughter, who somehow grew from a 7-year-old to a 20-year-old in a span of only 5 years. Cassie Lang has 2 abilities, one of which I honestly think was a mistake. The first ability, which is the unsurprising one, is Agility, of course. The one I think was a mistake is the Stealth ability. Stealth is new to the series, but it's just like Invisibility from LEGO Incredibles or Stealth from LEGO Ninjago movie game. Those with Stealth can, go undetected. In this game, you can frequently find a camera that closes a door automatically when it sees you. If you have Stealth, the camera won't see you and you can use it to access whatever the camera's guarding. You use it quite frequently in this game because one of the main Avengers has this ability. Cassie Lang, though? Why does she have it? Does the camera assume Cassie Lang isn't a threat so it doesn't detect her? It's just so weird. I think it's a lapse in the game code or something. For the 3rd time in a row, purely by coincidence, is yet another DLC character. This is the first DLC character from the Black Panther DLC, which, by the way, very slimy of TT Games to omit Black Panther from the base game for this DLC, especially since Black Panther was probably the biggest MCU superhero to not actually be in the MCU yet. But aside from that, here is the Dora Milaje Warrior, Black Panther's Elite Task Force or something. they're really skilled is my point. And her two abilities I mostly agree with. First is, of course, agility, but the other is the cracked wall ability. Agility makes sense since they're agile, I guess, but cracked wall is a little weird. I guess in the end, I'm not going to complain about it because it's not a big deal. Also, at the very beginning of the series, I said something about starting a counter for characters that were introduced in the MCU after this game came out, and we still haven't come across an actual character that applies. I thought it would be more common, but I guess not. But I think I'll add the Dora Milaje warrior to start off the list because Okoye is pretty notable in the MCU at this point, and she's like the leader of the Dora Milaje. So there, the list finally has something on it. We've already reached the final member of the Warriors 3. First Fandral, then Volstagg, and now finally Hogun. Just like in Thor Ragnarok, the Warriors 3 were treated pretty poorly in this game. At least Hogun's death was a little more honorable than Volstagg and Fandral's, so I guess it makes sense that he's the best of the three in this game since he lasted the longest in Thor Ragnarok. Not that he would have lasted against Hela any longer had he been at the Bifrost portal when she arrived, but Hogun's two abilities are Cracked Wall and Agility. So basically, he's Volstagg and Fandral merged into one since Fandral only had Agility and Volstagg only had Cracked Wall. It's weird how it works out like that. He has that giant mace thing as a weapon too, which is more interesting than Fandral's sword or Volstagg's axe. As promised, here's one of the other superior versions of Black Knight, whose name is Dane Whitman. Both Dane Whitman and Nathan Garrett, the Black Knight I already talked about, were both from the Masters of Evil DLC. Nathan Garrett was the one you played in the actual level, which is unfortunate. But Dane Whitman just came as part of the pack and should have been the one you played in the level because he's a lot less tedious to play. He doesn't have grapple like Nathan Garrett, which is a downside, sure, but he has agility and cracked wall, and I find cracked wall to be a tad more useful than grapple. I just see the cracked walls more often than grapple points, and that's really my reasoning. Plus, I like Dane Whitman's running animation with his sword poised in front of him. It's just very apparent that they made sure this Black Knight was a lot better to play as, but also not the one you play as in the story mode for this level. Side note, when writing the first draft of the script for this video, I hadn't seen the Eternals movie yet. Suffice to say that this guy is in the movie, even though he doesn't officially become the Black Knight. So yeah, there's another guy to add to the list after the Dora Milaje warrior. And just like that, we've reached the final Black Knight of this game. It's crazy that we had this whole Black Knight saga in the span of one part, but also not surprising at all. This Black Knight is named Augustin Dulac, and I placed him over Dane Whitman purely because of the yellow bird on his helmet. Also, to the 128 views of my channel that came from France, I'm sorry if I pronounced that name wrong, but also I'm reading that this Black Knight is a British descendant of Sir Lancelot, so should I apologize to the French? Because he's British, and historically the French and British hate each other, so I don't know. This Black Knight is from the Black Panther DLC and was actually a boss fight in the level. This guy is the same ability-wise to Dane Whitman with the cracked wall and agility as his two abilities. Something I didn't mention about Dane Whitman that I should have, that also applies to Augustin Dulac, is that when you perform a cracked wall break, his winged horse materializes out of nowhere and flies out of the cracked wall. What is that implying? Is that his horse was trapped behind the wall and the Black Knight is releasing the horse from his prison? Is it a metaphor? I don't know. Aha, finally, another character I can add to the characters in this game that were introduced in the MCU after the release of this game list. Valkyrie, kindly add yourself to that list there. Valkyrie was introduced in Thor Ragnarok, played by Tessa Thompson. I didn't know much about Valkyrie in the comics at all, but it turns out there are a ton of weird Thor-related characters that they introduced in the Marvel mythos over the years, and this game includes a bunch. Valkyrie is by no means an example of this, though. In fact, she's a pretty safe character addition. Her two abilities are the same two we've dealt with in the past two segments, which are Cracked Wall and Agility. I've been preoccupied with the other topics during these last few segments, so I failed to mention that these past 5 characters have the same exact ability makeup, so of course, when characters have the same exact abilities, I tend to rank them based on my personal preference, and frankly, I like Tessa Thompson's portrayal of Valkyrie, so that's why she's ranked higher than the others. We have one more character with the agility / cracked wall combo, and I like this character most of the bunch, and I'll reveal him right now. That's right, I'm a huge fan of Iron Fist, minus the show though, that was pretty terrible. It was honestly a disgrace that the martial arts fight scenes were that bad in a show where the main character is literally a martial arts master. But yeah, this is Iron Fist, and since the Iron Fist show came out a year after this game's release, and the Defenders Netflix shows were considered MCU canon at the time, I'm putting Iron Fist on the list of characters in this game that were added to the MCU later. So far on the list, we have the Dora Milaje Warrior, Valkyrie, and Black Knight, Dane Whitman, and Iron Fist, all of which were added in this part alone. But like I said, Iron Fist has cracked wall and agility as abilities. Iron Fist gets much better treatment in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. He even gets like a whole level based off the Iron Fist lore. We finally covered all of the cracked wall and agility characters. I didn't realize how many of them there actually were. But we're moving on to bigger and better characters such as Dum Dum Dugan here. Dum Dum Dugan was one of the Howling Commandos, and he's unlocked in the Rail Hydra level. A very unfortunate name for a level, by the way. Anyway, in that level, it's basically Steve Rogers' PTSD hour, with him reliving 2 key moments in the first Captain America movie. Those being the burning factory scene and the scene where Bucky dies. It was cool that they dedicated a whole level to a film that would otherwise get no representation in this game. Dum Dum Dugan wasn't playable in the level, but unlocked as a character token. He has 2 abilities, which are grapple and explosive. These aren't really surprising. His explosive ability is actually kind of cool because unlike most other characters with this ability, Dum Dum Dugan throws one of those, 1940s old-fashioned grenades, and not the high-tech stuff most of the modern characters use for explosives. Captain America's trusty sidekick, who turned into not so trusty, then kind of trusty, then not trusty to himself, then back to trusty. This is the Bucky Barnes from the Rail Hydra level, aka the flashback level to Captain America's first movie. You actually play this guy in the level, as hard as that is to believe, I guess. The 2 abilities Bucky Barnes has is exact to the abilities Dum Dum Dugan has, who we just saw. So Bucky has grapple and explosive. Obviously, I place Bucky Barnes over Dum Dum Dugan because he had so much more of an impact on the MCU. Whatever happened to Dum Dum Dugan? He probably passed due to old age. This is by no means the last time we're going to see Bucky Barnes. He's taken on various forms in the MCU. Yeah, I just said we're going to see Bucky a few times, okay? So this is not a surprise. This is another one of them right here. This is the classic variant of Bucky Barnes, and he has the same exact abilities as the Bucky we just saw. This version of him is based on the old school comics that he came from. Yeah, I can see why they changed from this. It just looks so campy. But that's also what made me rank this version of Bucky over the MCU version. In fact, you unlock this specific guy in Washington, D.C. free roam area, where he's a quest giver. No, they didn't get Sebastian Stan to play him. It was instead this guy named Scott Porter. This guy has voiced the Winter Soldier and Bucky a few times in a few low-budget Marvel games. He also did the voice for Star-Lord and Cyclops in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, as well as Star-Lord in the Telltale series, but not the Square Enix Guardians game, though. It's gotta be tough to get shafted from that project. Turns out we have yet another situation similar to Cottonmouth from a while ago. Diamondback is the name of yet another villain from the Luke Cage show. But yet again, this character is not the character that the version in the show is based off of. It's weird how this situation not only happened twice, but both instances were from the Luke Cage show, you know. In the Luke Cage Netflix series, Diamondback was Luke Cage's half-brother by the name of Will Stryker. But as you can see here, the Diamondback in this game is not a guy at all. It's a girl. This Diamondback's name is Rachel Layton, and she's basically yet another acrobatic. Diamondback's two abilities are agility and explosive. One of Diamondback's only thing about her is that she throws diamonds, like ninja stars, but in the shape of rhombuses. And that's kind of reflected in her explosive ability. In this game, she takes out an actual jewel Lego piece when she's aiming her explosive device. And this diamond piece explodes stuff. I don't know enough about this lady to know if it's fully accurate, but I'm gonna assume it is. I know I said Bucky shows up in several forms throughout this game, but he is nothing compared to the amounts of Captain Americas in this game. This is but a taste of all the Steve Rogers and Captain Americas in this game. And it's not so great a taste if you ask me. This Steve Rogers, the gym variant, has a small fraction of the abilities the standard Captain America has, since he is without a certain very important tool that he holds. He doesn't have it with this variant. So because of that, this variant of Steve Rogers only has two abilities, those being agility and shield. Not his actual shield, but the fact he can interact with shield terminals. Like I said though, this is a gym variant, meaning that this is what he probably wears at the gym. You would think that this would be his variant at the start of the Rail Hydra level, since you're actually in a gym, but no. There's yet another variant you play as instead of this one that's very similar. And you know what? I might just reveal it right now. I wasn't kidding when I said something very similar. In fact, they're extremely similar. This variant of Steve Rogers is literally the same as the gym Steve Rogers, except this guy has boxing gloves where his hands should be. Ability-wise, these Steve Rogers are the exact same with agility and shield. In the Rail Hydra level, this is the variant you play as in the first segment of the level. Really, there are two reasons why I rank this boxing gloved Steve Rogers over the regular old gym Steve Rogers. The first reason is obvious, that being he's the only character in the entire game with boxing gloves, so that has some merits to it, I guess. The second reason has to do with the level he's from. In the first section of the Rail Hydra level, when you're in the gym, you have to build things for Steve Rogers to punch with his boxing gloved hands. And for that little mini game alone, he's worth ranking above the gym variant. It's not really a mini game, it's a quick time event, but I mean, you get it. Here's one of the weirder additions, though he is still more deserved than most other characters in the game since he's actually in the MCU. This is the Destroyer from the first Thor movie, but shrunk down into minifigure form. There's not even a regular sized Destroyer in this game at all. I understand why a giant Destroyer wouldn't be playable, but I mean, shouldn't he at least be somewhere? I mean, you unlock this guy as a boss fight in Manhattan, maybe, just maybe, have the giant Destroyer as the guy you fight in the boss fight, and have the minifigure Destroyer as the unlockable. Granted, having to fight a giant dude and only unlocking the teensy weensy version would be pretty disappointing in its own right. This is why I'm not a game designer. As for this guy though, he has two abilities. The first is Fire and Toxic Immunity, meaning that toxic goo and flames won't hurt him, and the second is Laser, which he should have, but I have a qualm about it. In the movie, his whole face just retracts to make room for some of that laser glory. But in this game, it just looks like he's barfing it out. It's a nitpick, I know, but between that and his shorter stature, I don't mind nitpicking. When this game came out, Scarlet Witch was a newcomer to the MCU. Now she's one of the MCU's last hope at staying relevant, with her own TV show and a feature in the Doctor Strange sequel. What's funny is that she wasn't allowed to actually be called Scarlet Witch until Disney bought Fox. Back when X-Men and Avengers had to stay separate in the movies, the Maximoff twins applied to both categories, so a compromise was made. It was a weird deal in which both companies could use the characters. The catch is, Marvel Studios could use their actual names but not their superhero aliases, but it was the other way around for Fox. That's why they never referred to Wanda and Pietro as Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in Avengers Age of Ultron, and Fox called Quicksilver Peter instead of Pietro. Honestly, between the two, I think Fox got the better deal, because actually being able to use the superhero aliases was kind of... I think that's a better deal than using the regular names, but whatever. It wasn't until WandaVision when Wanda was actually called the Scarlet Witch, since Fox was bought by Disney at this point. What makes this situation even weirder is that she's actually referred to as Scarlet Witch in this game. I guess TT Games wasn't obligated to adhere to that agreement. Scarlet Witch kind of got cheated in this game though. She's one of the most powerful characters in the entire MCU, yet she only has 2 abilities in this game. To be fair, she was barely even a character in the MCU when this game came out, so the developers only had what she did in Age of Ultron as reference for her abilities. She has 2 variants, but this is the only one that's actually in the base game. This segment has gone long enough, so I'll save her abilities for the next variant that I'll introduce to you right now. Like I said, there was only one variant of Scarlet Witch in the base game, and this one is from a DLC character pack. This is from the Civil War DLC pack, which also happened to be the last DLC released for this game in May of 2016. By this point, they had the events of Civil War to reference for Scarlet Witch's abilities. Did they add anything? Well, not really. But I forgot to go through her abilities, didn't I? They're both new to the series, so it's worth taking my time through them. The first is telekinesis. Things with red squiggly lines around it can be manipulated with characters that have the telekinesis ability. They actually designed this ability around Scarlet Witch based on the red color scheme of the telekinesis ability. The second ability is mind control. This one we've seen before on the channel with the Riddler way back in the original Lego Batman and a few times since then. You see a guy with a question mark above his head, and people like Scarlet Witch can take control of them. I think telekinesis and mind control are both really useful in this game. The Civil War variant of Scarlet Witch is better than the regular variant, but I mean barely. Firstly, her outfit is cooler, but secondly, and more importantly, she can actually hover. Jump off a ledge and hold down jump, and she will, hover back and forth. It's not flight, since she can't go up in elevation, and she doesn't go faster than walking speed. Still, though, it's something that the original Scarlet Witch can't do. Yet another strange addition to this game. This guy is apparently a member of the Avengers Academy. I honestly didn't think that this guy was a good guy, just by looking at him. Yeah, I think he was one of the many failed attempts at making, a successful young superhero. This dude, according to the wiki, had paleontologists as parents, and they went missing. And then somehow he got dinosaur powers with this amber amulet thing. I honestly, I don't know. I'm probably getting it wrong. But I mean, I don't care enough, because he's definitely not worth my time. Okay, I'm reading his arch nemesis is named Stegron, and that guy unleashed dinosaurs on a shield base. See what I mean? It's not worth my time. Also, he has connections to Moon Boy, who we saw a while back. Something about Reptile helping Moon Boy time travel to save his partner in crime. I don't know. Reptile's 2 abilities are Dig and Flight, both of which we've seen before, so I won't dwell too much on it. Now that we're done with that weird, quick, dinosaur-related tangent, we return to a mainstay of the MCU. A definite mainstay now that he's the new Captain America. This is the Falcon. He is the regular Falcon that you play in the Captain America the Winter Soldier level for this game. There are 2 other variants of Falcon in this game. One is a DLC variant, and the other is just a lot better to look at. Honestly, the design for this Falcon in particular is just, it's ugly. It's accurate to the movie, but it's just so dull and boring compared to the other variants you're about to see. Also, the wing pack here is really badly designed. I don't know. the later iterations of Falcon wings are a lot better to look at. Falcon has 2 abilities, which I'm going to save for later, since I already took up so much time talking about how much I don't like the outfit for this Falcon. Continuing our trek through the Falcons, we have the Avenger Falcon. This variant of Falcon is from the Civil War DLC pack. Unlike Scarlet Witch, this Falcon doesn't get any sort of advantage over his base game variant, like how Civil War Scarlet Witch could hover while the original couldn't. No, this Falcon is pretty much the exact same as the regular variant, save for his better outfit, of course. In Captain America the Winter Soldier, Falcon just kind of wore cargo pants and a gray tee, and that's reflected in this game, and also why I don't like the outfit. This Falcon, however, has a somewhat better outfit. I don't know. I feel like it took Marvel way too long to give Falcon like a good outfit. While this is definitely better than his outfit in Winter Soldier, which has, the absolute bare minimum, there's still more to be desired. Anyway, the first of 2 abilities all Falcon variants have is the obvious one, flight. I mean, his name is based off a bird, so and it's kind of like his whole thing, so it kind of goes without saying. Here is technically the last Falcon we're going to see, and of course, his classic variant from the comics is going to be my personal favorite because there's just so much personality from the costume alone. His wings are, actual wings and not just robot jetpacky thingy. There are several instances where there is a classic variant of a Marvel hero, and I'm not saying I'll always rank the classic over the MCU version, but it's going to be common, at least. The second and last ability the 3 Falcons have is grapple. Now, I don't exactly remember a point in the MCU where Falcon ever displayed a grapple, but it's not an ability I'm going to argue that Falcon shouldn't have. Plus, without the grapple ability, the Falcons would be on the same level as Anthony and Whirlwind, and that's just inherently incorrect. Falcon is a pretty big part of Marvel, even being the next Captain America in the MCU. So if TT Games can rationalize any way to make Falcon more useful in this game, then so can I. At first glance, Hazmat looks kind of like an alpha version of the AIM agent, and honestly, she kind of is. She's yet another superhero that quickly fell under the radar after her creation. She debuted in 2010 alongside other characters that we've seen earlier in this series, namely Finesse and Reptile. Her powers are that she oozes radiation, and in doing that she learned how to shoot radiation blasts from her hand. Okay, I mean that doesn't really translate at all in this game though. She has the hand lasers, but they can't melt gold like you think they would. Her radiation lasers are for combat only, which is disappointing. Her 2 actual abilities are agility and immunity. Fire, toxic gunk, and gas do not affect her, namely the toxic goo and the fire though. Gas is a thing in this game, but it's super rare. I only remember it in 1 level, and it was when you fight Hawkeye on the helicarrier, when he was brainwashed. Here's the first little taste of Ultron we have in this series, starting with the Ultron Sentry. Now, if you've been following along with the series, you know that this guy was my main exhibit for my frustration that a regular Chitauri soldier is not a playable character. I want to stress again that it's not that I want to play as a Chitauri, it's just that there are many characters that don't belong in this game, yet they didn't have room for a standard Chitauri. It just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this is the Ultron Sentry, and it has 2 abilities. The 2 abilities are both self-explanatory. The first one is flight, which makes sense because you see about 1 million of these guys fly into battle in Age of Ultron. And Ultron's second ability is technology. Again, Ultron literally hacked Tony Stark's Iron Legion almost immediately after gaining sentience and killing Jarvis, so Ultron's army being able to interact with technology is no surprise. The fact that Ultron has not 1, but 2 goon characters while there are no regular Chitauri characters makes me think they did this on purpose. Like, they realized that there should be a Chitauri character and opted not to because it would be funny or something. Also, does Ultron's army even have ranks? I mean, Ultron's army are all part of one huge hive mind with Ultron in the center. I mean, the Avengers even said that no Ultron sentry could escape because Ultron could just shift his conscience into whatever sentry he wants. So why is there a need for an Ultron sentry officer? Aren't they all Ultron, technically? The only difference in appearance the sentry officers have are those headpieces. There's no need for some guys to have a slightly more protected head. The bulkiness of one's head did not seem to stop the Avengers from bashing it in, you know? Oh, and the Ultron Sentry Officer has the same 2 abilities as the Ultron Sentry. Further reason why this guy shouldn't be in the game. Still though, since he has that hat, I'm obligated to rank him higher. This here is the first character to have 3 abilities. You get this guy as part of the Thunderbolts DLC character pack. All of the abilities Atlas has are passive abilities, or ones that don't really have any point. The 2 passive abilities that Atlas has are regenerative health and immunity to fire, toxic goo, and electricity. By the way, I put immunity to fire and immunity to toxic goo and immunity to electricity all under, immunity, just for simplicity's sake. So they all count as one ability. The last ability Atlas has is size. We've seen the size ability before, but not in a way that's useful. With Atlas, it's still not useful. He just grows super big, which is, it makes sense with the powers of Atlas. He's, based off the dude in Greek mythology that held up the earth or whatever. But, it doesn't have any use in the actual game. Those with the size ability can shrink, can actually do something with it. But Atlas doesn't shrink. Something that really surprised me is Atlas's lack of strength. I totally thought he had the strength ability since it's only natural that he does with his massive size. But that's not the case. Ellen Brandt was another character from Iron Man 3 that you probably forgot about. I sure did. Hell, I still don't really remember her. At least for the Iron Man 3 level in this game, she was a boss fight in the section where you play a suitless Tony Stark and, that other kid. Ellen Brandt was yet another test subject of the Extremis serum, so she became, a crazy fire lady. Ellen Brandt has 3 abilities under her belt, and they're all very similar to the Extremis soldier we saw a little while ago. The Extremis soldier's abilities were regenerative health and fire immunity. Ellen Brandt also has both of those, but Ellen Brandt also has agility, therefore making her automatically better than the Extremis soldier. Also, Ellen Brandt has an actual name, which would have ranked her over the Extremis soldier anyway, even if she didn't have agility. This might be a bit confusing to explain. For those who have seen Avengers Endgame, and more recently the Hawkeye Disney Plus show, Ronin should be familiar. It's the alias Clint Barton went by during the blip when he mass murdered criminals. However, in this game, they specify Blade. No, it's not referring to Ronin's retractable blade that we also saw in the MCU. It's referring to Blade the Vampire Slayer. Wesley Snipes. Blade, just like Hawkeye, also went by Ronin, and so did Echo. And so did Red Guardian. So a lot of people went by Ronin. And even though this is the Blade version, I'm still adding him to the MCU edition list since this guy looks a lot like Ronin in the MCU, and Blade is just about to enter the MCU anyway. I don't know why Blade isn't in this game as himself rather than Ronin, but his abilities kind of suck in this game. Both Ronin and Blade deserve better. His 3 abilities are agility, regenerative health, and scan. Again, a very weird ability combination, and none are very useful. Oh hey, it's Hydra McEvilman, the most distinguishable villain in all of the MCU. Yeah, just kidding, of course. This dude served as an antagonist of sorts at the beginning of Age of Ultron, and was quickly apprehended and subsequently killed by Ultron. The only real impact Baron Strucker had on the MCU was doing those tests on Wanda with the Mind Stone, which gave her powers that she has. Well, kind of. WandaVision changed that, but you get the idea. Baron Strucker has 3 abilities in this game, and 2 go hand in hand with Hydra characters. Basically, okay, spoilers for Captain America the Winter Soldier, but Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago. This is incorporated in this game. When you use a S.H.I.E.L.D. terminal, something happens and then a Hydra logo appears on the terminal. Turns out, Hydra characters can interact with the terminal again and something else happens. Sometimes it's something like a minikit, Most times it's a bunch of studs, but since Hydra characters can interact with both Shield and Hydra, this makes them automatically better than all Shield characters, since Shield characters obviously can't interact with the Hydra terminal. That's a very questionable message, if you ask me, that TT Games is sending to the kids that are playing this game. Baron Strucker's last ability is Backup. Backup is when a character can call in AI henchmen to fight with you. The henchman that arrives depends on the character, but in Baron Strucker's case, it's those Hydra henchmen with that Chitauri tech that they wear. Backup can be useful in portions where you have to take out a certain number of enemies, which happens quite a bit in this game. The most curious thing about this guy is that he didn't originate from the comics. Yep, The Other is a guy original to the Avengers movie. I don't know why they didn't give him some other wacky name aside from The Other, but this Emperor lookalike had no powers that I can make out. But since he had no observable powers in the movies he appeared in, it confuses me as to why he can shoot red elemental balls from his hands like he does in this game. Oh, and also, to add on to that, this guy also has the telekinesis and mind control abilities as well. The only ability he has that makes sense is his third and final one, Backup. Instead of Baron Strucker's Hydra Men, The Other summons Chitauri soldiers. And I gotta say, I must have thought his summoning animation was cool when I recorded, because I did it several times in the footage that I recorded for this. But in conclusion, in this game, The Other is basically Scarlet Witch with the backup ability. We're met with yet another DLC character, this one from the Thunderbolts DLC character pack. This is Citizen V, or Citizen 5. I'm going to stick with Citizen V based on my limited extent of research. Besides, he was an agent of the V Battalion, and V Battalion sounds more correct than 5 Battalion. Anyway, I thought this dude looked pretty cool in this game. Again, I don't have any idea who this guy is, but he looks cool, and for that I feel like he would be more useful. Obviously, I still think he's better than all of the characters we've seen so far, but I mean, he's a little disappointing. He has 3 abilities, and those abilities are Agility, Regenerative Health, and Technology. At least, I'm pretty sure those are the only 3 abilities he has. When researching this game for character rankings, all of the base game characters had all their abilities laid out for me on a wiki, which makes things easier for me, especially since I have to rank a whole 297 characters. However, not a lot of the DLC characters have their abilities logged, so I had to go through each character and test to see if a character had a certain ability. Some characters are easy to guess, but I mean, not all. With Citizen V, I found Agility, Regenerative Health, and Technology. It's not really likely that he has more abilities, but if he does, that's my bad. Again, I do not remember who this chick is at all. Oh, she was that person in Iron Man 3 who was behind the Extremis project. Oh, and Aldrich Killian ended up killing her. I guess that makes sense why I don't remember her then. Maya Hansen is essentially just Jane Foster and Pepper Potts put into one. Pepper Potts has Agility and Technology, and Jane Foster has Technology and Scan. Well, Maya Hansen has Agility, Technology, and Scan. It all works out, I guess. But I mean, based on my limited memory of her and the wiki for reference, the Technology and Scan makes sense. I mean, if she can chemically alter people's DNA to make them super angry and fireproof, that's gotta make her smart, right? Even if it's in a very twisted way. But as is the recurring theme in this series, Maya Hansen having Agility, I just disagree. I feel like Agility is a cop-out in this game, when the developers have no clue how to make a character more useful. This is quite possibly the most boring character in this game, and I'm not joking when I say that. In a game with the Avengers and tons of other cool niche characters, they still make room for this guy and not a standard Chitauri character? To be fair, There's a stark lack of X-Men and Fantastic Four, but they seem to have made do without them in this game with characters we've seen and we will see for the entirety of this series. I just think Shield Scientist is a lame character for a LEGO game based on a superhero franchise. At least regular people in this game are usually given names. Anyway, the Shield Scientist has everything you would expect, and those abilities are Shield, Technology, and Scan. I mean, Shield's in his name. Come on. And aside from that, I'm at a loss for words. I mean, usually when I run out of things to say for a character, I consult the Marvel Wiki because there might be something cool about them, but the Shield Scientist doesn't even have a wiki page. He's literally nameless. Another Thor character here with Sif. Sif is an interesting case because I feel like she's shown up several times but was never of any real importance. I mean, she showed up in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in 2 episodes, and she was the focus in those, but that's because they needed to take advantage of a character from an actual MCU movie with any opportunity they can get. Sif's most recent appearance was in the Loki show, in a time loop where Loki cut off her hair. She kept coming over and slapping him or something. She's apparently going to be in the next Thor movie, but I bet she's going to get 3 seconds of screen time, maybe less. At least you actually get to play as Sif in the Lost in the Aether level, the Thor the Dark World level in this game. Sif's 3 abilities are Deflect, Extinguish, and Agility. 2 of those are new, so I'll take my time and explain. Deflect are primarily for characters with shields, and Sif has a shield, so there you go. There's usually a podium they stand on with most likely a giant laser shooting at them. While on the podium, characters with Deflect can deflect the laser. It's usually used to blow up gold pieces around the laser. And yeah, that's it. The other new ability is Extinguish. It's actually not new to the series. A few parts ago, I went over Laufey and his ice ability. Those with the ice ability can also use ice to extinguish fires. I just forgot to mention. Anywho, those with shields can jump onto fires and take them out. Sif, having a shield, can do this. Agility goes without saying, so I mean, let's just move on. Well, doesn't this look like the most stereotypical villain ever? He even has a skull and crossbones on his chest. I guess he is named the Grim Reaper after all. This guy's outfit is kind of wacky in general, and he has a scythe for a hand, so subtlety is kind of out the window at this point. This guy would not fit into the MCU at all, at least not in this getup. I guess we just have to wait and see in a few years once they run out of enough characters to use that they have to resort to this guy to see how he'll be. Anyway, the Grim Reaper has 3 abilities, one of which is new. The 2 abilities we've seen before are Regenerative Health and Cracked Wall. I'm not sure if Grim Reaper is strong enough to break down entire walls with one scythe hand, but maybe. His 3rd ability, that is new, is the Great ability. This ability is actually used quite a lot, but you don't unlock someone who can use it until the last level in the entire campaign, and this Great just happens to have the same color scheme as that character. Anyway, those with the Great ability can interact with them, and it's essentially a portal to a secret area. I was going to say the Grim Reaper shouldn't have the Great ability since he has no superhuman powers, and he was just, a scythe-wielding maniac, but that only used to be true. Apparently he died at one point and was resurrected, and was given the power of necromancy. Even though necromancy is essentially just bringing people back to life and not phasing through walls, I'll allow it. Here's another Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC character, this time being Reyna. Reyna here was one of those characters that had a bigger role in the show early on, and then later the writers had no idea what to do with her and kind of just killed her off. I mean, that's just my opinion, and frankly, I'm not gonna elaborate. The Reyna we see in this game was her form during the portion of the show where the writers didn't know what to do, so they just made her an inhuman. That's why she looks like an alien in this game. However, her grotesque transformation really made her more useful in this game than she would have been otherwise, pre-Gremlin. I can almost guarantee that Reyna would have agility only if she was just in her human form. Anyway, Reyna has 3 abilities, and as I said, one is agility, and the other 2 are dig and cracked wall. all these are abilities, I agree with them. So let's just move on. Damage Control has flown under the radar in the MCU for the longest time. Damage Control is the team of people who are tasked with cleaning up the mess the superheroes leave after they're done murdering the villain of the week or something. Apparently, there was even talks of a Damage Control show after the initial success of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. already Damage Control, just with extra steps? Well, Damage Control is also a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., so maybe it's just, a certain division. In any case, they show up in this game, and this guy gives a few quests in the open areas. I wasn't a big fan of them, because you basically just follow the guy around and defend him as he cleans up like a pile of debris. It's pretty boring. But you do unlock this guy from one of those quests. The most obvious ability is, the S.H.I.E.L.D. ability. The other two are Toxic Goo Immunity and a Dig. I guess in theory both of those make sense, but he wields a broom, so he shouldn't dig. It's not a deal breaker by any means, it's just, I just need stuff to say. Yet again, another Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. guy. This time it's Agent Koenig, also known as the guy Patton Oswalt played. Or, the guys Patton Oswalt played. Well, technically, Patton Oswalt did play 4 Agent Koenigs. The first one was killed by Grant Ward after he revealed himself as a Hydra agent. Spoilers, not that you care. The second one was his twin brother that was also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And then he has 2 more brothers, I think, that are also S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It would have been funny if one of the Patton Oswalts was a Hydra spy, but, I digress. Since the game only lists him as Agent Koenig, it doesn't specify if it's the one that died or one of his brothers. But I'm going to assume it's one of his brothers, though, not that it really matters. Agent Koenig has 3 abilities, one of which being S.H.I.E.L.D., since I've mentioned several times that, all of the Koenigs are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The other 2 are more interesting. One is Stealth, and he takes out an umbrella that totally covers him and makes him invisible. This was briefly in the show, so it's cool that was kind of a little detail. The other one is Wackier. I guess this game did take into account the amount of Patton Oswalts in this show, so they incorporated it into the backup ability. Agent Koenig can call in more Koenigs to fight with him. That's actually pretty creative. I like that. Excuse me, but this is probably the most boring characters in the game. I literally just said that with the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist, but this guy too. So you remember Batty Von McEvilface, aka Baron Strucker? Well, apparently this is his right hand. Dr. List was an undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and started working with Baron Strucker after the events of the Winter Soldier. Actually, Dr. List's page in the MCU wiki is surprisingly long, especially for a guy who died in the first 15 minutes of Age of Ultron by an Iron Man repulsor blast. Despite my carelessness for this guy, he's at least ranked higher than Baron Strucker, so that's gotta count for something. He has 3 abilities, and they're all pretty much what you'd expect. Obviously, from all this Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. talk, it almost goes without saying that he has the Hydra ability and therefore the S.H.I.E.L.D. ability too. He also has the technology ability, which I guess makes sense. He's a doctor. He's the doctor who experimented on the Maximoff twins, so I guess you need high-tech stuff for that. So sure, technology. Now here's a Hydra face worthwhile. No Baron Strucker, no Dr. List, no. Arnim Zola was Red Skull's right hand, and therefore one of the biggest players in the history of Hydra. This is a guy that's deserving of his place in this game. Now, is he a character I would play normally? Of course not. No one in this point of the list is someone I'd play. The game wouldn't even choose these guys as part of your roster when you play a level in free play. Still though, Arnim Zola should be in the roster. Ability-wise, Arnim Zola is the same as Dr. List, so his abilities are S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Technology. This is one of those cases in which I don't think a Hydra character should also have the S.H.I.E.L.D. ability. Arnim Zola's cover was fully blown from the get-go. During his life, he was openly a part of Hydra during World War II. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows who this guy is. He knows he's evil, unlike a good chunk of their agents who were undercover. So I believe Arnim Zola should have Hydra, just not S.H.I.E.L.D., but he has it, and I can't take it away. So Okay, I may have given Arnim Zola a lot of credit for his deservedness in this game. Maybe a little too much credit, to be fair, but this variant of Arnim Zola blows the MCU Arnim Zola out of the water. This is the classic variant, aka the Arnim Zola from the original comics. This dude's literally a computer with a face on the stomach. It's one of those so wacky it's great type of deals. And in this game, the classic Arnim Zola is done very nicely. The main thing I applaud is the face on his stomach, and that it changes based on whatever animation you're doing. For example, when you're full on sprinting, the Arnim Zola face makes it look like he's putting in work. In the quest where you unlock him, the classic Arnim Zola is the quest giver, and as he talks, the little face on his stomach is the mouth that's talking, which is such a very good detail. As for abilities, he's the exact same as the regular MCU Arnim Zola with shield, hydra, and technology abilities, but as I said, this is definitely the superior Arnim Zola. Ah yes, after the most praised Hydra member, Arnim Zola, comes the most pitiful Hydra agent, Agent Sitwell. Even before he was revealed to be a Hydra spy, I still didn't like him. Agent Sitwell is a pretty standard character in terms of abilities. The two obvious ones are Shield and Hydra, given his role in the MCU. His third ability is also pretty, standard, that being Scan. And basically, that's it for Agent Sitwell. There really isn't much to say about this guy. Agent Sitwell is a quest giver in some of the open areas in this game. It makes it very clear that he's a Hydra agent. I mean, for one of them, he greets you by letting a Hail Hydra slip out.
Hail Hydra! I mean, that's something caught in my throat.
I like to think that's how he really was in the MCU. I mean, we don't really see much of him at all in the movies, so as far as we know, he was really like that. Okay, I'm done with this guy. The Collector is special in this game. And by that, I mean specifically regarding the red bricks. To unlock the Collector, you must collect every red brick in the game. There are only 15, one for each story level. The Collector shows up in the free play portion of the levels, and you must retrieve a certain object for him. It's actually kind of surprising how much effort they put into this very specific aspect of the game. The Collector has a whole spiel that's different for each level, mostly about finding some Earth item for his collection. Once you collect all 15 red bricks from the level, you unlock this guy. Now, honestly, he's kind of a disappointment as a character. For all the work you spend, over time, slowly chipping away at these red brick missions, there's very little payoff. The three abilities the Collector has are Regenerative Health, Laser, and Mind Control. Though I appreciate the game developers giving him a realistic ability set, I kind of expected more from him. I don't know, maybe I just like to complain. It's probably that. Next, we have a certain Black Panther villain that has been in a recent MCU film since the release of this game, so Killmonger goes on the MCU edition list. Here's Killmonger, who came as part of the Black Panther DLC pack. Killmonger in the MCU, played by Michael B. Jordan, was a surprisingly cool villain. By the end of the movie, the movie basically became Black Panther versus Golden Evil Black Panther, but Also, Killmonger seemed a bit too overpowered in the What If episodes that he showed up in, but that's neither here nor there. Killmonger looks very different in this game from his MCU counterpart, though. His mask is pretty cool, and his outfit is riddled with skulls. I guess he really does monger in the killing department. Killmonger is actually the first character with 4 abilities, and those abilities are Scan, Tech, Cracked Wall, and Agility. The only quarrel I have is the Cracked Wall ability, in the same way as how the Dora Milaje warrior had Cracked Wall. Killmonger does not have super strength, so why the Cracked Wall ability? At least make him more useful in a way that makes sense. I mean, I could list some suggestions, but I just don't want to think right now. Here's the first instance of a character where they can switch between 2 forms. Unfortunately, though, the transformation doesn't really add anything of value in this case. This is the Scott Lang Ant-Man, the one you actually play as in the story mode of the Ant-Man DLC pack. He can switch between his Ant-Man suit and his regular Scott Lang attire. Ant-Man shows up in a few forms in this game. And the other ones are specifically the OG secret identity of Ant-Man, who is much smarter. The abilities Scott Lang Ant-Man has are all ones that make sense, so I'll go through them one by one. The first is the size ability. Specifically in the Ant-Man level, there are these little areas that are marked as Ant-Man entry spots. These are areas only tiny characters can access. Remember when I said Atlas has the size ability, but not in a way that's useful since he grows bigger? Well, this is where the size ability is actually useful. Ant-Man's size ability is also a gateway to the rest of his abilities. The next ability is stealth. Ant-Man can bypass those cameras because he's so small. And the third is the great ability. Most of the time, those with the great ability are magic users who phase through the grate. And in Ant-Man's case, he can just slip through the bars. Finally, the one ability Scott Lang Ant-Man has that isn't related to his ability to shrink is technology. Honestly, I don't think Scott Lang should have that ability, but whatever. My goodness, 3 DLC characters in a row. It's not on purpose, I swear. Gordon is a dude that showed up in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Season 2. In fact, the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC level, the whole second part of the level was all about stopping this guy. Gordon's whole thing is that he can teleport. And in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC level, where you were solving these puzzles in order to trap him, he will just teleport to wherever you are periodically and attack you. It was pretty annoying if you ask me. In any case, Gordon has 4 abilities, and some are way more useful than others. The first one, which is kind of useless, is the force field ability. He can basically just form a force field and be impervious to attacks. We've seen this before in the Lego Ninjago movie game, and I thought the same way about it then as I do now. It's nice to be impervious to attacks, but you can't do anything while you have the force field over you, so it's kind of useless. His other abilities are more useful. His ability that makes the most sense and is also, his most important ability is the great ability, since he can just teleport. The other less important abilities are agility and scan, standard stuff we've seen before. Claw is a classic villain of Black Panther who actually showed up in the MCU before the release of this game. Usually, most of the Black Panther DLC characters would be added in the MCU edition list, but not Claw since he actually played a minor role in Age of Ultron. He's in this game, of course, as his MCU version, but he doesn't look anything like this. And their names aren't even the same, but, they're rather homophones. This is the version from the comics and the last boss you fight in the Black Panther level. Claw has 3 abilities. The first 2 are scan and technology, but the third one is one that's in line with his character from the comics. Claw, at least in Age of Ultron, didn't have the thing that made him stand out as a villain. His supersonic arm cannon allows Claw to have the glass ability. Having the glass ability totally makes sense for this guy, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But the glass ability is not used nearly enough to justify this guy being ranked higher. Nevertheless, Claw is a pretty wacky character from the comics, and I like that he was put into this game as his classic form. Next up is the big dog of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself, Nick Fury. You'd expect Nick Fury to have a bit of an edge, being the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and all, but he really doesn't stack up as well as you would imagine. His 3 abilities are stealth, technology, and S.H.I.E.L.D. I find it very strange that he doesn't have more abilities, especially since a few are really easy additions, like scan. Why does Nick Fury not have scan? It would make sense, wouldn't it? S.H.I.E.L.D. and technology are pretty safe bets, but the stealth is a little questionable. I suppose Nick Fury is a spy, so I guess stealth would make sense. At least that's the reasoning for a certain Avenger who has stealth in this game. Speaking of Nick Fury, I wonder what kind of role he's going to play in the future of the MCU, if he's going to play any role at all. Last time we saw him, he was on some Skrull spaceship. It'll be interesting to see if Sam Jackson has any juice left in him to spare for the MCU. Here's another one of those weird Thor characters that also weaseled his way into the 3rd Thor movie, Ragnarok. This is Scourge, or just the Executioner, as he is called in this game. In Thor Ragnarok, the Executioner served as Hela's little henchman. However, in the comics, it was Enchantress who had him on a leash. In any case, Executioner has 3 abilities under his belt. The first is regenerative health, for some reason. I really don't know why he has it, but it's not like I can't take away the ability. The other two abilities he has make sense though, because it kind of has to do with that axe and Asgardian might of his. The Executioner has strength and cracked wall to solidify his place on this list. Also, as I mentioned, this guy made his appearance in Thor Ragnarok, which puts him on the MCU edition list. Let's continue to grow that list as much as possible. Wow, I request that we grow the MCU edition list and I get my wish granted immediately. It's almost as if the list was predetermined and I know exactly which characters are where on the ranking. Anyway, here's a Mantis who made her first appearance in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Speaking of the Guardians of the Galaxy, it's very surprising that none of the Guardians appeared in this game. I guess the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie was only a year old when this game came out, and the cosmic side of the MCU was as new as it could be, but it basically excluded all of the core Guardian members from this game. I would have expected at least a DLC for the Guardians of the Galaxy at least. But this character, Mantis, was a new addition to the Guardians from the second movie, and I guess TT Games saw her as fair game for a character in this game. Mantis has 3 abilities: Mind Control, Agility, and Dig. Now, Mind Control is Mantis' main thing, so I'd be surprised if she didn't have it, but Agility is acceptable, but Dig is a little weird. It's weird, but I'll allow it. Union Jack just seems to be some edgy British Captain America, and that's really all I can assume based on his appearance, because I don't know a lick about this guy otherwise. He's not really a literal British Captain America, because that's already taken. Union Jack kind of just looks more so a spy. Union Jack here wields 2 pistols and has a few different abilities relating to his spying behavior. Firstly, he has agility, because every non-powered hero or villain seems to need it if they want to survive more than 2 seconds in the superhero business. His second ability is grapple, because spies have grappling hooks, apparently. And finally, Union Jack possesses the explosive ability. Those 3 abilities, as well as the dual pistols, are what makes Union Jack his old British self. But other than that, there really isn't much to say about the guy. Lorelei is an interesting case in this game. So, turns out she was in the MCU before, depending on what you consider to be canon. If you don't recall what I consider canon, the only thing that really matters right now is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seasons 1 and 2 are canon in my mind. And Lorelei actually showed up in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first season, meaning that Lorelei was actually a part of the MCU before this game came out. It was only for 2 episodes in Season 1, but the fact that she is there means she is canon, of course, if you consider Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be canon. However, she was included in the base game roster for LEGO Avengers, and this version of her in the game is her comic variant and not the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. version. So yeah, a weird situation to be sure. In any case, Lorelei is an Asgardian who specializes in mind control and manipulation by means of being hot, I guess. That's translated into this game with the abilities of mind control and telekinesis. And honestly, I'd expect nothing less. Also, agility was thrown in there, because of course it was. They need to spice it up a little bit. Possibly one of the more controversial figures in the MCU. It's not that people don't like Coulson. He's actually pretty hard to dislike. It's just that he's the star of a show that's so widely debated as to its canonicity. Like, okay, they brought him back to life, even though he served as the motivation for the Avengers, actually coming together to defeat Loki in the first Avengers movie. And then proceeded to have a 7-season show with this guy at the helm. He switched between director and agent like the flick of the wrist throughout the course of the show. Clark Gregg, the guy who plays Coulson, actually came out and did voice lines for Coulson for this game, which is rare for MCU stars to do.
Sorry to interrupt your little trip across the city, but the police are on their way to a crime in progress near you. Maybe you can beat them to it.
Usually they just get impersonators like they did with most of the characters in LEGO Incredibles. Coulson was the guy who informed you of these little missions in Manhattan, which involve taking down crooks who steal someone's bag, or someone's bank truck, one of the two. Also, the mission Coulson gave in Manhattan was such a pain. Basically, he flew around Lola, his red flying car, and you had to defend it from Ultron sentries. If it gets too damaged, you actually have to start the whole mission over. It's rare that you actually fail a mission in LEGO games. Like, I don't even think it's a possibility. But I think this mission is the only one you could fail in LEGO Avengers. I usually wouldn't mind, but the mission is so long and it's hard to fight these Ultron sentries mid-air. It's just a hassle. Agent Coulson in this game, though, has 3 abilities, and they are shield, technology, and explosive. Just the stuff you'd expect from a shield agent. Now this kind of confuses me. Like in Captain America the Winter Soldier, she was bedridden. Yet here she is sometime after the events of Age of Ultron, traveling all around Manhattan, giving you mementos about her youth. Regardless of the nonsensicality, her missions were pretty cool. Basically, you talk to this old Agent Carter, and the game gets this black and white filter, and you play a mission with the young Agent Carter. The whole premise is that Agent Carter tells you about one of her missions, and you're transported to the scene of the crime that she's reminiscing about. It's cool at first, but there's 10 whole missions that are like this, and they get to be really repetitive. For most of them, you just walk around and beat up guys. But then again, most side missions in general in this game are like that. Also, you must do all of these missions in a specific order. One doesn't unlock until you do the one before. That kind of thing. Also, I'll save Agent Carter's ability for the next segment for her much cooler variant. Now here's an Agent Carter that makes sense. Well, not really, since Peggy Carter was young back in the 40s and 50s, so it doesn't make sense that she's young here, but in terms of her abilities, she should definitely be young to make sense. Her 3 abilities are shield, scan, and agility. As I said, the retired Agent Carter, the old one, has the same abilities, which is dumb. That old woman should not be able to swing around poles, but if she can, she has a lot of explaining to do to Steve for appearing to be, almost dead in the Winter Soldier and then, straight up dying in Civil War. Also, another thing I want to note is that in the anger management level, in the part where the Avengers experience like these nightmares under Scarlet Witch's spell, the game adapts the part where Steve has a dance with Peggy like they promised, and then everyone magically becomes dead as part of the nightmare. Well, in the game, Peggy shows up in this variant as opposed to, like in a dress like she's supposed to be wearing, which is kind of funny. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of this variant. I love the hat, I love everything, the suit, everything, but it's not what she's supposed to be wearing in the scene of question. Also, in that level, the scene flashes to all the NPCs on the ground writhing in pain with a weirdly content smile, which is hilarious in and of itself. But the movie has the room just cleared with no people in it, with Steve in there by himself. I think with the people on the ground, writhing in pain, I think they're trying to say like, oh, these people are dead because they're old and dead now. But that's not even what the movie showed. So I don't know why they're trying to hint at this, kind of really malicious undertone. But whatever, I don't care that much. Overall, Agent Carter just causes a ton of confusion in this game, no matter which variant she appears in. Here's one of Iron Man's pretty lame villains. Now don't get me wrong, I love Iron Man, but he's much more suited as a member of the Avengers than as a superhero on his own. The reason I say that is his villains. They're all either just dudes in Iron Man-like suits or just complete weirdos. I mean, have you seen the 1991 cartoon?
Aerospace protocols interlock with mainframe and evaluate options. Robot sentinels arm and patrol at once. No intruder shall pass alive.
Our agreement has been fulfilled.
Then you're free to go, MODOK.
I will tell the Mandarin that you used me, that I was forced to cooperate against my will.
Now, the first Iron Man movie was great, one of my favorite MCU movies, but I can't say the same for his sequels. But back to the character at hand. This is Justin Hammer, who appeared in Iron Man 2 and was responsible for that army of robots that Iron Man and War Machine fought at the end of the movie. Justin Hammer, on his own though, is just a guy. He has 3 abilities and they all relate to him being some sort of technological genius or something. His 3 abilities are scan, technology, and repair. I think repair is new to the series, so it may be unfamiliar. Basically, they just fix objects that glow blue. This ability is reserved for those who are good with machines and the like. Hellcat was actually in the MCU if you consider the Netflix shows to be canon. As for me, I do consider the first season of Jessica Jones canon, And Hellcat here was in the show, even though she wasn't necessarily Hellcat. But that being said, I'm putting Hellcat on the MCU edition list, just so we can get that out of the way. But if you've seen Jessica Jones, you'll know her as Trish Walker, Jessica Jones' childhood friend who is also famous. Later on in the show, she gains cat-like reflexes and hence Hellcat. There you go. Obviously, the MCU shows are not adapted into this game since they are pretty mature for the target demographic of this game. So Hellcat and all other characters from the Netflix shows that are in this game are based on their comic book counterpart as opposed to their Netflix counterpart. Hellcat in this game has all the stuff you'd expect. Hellcat has dig, agility, and cracked wall as her abilities. All of those are things cats do, and I suppose the Hell part of her name is what gives her the cracked wall ability, I guess. Hellcat, along with a few other characters, do this strange thing when targeting something. Hellcat doesn't have a projectile, so she really shouldn't be able to target. Instead of a projectile, if you target something, time seems to slow down and Hellcat rushes to the thing that's targeted and breaks it, leaving an after image of herself. It's really weird and I have no idea why this is a thing, but Hellcat, along with a few other characters, can do this. Moon Knight is a superhero that would have been best suited for the mature tone of the Marvel Netflix shows, yet his show is actually coming to Disney Plus soon. Given the darker nature of Moon Knight, I'm worried it's going to be like watered down to suit a bigger audience. But that being said, even though the Moon Knight show is not out at the time of this video, I'm preemptively adding Moon Knight to the MCU edition list since I'm going over him now and I know he's getting an entire show set in the MCU pretty soon. So, you know, despite my skepticism though, Moon Knight is probably one of the shows I'm most excited for on Disney Plus as a whole, let alone just the Marvel stuff. In this game, you unlock him as a quest in Manhattan where you have to find his cat. Moon Knight surprisingly has a lackluster moveset, seeing as he has a pretty big following relative to other superheroes in his own tier. He has grapple, agility, and glide. Glide is new, but it doesn't do much. From a high up place, Moon Knight can glide in the air. It's not needed for puzzles. It's like the Civil War Scarlet, which is hover, but a little bit better. But then again, any guy with flight is preferable for air travel. This is a very curious case regarding the MCU edition list. Now, if you've kept up with the Marvel shows on Disney Plus, you'd know that Captain Britain was featured in the What If series. However, that Captain Britain looks nothing like the one in this game, seeing as the one in What If is Peggy Carter, not just any Brit. Also, technically, the Peggy Carter Captain Britain isn't in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather some other universe. My verdict is... Oh, this is tough. Screw it. Put Captain Britain on the list, especially since after Peggy's Captain Britain, I doubt they're going to bring in this guy as a Captain Britain, since it would just cause confusion. Okay, I'm done with the Peggy Carter Captain Britain. Let's focus on the Captain Britain in this game. This Captain Britain was a foe of Captain America, presumably because of a grudge from losing the Revolutionary War to a couple of Yanks. His moveset is nothing like the Peggy version. He can fly with the British flag magically streaming behind him and has a staff that can be used to deflect beams. Oh, and also he has agility. Cloud9's mission to unlock her is probably the second most annoying quest in the game. The first was the Agent Coulson Lola mission I talked about earlier on in this part, but for Cloud9, these clouds appear over the sky between these skyscrapers and you must jump on them to rescue civilians. You can't use flight, and these clouds are spaced far enough away for you to need to double jump. And depending on the character, double jumps may cause you to do a roll that could launch you off the cloud if you're not careful. If you fall, you have to start the course all over again, and there are 3 separate courses that you need to complete. Usually, I'm good with platforming, but there's this forced perspective that makes things more difficult. Once you finally finish the 3 cloud parkour courses, is Cloud9 worth it? I mean, she's cool, but not a character I'd play repeatedly. Cloud9 has the power to create clouds, if you can believe that. But in this game, she creates clouds to help her fly, which is ironic considering you couldn't even use flight in the mission you unlock her in. Her other interesting ability is stealth, in which she shrouds herself with clouds. Cloud9's last ability is agility, but as I said, we've seen it so much that it's just not interesting anymore. I mean, well, was it ever interesting? Viper is actually someone we've seen in a Marvel movie before, just not an MCU movie. Viper appeared in the Wolverine movie released in 2013. If you don't remember it, I don't blame you. It's the one in Japan, if that jogs your memory. Viper also has gone by another alias, Madame Hydra. Madame Hydra is the name of a character in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 4 in a hyper-realistic simulation called The Framework, where Hydra is the dominating power. It's quite a long story, that whole Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. thing, so if you want to hear how that came to be, just go watch the show. But now that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is largely non-canon, you could argue that Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, first seen in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier and then in Black Widow, has also gone as the Madame Hydra alias. That being said, I'm not going to put Viper on the MCU edition list, since it's a little too big of a stretch to go from Viper to Madame Hydra to Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. I hope I'm saying that right. But yeah, since it's too much of a stretch, I'm just not going to put it on the list. What baffles me about Viper in this game, though, is that despite all this Hydra talk, the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. ability are absent from her list of abilities. I had just assumed she had it, so she was ranked a bit higher. As soon as I found out she didn't have Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. as abilities, I bumped her down by a ton, because you would assume that she would have to have it, you know? Her 3 abilities otherwise are Grapple, Toxic Immunity, and of course Agility. So I've mentioned Moon Boy a few times so far in the series, and this will likely be the last time. When I talked about Moon Boy, I was careful to not mention his partner in crime, who is also a much more interesting character out of the two. That guy, it's not a guy actually, if you can't tell, it's a devil dinosaur. He's the subject of this segment, if you can't tell by the, what's being presented in front of you. This is probably the most unique character in the entire game, primarily because it's a dinosaur, The Lego Jurassic World game released merely 6 months before Lego Avengers, so they most likely just reused assets from that game, reskinning the playable T-Rex in that game to a devil dinosaur. Ability-wise, no character would be this high up on the list, but I made an exception for Devil Dinosaur because, he's a dinosaur in a Marvel game. His 3 abilities are Cracked Wall, Regenerative Health, and Immunity to Fire, Gas, and Toxins. Yeah, I'll admit it, his abilities kind of suck, with 2 of them being passive, but he's a dinosaur, okay? He's not a half-baked dinosaur like Reptile, but he's a big, unapologetic dinosaur, a devil dinosaur. You guys understand. Songbird is a member of the Thunderbolts, which is also the DLC pack she comes from. The Thunderbolts is a team of super criminals turned good, maybe, led by Baron Zemo himself. Speaking of him, I came across the information in my research that Citizen V is just the alias of Zemo. So that's why I found him as underwhelming, I guess. Anyway, for a team of reformed supervillains, I find it weird to see Songbird here. Not that I know anything about her, it's just that Songbird does not look like the bad guy type. Okay, looking through the wiki. Looks like she was first called Screaming Mimi, which, okay, yeah, I could see how she could be seen as a villain. She probably gave herself a new name for the Thunderbolts. In this game, she has her uses, but is nothing to write home about. Her first ability is glass, since her vocals are what gives her her powers. So, yeah, she can break glass with it. She can also fly, with the most fascinating form of flight in this game, in my opinion. She has these magic transparent wings that she has to fly around with. Her last ability is Force Field, again, with the same magic transparent material she has for her wings. Alright, a few segments ago, there was a character that appeared in a Fox movie, Viper, and now we have another. What's the big idea? Well, notice the original in parentheses after Human Torch. This is Jim Hammond, not Johnny Storm. They actually made quite a big deal about the differentiation in the game, especially in the quest he gave at S.H.I.E.L.D. base.
But you probably know me as the Human Torch, as in the original, not... never mind.
Now, it's funny that they make a joke about him not being the Human Torch we're used to seeing, but it's still a major kick to the balls nonetheless. Like, I know there are a ton of Marvel characters missing from the roster. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for X-Men and Fantastic Four characters to be in a game centered around the MCU, but after the Lego Marvel game from 2014, that was basically a Marvel fan's wet dream. The drastic cut of characters for this game is disappointing. And don't get me started on Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. They could have brought back the X-Men and Fantastic Four characters, and then they opted not to. Anyway, all in all, this character is just a reminder of the game's lackluster roster when it's compared to the Lego Marvel game that came before it. This Human Torch has 3 abilities, and all are expected. Firstly, he has flight, and gets coated in flames when he flies, which is a Human Torch staple. Also, he has a laser and is immune to fire, naturally. By the way, the Human Torch's red suit did make an appearance for a moment in the first Captain America movie at the Expo. That little cameo is probably a big reason why we see this guy in the game, along with the jab at my heartstrings. And just like that, we have a core member of the Avengers being presented right here. Well, this is the one variant that's not in the base game, but rather a DLC pack. This time it's the Masters of Evil DLC, and this Thor, specified as the classic variant, is one of 2 boss fights in that level. Thor has 3 abilities in this game, and there are 3 Thors in the game, so it's perfect to cover 1 ability per Thor segment. The first one I'll cover is the easy one. Thor can fly in the movies, and he has flight in this game. Bada bing, bada boom. There's my obligation for this segment come and gone. The reason why I placed this classic Thor as the least of the 3 Thors is simply because I don't like a fresh-shaven Thor. It's wrong. Well, okay, I take it back. The classic Thor is fine fresh-shaven, but this isn't that Thor. I'm talking about the campy metal helmet, tighty-whities, overcompensating cape, the whole shebang. A manly beard would throw things off. The classic Thor in this game is just a weird amalgamation of the MCU Thor and the wacky comics version from the 60s. The classic Thor in this game lacks the helmet, which is a huge missed opportunity, and he actually keeps the same hairstyle. And then everything else seems to be adapted from the 60s outfit. It's just weird. And not the good weird like Double Dinosaur. This is the variant of Thor that corresponds to the first Avengers movie. Typically, the variant of an Avenger, with no parentheses by their name, to distinguish which variant it is the first Avengers film variant. Also tends to never be the best variant of a certain Avenger. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. The next ability that all 3 Thors possess is Cracked Wall. However, Thor's Cracked Wall ability is special. Most characters that have Cracked Wall must be in direct contact to do it. So that means the Cracked Wall must be on the ground or, right on a wall at the bottom of the wall. However, mostly in story levels, there are cracked walls that are elevated and can't be reached by most characters with the Cracked Wall ability. Thor is specially made for this scenario, in which he can throw his trusty hammer to bust the wall down. In that case, Thor's Cracked Wall ability is a bit of a refined version when compared to most characters with the same Cracked Wall ability. I said the standard variant is almost always the first Avengers film variant, and the Age of Ultron variant is denoted with the A:\AOU in parentheses. What's interesting is that the Avengers variants are directly taken from the sets that they were released with their respective movies. That being said, some of the Avengers look drastically different between the first and second movie variants. Thor isn't much affected by this situation, but I mean, the 2 main Hulks in this game are 2 entirely different shades of green. But I mean, we'll get to that when we do. Anyway, the last ability all Thors possess is his god's sake. Thor is the god of thunder, so of course he has the electricity ability. Throughout the game, there are many electricity generators, and characters like Thor can charge them up. A lot of characters with electricity can just charge them up immediately, but unfortunately, there's another step for Thor. Thor has to charge up by holding down the button, and then when he's charged, electricity surges around him, and then he can fill up the generator. Beta Ray Bill was one of the first characters I became aware of as a kid. That made me realize that, damn, Marvel can be weird sometimes, especially in the Thor department. Now, I don't know much about Beta Ray Bill, just that he has the same general powers as Thor and looks like a muscular dog man. Odin forged Beta Ray Bill his own hammer called Stormbreaker, which is also the name of Thor's Groot axe in the MCU. Beta Ray Bill has made an indirect appearance in Thor Ragnarok, where you see a sculpture of him on Sakaar for being one of the Grandmaster's champions. Between Beta Ray Bill's sculpture and the hijacking of his hammer's name for Thor's replacement weapon, I'm tempted to put him on the MCU edition list, though I'll hold out for when he actually appears for real, whenever that will be. I suspect it'll be someday. Probably not soon, but someday for sure. I said Beta Ray Bill's powers are similar to Thor's in the comics, and that's no different here. Beta Ray Bill has the exact same 3 abilities, which is electricity, cracked wall, and flight. I place Beta Ray Bill over the Thors for obvious reason. He's just cooler. Yet another character from the Thunderbolts DLC character pack. We have Mach 5. Now, this one I'm sure is Mach 5 and not Mach V, since Mach is a word to relate the velocity of something to the speed of sound. And Mach 5 is 5 times the speed of sound. And, Mach V would be V times the speed of sound. Doesn't make sense. Mach 5, he periodically upgrades to the next number. Probably because he's either keeps getting faster or he's updating his suit or whatever. Right now, the wiki says Mach 5 is actually Mach 10 now. I'm rambling, but I'm saying this because I called Citizen V and not Citizen 5. Anyway, Mach 5 has 3 abilities on his belt, and the most obvious one is flight, if you couldn't tell from his gargantuan wings. His other 2 abilities are laser and explosive. I find all 3 of these abilities extremely useful, especially since laser and explosive can both be used in combat as well as their specific uses. The existence of Nebula in this game frustrates me. Remember when I complained about a lack of the Guardians of the Galaxy in this game when I talked about Mantis a while back? Well, Nebula was straight up in the 2014 Guardians of the Galaxy movie and was a big part of it. Why does she get a spot and not the other objectively more important Marvel characters? It would be one thing if Nebula was based on the comics version, like Mantis was, but this Nebula looks mighty similar to the Lego version of Nebula from the Guardians of the Galaxy sets. It befuddles me. Why does Nebula get the Lego treatment? Literally all of the Guardians members would make for more interesting characters. Ah well. Nebula has 4 abilities in this game, and all of them we have seen. The first is regenerative health, which makes sense because she's a cyborg. She has agility because, she's a woman and a cyborg. She can bust open cracked walls because she's a cyborg. And finally, she can deflect lasers because she's a cyborg. Oh, did I forget to mention that Nebula is a cyborg? Demolition Man is a villain you probably haven't heard of. I mean, his first appearance was in a Thing comic. Yes, the Thing from Fantastic Four. And yes, the Thing had his own run of comics. I haven't read it, so I can't tell you what the Thing is doing in those comics. All I know is that Demolition Man first appeared in there. For a guy with Demolition in his name, I fully expected this guy to have the explosive ability, but really, his main thing is super strength. I should also mention that he was in a wrestling match with the Thing in his first appearance, so this makes sense. Demolition Man has 4 abilities in this game: regenerative health, agility, cracked wall, and of course, as I've said, strength. It goes without saying that this guy is a strange choice for the game. I mean, like I said, he started out in a Thing comic. Granted, he later went on to work for the Power Broker and thereby became a Captain America villain, but I mean, still. We go from one strong man directly to a cooler, probably stronger man. It's Luke Cage, otherwise known as Power Man, but his real name actually sounds cooler than his superhero alias, so he's stuck with Luke Cage, I guess. I don't blame him. What's funny about this guy is though he's named Luke Cage, he has his Power Man outfit from the Lego Spider-Man set he appeared in a few years prior to this game's release. Also funny, that Power Man is from the Spider-Man cartoon at the time, who is a 16-year-old. So this Luke Cage, who I can only assume to be an adult in this game, is presented as a minifigure that's supposed to be only 16. Anyway, Luke Cage first appeared in the first season of Jessica Jones, which came out in November 15, merely 2 months before the release of this game. Regardless, I'm putting Luke Cage on the MCU edition list because a 2-month window is trivial, and Luke Cage was probably planned for the roster before this point anyway. Luke Cage's 4 abilities are the same as Demolition Man, just switch out Demolition Man's agility for fire, gas, and toxin immunity. So Luke Cage has that, cracked wall strength, and regenerative health. This is the Janet Van Dyne Wasp, aka the one Michelle Pfeiffer plays in Ant-Man and the Wasp movie. This version of the Wasp was in the Ant-Man DLC pack, even though we technically don't see Michelle Pfeiffer as the Wasp in the first Ant-Man movie. We saw the Wasp in a flashback scene in that movie, and the Wasp in that scene is what this variant of the Wasp is based off of. But we don't get an actual look at the Wasp's face under the helmet. Nevertheless, here she is. The Wasp has generally the same moveset as Ant-Man, but with 2 major changes. Firstly, she has flight. She shrinks whenever you go to fly, and you can shoot those plasma balls. However, for some reason, the Wasp can't shrink on the ground. Because of this, she sacrifices her size and stealth abilities. I mentioned those Ant-Man entry spots that are specific to the Ant-Man DLC level. I originally thought the Wasp could also interact with those, but turns out she can't, because she can't shrink on the ground, only automatically when she flies. This is the variant of the Wasp that's in the base game, the classic variant, also the one you see in the comics. I ranked this Wasp over the Janet Van Dyne version from the Ant-Man DLC simply because I'm a sucker for the classic variants. I grew up with these variants, and seeing them in LEGO form is, kind of nice to see. Anyway, I talked a lot about flight in the last segment, but I didn't mention her 2 other abilities. The Wasp is a smart lady, so you'd expect the technology and maybe repair abilities, right? Wrong. She doesn't have them, for whatever reason. No, she has agility and great, as well as flight. Agility is standard for women characters for some reason, and Wasp's ability to shrink naturally makes sense for the great ability. But speaking of the MCU, the Wasp and Ant-Man were originally planned to be in the first Avengers movie, and I always wondered what the MCU would be like today if that happened. Edgar Wright was the head of the Ant-Man movie since before the MCU even started, and I think Ant-Man and the Wasp could have played big roles in the Avengers movie, and not just an afterthought in their own little MCU bubble like they are right now. Dr. Helen Cho appeared in one MCU movie, that being Avengers Age of Ultron. Her main contribution is getting under the control of Ultron and creating a new body for him, which would then become Vision. We're entering the portion of the list where characters may not seem that important, but they have a lot of abilities under their belt. That's why it probably seems weird that Dr. Helen Cho here, a side character from one movie with no powers, is ranked over the Wasp, one of, the core Avengers in the comics. It's weird, but, trust me. Dr. Helen Cho has 4 abilities, and they're all used quite a bit. Firstly, she has agility, because a world-renowned geneticist must be able to do flips and pole twirls. She has technology and scan, which make total sense, seeing as she leads a research group, but her last ability, shield. What? She doesn't work for shield? She helped Hawkeye with his injuries and later went to work at Avengers Compound after the events of Age of Ultron, but the Avengers were operating separately from S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point, since S.H.I.E.L.D. was already compromised by Hydra. Whatever, who am I to reject Dr. Helen Cho from having S.H.I.E.L.D. access? We just went over this character's mother, Janet Van Dyne, and now we get to go over the daughter and main female lead of the MCU Ant-Man film, Hope Van Dyne. Now, this game came out before the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie, so we don't get to see Hope in her cool form, in the suit. No, this is just her in regular clothing. However, she's got a good amount of abilities under her belt that make her useful. Her abilities, as I'm about to reveal them, may feel a bit lame, but it's better for me because I have to say less. Hope Van Dyne's 4 abilities are the exact same 4 that Dr. Helen Cho has, the character we just covered. So Hope Van Dyne has Scan, Agility, Technology, and Shield. At the very least, it makes more sense for Hope Van Dyne to have these abilities over Dr. Helen Cho. Hope's pretty smart, and at least we know for sure that Hope is agile. However, Hope Van Dyne was never a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., so why she has that ability is beyond me. Agent Bobby Morse, if you don't know, is called Mockingbird in the comics and is Hawkeye's wife. Bobby Morse was one of the main agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. during the second season of the show, and this specific character is another part of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC. Bobby Morse eventually made her way off the show since the game's release, but here she is regardless. Here's yet another kicker. Agent Bobby Morse here has the same 4 abilities as, you guessed it, Hope Van Dyne and Dr. Helen Cho. Agility, Scan, Technology, and Shield. The reason why I ranked Agent Bobby Morse over Hope Van Dyne and Dr. Helen Cho is mostly because out of the 3, Agent Bobby Morse is the only one whose abilities make sense entirely. Cho is smart, but probably not agile and not a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hope is agile and smart, but not a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Bobby Morse, however, is definitely agile, definitely a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., and has access to S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment to perform scans and probably can access tech panels through S.H.I.E.L.D. training or something. I don't know. Tiny bit of stretching, but nowhere near as much stretching as one would have to do for Hope and Cho. Now, if you played this game thoroughly enough to unlock every character on the helicarrier, when I said that Bobby Morse is called Mockingbird in the comics, you might have said to yourself, hey, Mockingbird is in this game, and she's unlocked in the helicarrier. In which case, yes, you're right. It's probably why her name is Agent Bobby Morse in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC, and not Mockingbird. Also, when I said that Mockingbird is Hawkeye's wife in the comics, you might have said, hey, Laura Barton is Hawkeye's wife in the MCU, not Mockingbird, in which case, you are right with that as well. This is spoilers for the Hawkeye show on Disney+. Be warned, skip this segment if you don't want to be spoiled. Her abilities are the same as the last 3 characters anyway. Anyway, spoiler time. At the very end, Hawkeye gave Laura Barton a watch that he recovered, which had a S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol on it. We don't know yet what this exactly means, but we know that Laura Barton was most likely a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the past, and she might be the MCU's official version of Mockingbird. If that's the case, then that will render Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely not canon. At least all of the events where Bobby Morse showed up and after she left. That means only Season 1 would be canon. And honestly, that would be fine for me, since that's before the show got ridiculous. But as I've mentioned, Mockingbird here has the same 4 abilities as her Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. counterpart, so I have nothing left to say about her. Nick Fury's right-hand man, woman, I'm sorry. It's Maria Hill, and she shows up quite a bit in these Avengers movies. Well, the first 2, then in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for an episode, then the post-credit scene for Infinity War, then Spider-Man Far From Home as a Skrull, and then not since. Maria Hill served her purpose as Nick Fury's trusted sidekick, but like Nick Fury, they don't have much purpose anymore. It may be a hot take, but Nick Fury is on a Skrull spaceship? Okay, I don't care. Where's Maria Hill at then, if not the Skrull spaceship? Whatever. In terms of this game, I vastly underestimated the amount of female characters with the 4 abilities of Scan, Agility, Shield, and Technology, because Maria Hill and her other variant both have those 4 abilities. This is the Age of Ultron variant where she's wearing, some kind of tracksuit. This is one of the rare times when I ranked the Age of Ultron variant under the first Avengers variant. It's usually a design upgrade with the Age of Ultron variant, but then again, this is just Maria Hill, not one of the main Avengers. So like I said, this is the variant of Maria Hill that corresponds to the first Avengers film. I like this one over the Age of Ultron variant because, what can I say, the classic S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform just looks better than Age of Ultron Maria Hill's whatever kind of outfit this is. I don't know fashion. It looks like she's going to go on a jog or something. Anyway, it goes without saying that aside from the outfit, this Maria Hill has the same 4 abilities as the Age of Ultron Maria Hill, and Mockingbird, and the billion of other characters I just went over with these same abilities. Something I want to talk about is Maria Hill's little monologues before the levels. While the level loads, Maria Hill comes in to do a brief on the situation at hand. It sounds like they got Kobe Smulders to come in and do the lines, and his the most phoned-in voice acting I think I've ever heard.
It's gonna take more than well-timed one-liners and Hulk-outs to bring down the rest of those giant alien creatures. If we want to have any chance of closing that portal and defeating Loki, you'll need to work together and assemble as Avengers. Hey, maybe that could be worked into a catchphrase. Good luck, team.
It's not bad. I've definitely heard worse, but you can just tell that Kobe Smulders does not care at all and is doing it for the quick paycheck. I can't blame her though. I respect the hustle. Here is the main character you play as in the first part of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC level, Agent Melinda May. I always felt as though Ming-Na Wen was too good for this show, especially in the later seasons, and I think she knew it too. Anyway, Agent Melinda May is pretty useful in the level where you play as her, since you actually use all 4 abilities in the time you play as her. What are her 4 abilities? Well, I know this is a new part, but this is continuing the trend of the last 6 characters that I've covered. That's right, she has Scan, Agility, Shield, and Technology. Suffice to say though, it makes sense for Agent May to have all of these abilities, which can't be said for all of the characters with these 4 abilities, namely Dr. Helen Cho and Hope Van Dyne. Agent May deserves these abilities probably even more than Maria Hill does, I'd say, but I don't remember Maria Hill pulling the stunts that Agent May has numerous times. Continuing on with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC, we now have Agent Leopold Fitz, also known as the nerdy Scottish engineer one. There's only so much you can do with that type of character, so later on in the show, they had to get quite creative. Like in Season 4, in the framework of virtual reality where it makes you think you're living a totally different life, Fitz was essentially Madame Hydra's right-hand evil doctor. Yeah, dude. That's creativity. It might be a little stupid though. It's genuinely creative though. I'm not being sarcastic. Anyway, Agent Fitz has broken the streak of those female characters that were all given the same exact 4 abilities. Agent Fitz has a pretty similar ability set though. Agent Fitz still has Shield, Scan, and Technology. However, instead of Agility, it's swapped out for Repair since he is an engineer. Personally, I think that the Repair ability might be more useful to have than Agility, simply because so many characters already have Agility. So if it's Agility being swapped out for Repair, I welcome it and I reward it with a higher ranking. Here's the first taste of Iron Man that we're getting in this series, and it's a little over a third of the way through. It's kind of surprising if you ask me. This is the suitless Tony Stark. Well, one of them at least. This is him in his standard clothes in Age of Ultron to be exact. Now it goes without saying that Tony Stark is kind of restricted without his trusty suit, so he's missing quite a few abilities when he is without one. Coincidentally enough, the abilities he's missing just happen to be some of his most useful ones in my opinion. Tony Stark without the suit is the exact same as the guy we just went over, Agent Leo Fitz. If you think about it, Tony Stark and Leo Fitz are pretty similar. Leo Fitz is just Scottish and also a S.H.I.E.L.D. shill, since S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him all of his tools. Tony Stark is a shill to himself though, so it evens out. So, as I hinted in the last segment, Tony Stark has 2 variants for some reason, and this is the one for the first Avengers movie. Well, this Tony Stark was also in the Iron Man 3 level, so this is a variant that's more represented in the game. Let's just say that's the reason why I placed this Tony Stark over the other, because I seemingly have no other reasons to place this Tony Stark above the Age of Ultron variant. Anyway, of course, this Tony Stark is no different to the Age of Ultron version with the same 4 abilities. Like I said, the Tony Starks and Agent Leo Fitz are all the same in this regard, though Tony Stark can technically change into other Iron Man suits, but, according to the rules I set at the beginning of the series, the Iron Man suits will be individually ranked, aside from the Hulkbuster, which is just going to be exempt entirely from the list. If I did allow all the Iron Man suits to be one character, which, would be ridiculous, but if I did, all Iron Man suits as one character still wouldn't be enough to top the list, mostly because all Iron Man suits are pretty much the same, with some having the occasional quirk. But I'm getting ahead of myself here, so let's just move on. So, Ronan the Accuser is a character that has shown up in the MCU before this game's release, as the main antagonist in the first Guardians of the Galaxy film. He also showed up again in the Captain Marvel movie. But the Ronan in this game is not based on the MCU version, but rather the comics version. It's not the first time we've encountered this type of situation, but it's still pretty weird nonetheless. Ronan in this game has a decent ability set, and most of them have to do with that trademarked hammer of his. Firstly, let's get regenerative health out of the way. Doesn't have anything to do with this hammer, but I figured we just, he has it. Now let's move on. But regarding the hammer, it emits this purple plasma that not only powers up generators with electricity, but can also melt gold bricks with the laser ability. Aside from electricity and laser, the hammer can smash cracked walls. You get this guy from one of those copy-paste boss fights in Manhattan. By copy-paste, I mean each fight is the exact same, just with a different character. The opponent tries to jump on you, you dodge, attack, rinse and repeat with the occasional button mesh. Ronan is one of these. Wow. Who knew Nick Fury would have a whole other variant? Well, kind of, and also not really. Most of the main characters from the Avengers movies have two main variants, one from the first Avengers and one from Age of Ultron. Nick Fury is one of the exceptions to the rule. Nick Fury has his standard variant, and then there's this variant. The difference? Well, if you couldn't tell by the name, this Nick Fury has a bazooka. Other than his outlandish weapon, the two Nick Furies are the same. They both have shield technology and stealth. This bazooka variant of Nick Fury also has the explosive ability though, so the bazooka Nick Fury has 4 abilities while the regular one only has 3. That makes bazooka Nick Fury automatically better. The bazooka also makes combat immensely easier since you can just blow guys up in one shot as opposed to having to hit them or shoot them 4 times. Here's another one of those deep cuts in the old Marvel lore that they resurrected for this game. He originally showed up in an Avengers comic from 1970, and wow, it sure shows. Archon is from a planet that glorifies combat, and he is the champion of his world, or something. He wields a lightning bolt in this game, so it might lead you to believe that he might have something like electricity as an ability, right? Wrong. This lightning bolt of his actually explodes silver objects. I'll just say I wasn't expecting that when I initially tried this guy out, but in addition to the explosive ability, Archon has 3 other abilities. The other ability of Archon that might come as a shock is Cracked Wall. I mean, I can see by his pecs that he's strong, but not Cracked Wall strong. Oh, and Archon also has agility and regenerative health. All in all, though, Archon is definitely here just to flesh out the roster to make up for a lack of X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man characters. Blazing Skull? I'm sorry, what kind of name is this? Blazing Skull is probably what my mom would say if I showed her a picture of Ghost Rider. We know that Marvel Studios had the rights to Ghost Rider at the time of this game's release, so where is he? I heard that Ghost Rider was on Marvel's quote-unquote blacklist for characters that were supposed to never be in an MCU film, though I honestly don't know the validity of that rumor. Well, Ghost Rider did show up on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider, the one with the car, and not Johnny Blaze, aka Nicolas Cage on a motorcycle. Turns out Blazing Skull first appeared way back in 1940, back when Marvel was primarily making comics that supported the USA's war efforts, which is also how Captain America came to be. In the cover of the comic for Blazing Skull's first appearance, there's a dude straight up kicking a Nazi in the face. All of this to say that Blazing Skull is actually 30 years older than Ghost Rider since his first appearance was in 1972. So that's honestly kind of interesting, I guess. Blazing Skull has 4 abilities, and they are agility, laser, fire immunity, and regenerative health. For a guy covered in fire, I'm surprised he can't fly like the original Human Torch, but that's neither here nor there. I've come to a conclusion that while a lot of Marvel characters interact with each other, there are quite a few pockets of characters. Spider-Man has a pockets of his villains and supporting characters. X-Men have their own pocket of mutants and whatnot. Avengers has a huge pocket consisting of its own little sub-pockets. Of those Avengers sub-pockets, Hank Pym and his many aliases and cohorts are a surprisingly big sub-pocket within the Avengers pocket, if that makes sense. How many superhero aliases has Hank Pym had at this point? A lot of those characters are represented in this game. This is Black Goliath, who worked closely with Hank Pym and even adopted his Goliath alter ego, but put black in front of it because, well, he's black. This dude has the abilities you would expect from the big brain characters to have, such as technology, scan, and repair. In addition to those three abilities, Black Goliath can grow big. In fact, that's like his whole thing. But as I've said time and time again, growing big isn't very useful in this game, though it does look pretty cool. Egghead is yet another one of those characters that really shouldn't be in this game, but they needed to fill up the roster. Egghead is just a gremlin genius guy with an oblong head, if you can't tell by his name. Egghead was even the villain of the Ant-Man DLC in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. He's just an overall wacky guy who occasionally shows up to stir the pot, you know what I'm saying? Egghead has 4 abilities, and it all has to do with that big brain I was talking about in the Black Goliath segment. Egghead shares the scan, repair, and technology abilities that Black Goliath had, but switches out being able to grow with explosive eggs. So naturally, with Egghead having the explosive ability, an extremely useful ability, and not size, which is an ability that's only useful when small, which Black Goliath can't do, I'm obligated to rank Egghead above Black Goliath. Chase here is actually part of a group of superpowered teenagers. In fact, you may have heard of them. They call themselves the Runaways, and they have actually had a show that ran for 3 seasons on Hulu. Now, this show is kind of hinted at being MCU canon, but its validity in the MCU is no more than the Netflix Marvel shows. So, I mean, it's really your choice if you want Runaways on Hulu to be canon. I personally don't, but since it can be perceived as canon, I'm going to go ahead and put Chase on the MCU edition list since he was one of the main characters. Now, the Runaways are exactly what they sound like. Their parents are all bad apples, and these kids banded together to stop them. That's a little bit of a simplified synopsis, but that's all you really need to know. Chase in the Runaway show is served as the show's thirst trap, when in this game he's portrayed as how he should be, a nerd. Chase doesn't have superpowers, but rather has a pair of gauntlets that he calls fistigons. No, that's not a joke, by the way, but, I mean, his fists allow him to shoot energy blast and punch things, like, really hard. That's translated into this game as the laser and cracked wall abilities. Also, Chase has agility just to add a bit of flair. Tigra is yet another cat-themed heroine. In fact, she was originally called The Cat before taking on the Tigra alias. Tigra has quite a few abilities here that are something cats do. I mean, for one, she has agility, as is protocol around here for female characters, but it also makes sense with her cat-like nature. In addition, she can dig, which is something pretty much all animal-themed characters can do. Also, she has scan, but she doesn't do the minigame that most scan characters have to do. For her heightened sense bypass the minigame and reveal the hidden thing immediately. Finally, her last ability is also new to the series, wall climbing. It's exactly what it sounds like. You can jump onto any vertical surface and climb on it. You come to find that characters with that wall climb are either small and nimble or just huge in digging their meaty hands into the brick wall. But I mean, we'll see that when we get to it. Agent 13, also known as Sharon Carter, is part of the Civil War DLC character pack and has a quite interesting past with one Steve Rogers. Now, Sharon Carter is the great niece of Peggy Carter, the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the main reason why Steve time traveled back in time to have a life with her. That didn't stop Steve from sharing one long, sloppy kiss with Sharon Carter with the Falcon and the Winter Soldier watching from a car. After the events of Civil War, Sharon Carter became a fugitive, and is why she was pretty rude to Sam and Bucky when she showed up in the Falcon and Winter Soldier series. I mean, she says she low-key hates them for not getting her pardoned, but I think Steve's bouncing over to another timeline to be with her great aunt also probably played a role. I mean, I don't know why they opted to call her Agent 13 in this game when Sharon Carter is definitely what most people know her by, but Agent 13 has all the fixings of what a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent should have in this game. Agent 13's 4 abilities are S.H.I.E.L.D., Agility, Technology, and Explosive. All of that makes solid sense to me. You know, since there's an actual character, well, not character, but an entity in the MCU also called the Destroyer that's also in this game, it's strange that they decided to put this guy in the roster as one of the unorthodox Marvel characters. This just isn't any Destroyer. It's the Mighty Destroyer. You can tell by his vampire-like appearance and the subtle skull that's smack dab on his chest. What you wouldn't come to expect, though, is that his main powers are similar to that of Ant-Man. Yeah, this dude shrinks. It totally takes away any sort of menacing aura that you may get from this guy. Like, yeah man, that dude kind of looks threatening, and then he shrinks. Funniest unintentional thing in this game. But since this guy is a shrinker, he also has all of the abilities associated with it. He has the size ability, great ability, and stealth ability. And as an added bonus, this guy has agility too. I mean, if that's a bonus, I don't know. Bengal is a daredevil villain who had some surprisingly morbid history that led him to becoming Bengal. Bengal, as a child, had his family killed as a result of a war crime committed by a troop of US soldiers during the Vietnam War. That tragedy fueled his need to train to become a martial arts master and exact revenge. It was thanks to the Punisher when Bengal chose to give mercy to the leader of the troop of soldiers who went on to become a priest. Bengal, in the end, was able to retire and open a martial arts school. Looks like TT Games forced him out of retirement to put him in this game. Bengal has 4 abilities, and they're all pretty unorthodox as far as martial artists go. He has the automatic scan, agility, and dig, just like Tigra. Well, Bengal is named after the Bengal tiger, but Bengal, the Marvel character, does not have any tiger-like powers like this game would make you believe. I think TT Games was just a little confused. Oh, and Bengal has cracked wall as his 4th and last ability. I mean, even if Bengal had tiger-like powers, he still shouldn't have the power to bust through walls. I don't know. The big dog of Hydra himself, Red Skull. The Hydra, and therefore the shield ability, only makes sense with this guy. Then again though, Red Skull should not have the shield ability. I mean, can you imagine Red Skull rolling up to the helicarrier and handing in his resume? And being like, man, I hope I get the job. The biggest thing on his resume would be head of Hydra during World War II. That can't look good for his application. In addition to his Hydra status, he also has explosive, and for some reason, agility. Red Skull, being the leader of Hydra and Captain America's greatest foe, you would think he might be a bit high on the list, but here he is a little below halfway. Luckily though, this isn't the last we'll see of Red Skull, and he may just as well be redeemed at that point. Melter is such a creatively thought out villain. The guys over at Marvel just said, let's create a guy who melts things, and then name him Melter. Really, a round of applause for these guys. They really knocked it out of the park. The Melter was a founding member of the Masters of Evil after being screwed over by Tony Stark with his US military weapons deals. And Melter here was one of the characters you play as in the Masters of Evil DLC level. The Melter is a wielder of the melting ray. Again, great creativity from Marvel. That all being said, the Melter has the laser ability because of his melting rays, but he has a few other abilities to sweeten the deal. Melter can also throw sticking bombs and interact with technology panels and use the scan ability. So in total, Melter has 4 abilities, which is totally more than I would expect from this guy, just by looking at him. Wow, we went over the big dog of Hydra, now we're going over the big dog of Asgard. In the same part at that. I always found it funny that Odin convinced Thor that he doesn't need a hammer to harness his powers as the god of thunder in Ragnarok, but Thor's main quest in the very next appearance in Infinity War was to get a new weapon because he can't use his powers without one. Just a tad bit of character regression always is a little funny to me. Though I must admit, for being technically a god, Odin is kind of disappointing in this game. Now firstly, I'll get regenerative health out of the way. Odin has it, okay? Even though Thor doesn't, and Thor's in the same boat as Odin when it becomes their godhood, Odin has it and Thor doesn't. Also, Odin has telekinesis for some reason. I'm not sure if Odin has actually displayed telekinesis in the MCU, but I suppose it can't hurt. Odin's last 2 abilities have to do with his staff there. The laser that emits from the staff not only can melt gold Lego, but can also power up electricity generators. But despite all this, I feel like Odin is lacking. In what way, I don't exactly know, but it feels like when you double jump and Odin does a roll instead of like a lift into the air like Thor, it just doesn't feel right. I know Odin doesn't fly, but he really should, just to appease me. Swordsman, also another creative name on Marvel's part, has actually shown up in the MCU rather recently. In case you didn't know, Jack Duquesne from Hawkeye was a suspected murderer for most of the show. This dude in the comics was the swordsman. I mean, Jack was exceptional at sword fighting, if that wasn't a good enough hint for you. So, with all that being said, let's add Swordsman to the MCU edition list, shall we? I gotta say this though. Swordsman has some abilities that are totally out of left field. Turns out, his sword holds some magical abilities. Or is it really high tech? I don't know. It's something like that. Swordsman can shoot electric balls out of his sword, which is the default as opposed to actually swinging the sword. Anyway, his magic sword can both power generators with electricity and melt gold Lego with laser. In addition, Swordsman can smash cracked walls and deflect beams. So yeah, all of those are not very Swordsman-like. Now remember when I went over the bazooka Nick Fury, where the only thing that separated him from the standard Nick Fury was the bazooka, and gave him another ability and therefore automatically made him better? Agent Coulson has the same exact situation here, except this Agent Coulson has that destroyer gun that he wielded as a threat to Loki, who subsequently killed him. Just to recap, the standard Agent Coulson has explosive, shield, and technology. The destroyer gun Agent Coulson has all of those, and also the destroyer gun, which gives him the laser ability. And really, that's about all there is to say. I don't know why they felt the need to make a whole variant just to give Agent Coulson the destroyer gun, but I think this is definitely more deserving than the bazooka variant for Nick Fury. Jolt is yet another supervillain turned Thunderbolt and is available in the Thunderbolts DLC character pack. Well, I don't think she was really a supervillain. She escaped experimentation from Arnim Zola with her newfound electricity powers and ended up becoming a part of the Thunderbolts. At least, that's what the wiki said about her. It doesn't look like Jolt here was ever utilized anywhere but the initial Thunderbolts run. That being said, it's kind of cool that she still found her way into this game. Now, if you can't tell by her name, Jolt has the power to project electricity. So she has the electricity ability and for some reason can also heat up gold bricks. She's also pretty agile with agility, and finally, she can't fly, but she has super jump. Basically, it's the next best thing to flying, but it's a little harder to control. Those with super jump can charge up a jump and then go flying into the air, leaping over an entire building if so desired. Most characters with flight can also super jump into the air to jumpstart their flight, but if a character has flight, I won't list super jump as an ability since it's kind of redundant. Jolt here can't fly though, so sure, I'll list super jump here. Oh, you thought I was done with the Thunderbolts DLC pack? Psh, never. This time there's Techno. Techno is, strangely enough, focused around technology-related things. Techno, in the comics, has a knack for kidnapping notable Marvel characters. First, he partnered with a guy named Mentallo, not Metallo from DC, but Mentallo, and kidnapped Nick Fury to take over a S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Then, again with Mentallo, he kidnapped the Thing to rob the Baxter building. Both occasions were thwarted by superheroes, of course. Techno wields these gauntlets that are rather similar to Chase's Fistigons, but actually is a bit cooler with those missile things attached. Speaking of missiles, Techno's first ability is explosive, which is, expected. Secondly, with those same gauntlets, he has the electricity ability. Finally, he has technology and scan because his name is literally derived from technology. But yeah, that's Techno, and somehow he realized the error of his ways and joined the Thunderbolts. Kind of. Now, over the years, quite a few different people have taken the mantle of Captain America. Sam Wilson is the current Captain America in the MCU. Isaiah Bradley took the mantle in the past. Even Hawkeye and the Punisher each had a go. But the most famous successor has to be Bucky, in my opinion. Maybe after the Falcon Captain America gets his own movie, he might overtake that spot as the most famous successor, but for now, it has to be Bucky. The Bucky Captain America in this game is a little different than the standard Captain America. I mean, first of all, Bucky Cap has a gun, and Steve Rogers' Cap doesn't. However, in exchange for a gun, the Bucky Cap gives up his shield access. Like, I'm talking about the shield terminals. Bucky Cap still has a physical shield, and that is its own ability. Captain America, in an effort to be more useful in the game, has an ability exclusive to him. It's called the shield switch. You'll see these very obvious red, white, and blue shield receivers. Just aim your shield at it, and the shield will turn the switch, and something will happen. It's just the number one thing about Captain America in this game. Of course, with the shield comes other abilities associated, namely the deflect and extinguish ability. Something else to note is that the Bucky Captain America doesn't have agility. It might be an oversight, I don't know, but instead of agility, Bucky Cap has grapple. I think Bucky Cap has grapple because the other Bucky characters do, but still. Quicksilver, the guy who died in his debut movie just because they didn't want to confuse the audiences with the Quicksilver in the Fox movies. At least, that's my theory. I mean, the fact that Evan Peters showed up as fake Quicksilver in WandaVision was a giant RPG missile to the foot. Anyway, Quicksilver here is another character who has a whole ability modeled after him, like Captain America with a shield switch. Quicksilver is speedy and has the speed ability. You can find these launch pads all over the levels in open worlds, with a blue and white color scheme to match Quicksilver. Those with the speed ability can use these launch pads, which will usually lead to mini-kits or something. Speed characters are easily distinguishable with the fact that they just run faster than most characters, and they produce an afterimage of sorts behind them as they run. Honestly, the afterimage thing is kind of annoying after a while, but it was cool the first time I played Quicksilver for sure. In addition to the speed ability, Quicksilver has 3 more abilities. Well, he has agility, but I'm just getting the boring one out of the way. The last 2 are much more interesting. First of all, Quicksilver has wall climbing, or more like wall running. Yeah, speed characters can run up walls in the open world to get to high places. It's really cool, but sometimes a little hard to control. Quicksilver's final ability is backup. Quicksilver spins to create 2 copies of himself that fight alongside you. The backup ability in this case is meant to have the effect of the same Quicksilver quickly moving between the 3 locations to look like there's 3 of him. It's kind of neat. At first, I thought she was just another Asgardian who was lazily given the name Thor Girl just because. Turns out it's way weirder than that. Thor Girl was an alien named Terrine whose purpose was to evolve beings to the next level of existence, or something like that. Thanos destroyed her homeworld, because of course, he's Thanos, it's what he does. So Terrine got the help of Thor to defeat Thanos. Afterwards, Terrine used her powers to take the form of Thor Girl. Then, after helping Thor with his issues, she used up all of her cosmic energy in a battle with Surtur, and then she couldn't transform from Thor Girl. I hope I'm getting that right. Anyway, Thor Girl is very similar to Thor in terms of abilities. Thor Girl has electricity, cracked wall, and flight, just like the plain old Thor. However, they threw in agility for Thor Girl, which makes her automatically better as a character than the regular Thor. Now, here's the Thor Girl that is slightly less wacky. No, this female Thor was not an alien that took the form of a gender-swapped Asgardian god. This is Thor's love interest who became worthy of Mjolnir by having breast cancer. When you Google how did Jane Foster become Thor, that's what it says. I'm sure it's more complicated than that, and I guess we'll see how that's adapted into the next Thor movie, where Natalie Portman is reprising her role as Jane Foster to become the next Thor. Speaking of which, I'm adding the Jane Foster Thor to the MCU edition list. Yeah, Jane Foster has been in the MCU since the first Thor film, quite a bit before the release of this game. However, we haven't seen Jane Foster in Thor form, and we know it's happening in Thor Love and Thunder, so I'm preemptively adding Jane Foster Thor onto the list just so the series doesn't immediately get outdated after the release of the next Thor movie. Anyway, Jane Foster Thor has the same 4 abilities as Thor Girl, which is electricity, cracked wall, flight, and agility. Frankly, I think Jane Foster Thor is a better addition to the game than Thor Girl, and I like Jane Foster's Thor helmet, so there's my reasoning for ranking her higher. This is a very curious case for the MCU edition list. Now, Carol Danvers, we all know her as Captain Marvel in the MCU. However, this is Carol Danvers as Ms. Marvel, which tweaks the game a tad. Also, I don't mean to spoil, but there's an actual Carol Danvers Captain Marvel that is way more reminiscent of the MCU version. So with that being said, I'm going to refrain from putting this version of Ms. Marvel on the list and wait for the version of Captain Marvel that we will actually be able to recognize. Anyway, this Ms. Marvel is the alias Carol Danvers went by for a while before Captain Marvel. I first ever saw this Ms. Marvel in the first Marvel Ultimate Alliance game, and this version is almost exactly that, just in LEGO form. However, this Ms. Marvel severely lacks in comparison to the other version of the Marvels we'll see coming up. Carol Danvers' Ms. Marvel's 4 abilities are regenerative health, laser, agility, and flight. All of these make sense with the character, but other versions of Carol Danvers have more abilities, so I gotta do what I gotta do. Firebird here is yet another fire-based superhero that's in the game. I mean, there aren't that many. I mean, we've gone over Blazing Skull, Original Human Torch, and now Firebird. I mean, Firebird has a pretty standard origin as far as superhero origins go. I guess some meteor crashed into the ground near her, subjected her to radiation, and gave her fire powers. The radiation part especially reminds me of the Hulk's origin. Is it a coincidence that her first appearance was in a Hulk comic? Probably yes. Anyway, Firebird in this game has everything you'd come to expect. She has flight, laser, and fire immunity. The only thing that sets her apart from the original Human Torch is the fact that she also has agility. So, since Firebird has all the same abilities plus one more, she's automatically better than the original Human Torch. Pretty much the same exact case as Thor and his associating Thor girls. The Iron Legion, the robots that Tony Stark created to serve as sort of some advanced worldwide SWAT team that ended up being taken over by Ultron and furthermore contributing to the fear-mongering of artificial intelligence. Yeah, those guys. They didn't really last long in the MCU at all, being introduced at the beginning of Age of Ultron and being destroyed by the Avengers 15 minutes later. In this game, though, they serve as kind of a discount Iron Man. I guess that goes for the actual MCU too. Imagine you're about to die, expecting an Avenger to come and get you, but what comes to your aid is this guy. I'd be disappointed. Not disappointed enough to let myself die, but, disappointed nonetheless. The Iron Legion has flight, technology, scan, and explosive. Weirdly enough, they don't have laser. I mean, the Iron Legion, their whole purpose was to keep people safe. Not that these lasers that destroy gold Lego pieces are safe, but they aren't as dangerous as military-grade missiles that they do have, so I don't know, make it make sense. From the Captain Marvel DLC pack, we have Wonder Man here. Now, I don't know much about the guy other than he's notorious for dying a lot. Also, the fact that DC has a much more notable character named Wonder Woman, this dude doesn't get much attention. He wasn't even in the base game. However, the fact that I've at least heard of him before now means that he's bound to be in the MCU at some point. Wonder Man's powers are pretty standard, almost like he's Superman, but only the flight, laser, and strength parts. Speaking of which, those are 3 of his 4 abilities, funnily enough. Wonder Man also has Cracked Wall as his 4th ability. Fun fact though, Wonder Man's brother is the Grim Reaper, the dude who actually made it into the base game. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Wonder Man has to wait until being put in a DLC while his lesser-known brother villain gets in the base game no problem. Some characters were purposely omitted for DLC just because of how big they are, like how Black Panther isn't in the base game but has his own DLC. Wonder Man, though, has no part in the Captain Marvel DLC level, but rather served as just an unlockable character to make the DLCs seem more worth the money. All of this to say that Wonder Man could have and should have been in the base game, but just wasn't. Lightspeed is a super-powered heroine that has flown under the radar for the most part, so I'm a little surprised that she's in the game. I mean, I'm saying that as if I'm familiar with her, which I'm most definitely not. Lightspeed here is part of the Power Pack, a group of siblings who all gained superpowers and decided to start a team, called Power Pack. Their last name is literally Power, if it wasn't perfect enough for you. Julie Power One of the siblings went on to become a Lightspeed, this girl you see right in front of you in Lego form. She also joined the Avengers Academy, which quite a few characters we've already seen also did. I'm thinking TT Games, when they ran out of characters to put in the game, picked out the first comic they found and added all the characters they saw. And they must have picked up an Avengers Academy comic, and that's why Lightspeed, along with Hazmat, Butterball, Reptile, and more we'll see later, are in this game. Lightspeed is honestly not bad. Not only can she fly, but she also has the speed ability, which is a pretty good combo. In addition to that, she has agility, which she doesn't need, but she also has deflect, which I'm not sure if she needs or not, but it doesn't hurt. Now, if you haven't noticed, there's a lot of characters in this game where I have to look them up on the Marvel Wiki to give you all a little overview of the character. When I first looked at this guy, I got major Trucker Thor vibes from Thunderstrike. He doesn't really give off that energy in Lego form, but he has all the same stuff. He basically wears Thor's outfit with a leather jacket over it and a ponytail. Thunderstrike also wields an axe, not unlike Thor's Stormbreaker. Actually, Thunderstrike's weapon is a mace rather than an axe, but potato potato. Funnily enough, Thunderstrike is in a similar boat as the female Thors, in the sense that he's just like Thor ability-wise, but with one upgrade. For the girl Thors, their one-up on Thor was their agility. For Thunderstrike, he has flight, cracked wall, electricity, and now laser. I don't really know why Thunderstrike has a right to the laser ability when Thor doesn't. As far as I can tell, Thunderstrike has all the same powers as Thor in the comics. In any case, that addition of the laser ability makes him as the best thunder-wielding character thus far. Here's the final character in the game with only 4 abilities. That's right, it's only up from here. Well, technically, with this nature of ranking things from worst to best, it's always a state of only going up, but I digress. Meteorite is a part of the Thunderbolts DLC character pack. Meteorite is actually a ruse back when the Thunderbolts faked being good guys to gain the trust of the Avengers, all the while staying the bad apples that they are. Meteorite started out as a psychiatrist who purposely reinforced the paranoia in her patients. That's the opening line on her wiki page. That's very messed up. My god, my goodness. Meteorite is the alias of another character who is actually in the game, so I'm not going to reveal her just yet, but Meteorite in this game doesn't exactly have as many abilities as her actual villain alias in this game. Meteorite is basically just a flying strong girl with lasers. So yeah, her 4 abilities are strength, cracked wall, flight, and laser. Oh yeah, seeing Pepper Potts once wasn't quite enough. In the level for Iron Man 3, you get to play as Pepper Potts in the Mark 42 Iron Man suit, just like she did in the film. But Pepper's inexperience in the suit is very much reflected in this game. Now, having an Iron Man suit opens you up to quite a few abilities. These abilities include Laser, Explosive, and Scan, since all Iron Man suits have features that can be translated into this game as such. Mark 42 Pepper Potts also has Tech, which the regular Pepper Potts has too, but Pepper Potts in the Iron Man suit also has Repair for some reason. I see Repair as more of a Tony Stark ability than an Iron Man one, if you get what I'm saying, so I don't think she should have Repair. You might have noticed a big ability I omitted from all this talk, and it's probably the biggest ability that comes with an Iron Man suit, which is Flight. Yeah, Mark 42 Pepper Potts can't fly in the suit. Like I said, she's inexperienced, so whenever you try to fly, she falls right on her face. Has a whole animation for it and everything. If Mark 42 Pepper Potts could fly, you bet she would be way higher on this list. Enchantress was a character from the Masters of Evil DLC. She wasn't playable in the level itself, but was included in the pack nonetheless. There were rumors going around that Enchantress was actually who Sylvie was in the Loki show, before it was confirmed that she actually was a Loki and not just acting as one. I would have actually preferred if Sylvie was Enchantress. Would have made the kiss less incesty. In this game though, as a magic user, there are a few abilities that just come with the territory, namely telekinesis and mind control. As a female character, she also has agility of course, but finally, Enchantress has regenerative health and the force field. Now, as I've said before, regenerative health and force field are both abilities that I personally don't care much for since they have little use. In any case, I'm surprised Enchantress didn't make the base game since she's one of the bigger Thor villains. Here's Agent Gemma Simmons, one of the main characters in the apparently critically acclaimed show Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm told the show only gets better over time, but I'm watching it over right now, and this show honestly is not good at all. Like, I'm on season 5, and the way they keep trying to keep Daisy relevant is almost comical. Like, spoilers for season 5, but the main conflict is them trying to go back to their present time because they're in the future, but they know that if they go back, Quake will somehow quake the earth apart. It's so dumb. And Agent Gemma Simmons here served as a servant to a Kree guy. Like, they're grasping at straws here. Anyway, Gemma Simmons obviously came with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC, and she's very similar to Agent May, the Maria Hills, the Mockingbirds, Hope Van Dyne, and Dr. Helen Cho. Yeah, Agent Gemma Simmons has scan, agility, shield, and technology like those ladies. However, what sets Simmons apart from the rest is that she also has the Hydra ability. Agent Gemma Simmons served as a spy within Hydra for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a few episodes, so that's why she has it. Honestly, that's a nice little touch on TT Games' part to show that they're actually paying attention to the show, because God knows I'm not. Komodo here is a character from The Initiative. It turns out a lot of characters were pulled from this Initiative volume of the Avengers. Some of the characters we've seen before in this game that were likely pulled from the same source are Trauma, Bengal, Cloud9, and Thor Girl. But aside from that, Komodo is kind of more of a Spider-Man character by association. Komodo gained her appearance from using a modified serum from one Dr. Kurt Connors, aka the Lizard. I don't think Komodo and Spider-Man ever actually interacted, but the connection is there, and that's neat. Komodo was handicapped and said that she'd be fine with whatever side effects the serum gave her. The serum ended up turning her into this lizard-like humanoid. Komodo doesn't have any powers aside from maybe heightened senses from her new lizard body, but she's a smart cookie, which is why she's gotten to the presence of Kurt Connors. Being smart, it allows her to have technology and scan. Komodo's lizardness also allows her to have regenerative health, agility, and toxin immunity. Magnetron is one of 2 villains you fight in the Captain Marvel DLC for this game. Funnily enough, I did not realize this at first, but Magnetron here was in the MCU already. He was Jan Rog, played by Jude Law. They never refer to him as Magnetron, but his gauntlets are called Magnetron gauntlets. In any case, onto the MCU edition list he goes. Anyway, the Magnetron fight was the whole second half of the level for this DLC. You kind of just follow Magnetron around onto different rooftops and fight his goons. Magnetron has 6 whole abilities, and none of them are flight, like you would think from the Captain Marvel DLC level. No, he's just hovering in that tractor beam thing. He's not actually flying. He's a strong guy, so he has cracked wall and strength. His gauntlets allow him to have laser, and I guess he's smart too, so he has technology and scan. And then finally, he has regenerative health. So 6 whole abilities, and there they all are. It's very uncommon to see not only someone with a regular name in this game, but it's also uncommon for a person with a regular name to have the amount of powers that Jennifer Kale has. This is Jennifer Kale, available through the Doctor Strange DLC for this game. I think this is the first time we're coming across any character from the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC, and there's a reason for that. A lot of the characters from this DLC are magic users and have a lot of abilities attached to them. Jennifer Kale first appeared in the Man-Thing comic, of all places. Speaking of, where is Man-Thing in this game? I feel like he should be here. He did end up showing up in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, but not here. Weird. But regarding Jennifer Kale, she hasn't had any form of alias, which is strange. The wiki claims she went by Witch Woman, but a citation is needed for that, so I'm not trusting it. Jennifer Kale has 5 abilities, and all have to do with her magicness. So she has telekinesis, mind control, and great. In addition, she has agility, and her green beams that she shoots from her hands can also power electricity generators. A while ago, we went over the Classic Claw that was a part of the Black Panther DLC. Here is Ulysses Claw, the official MCU version of the character. As I mentioned in the classic Claw segment, the last name for this Claw was altered just a tad to make it seem more realistic, because that's what the MCU is known for, realisticness. In Age of Ultron, where Ulysses Claw first appeared, he didn't have his sonic arm cannon that he's known for in the comics. I mean, Ultron cut off Claw's arm, which led to him having a sonic arm cannon in Black Panther, but Claw only had a severed arm after Age of Ultron, so unfortunately, Ulysses Claw does not have the glass ability that the classic Claw has. This Claw instead has a bunch of standard abilities. These abilities include technology, agility, and grapple. Claw's fifth ability is Backup, where he calls in his Claw henchmen, who we actually saw way at the beginning of the series. Who knew that these guys would make a reappearance? Another little taste of Iron Man here with the first ever suit he constructed in a cave with a box of scraps. Now, it's cool that his first suit is getting representation, but there's a reason why this Iron Man suit isn't up with the other Iron Man suits that we won't see for a while. And for obvious reasons. It being Mark 1 and all, and it being built in a cave with a box of scraps, it makes sense that a few features would be missing. Mainly the ability of flight. Yeah, this guy can't fly. Also, this Iron Man suit only has one half of the laser ability. The Mark 1 Iron Man suit has a flamethrower, which can blow up gold Lego pieces, but it can't carve gold Lego pieces. You see, I guess that makes sense. You know, being built in a cave with a box of scraps and all. Also, Tony Stark roasting some people with his flamethrower in the first Iron Man was almost iconic.
My turn.
This Iron Man suit also doesn't have scan, since this suit was, in fact, built in a cave with a box of scraps, and isn't able to scan for stuff like most Iron Man suits. Aside from scan, flight, and one half of the laser ability, the Mark 1 Iron Man suit has all the other fixings of an Iron Man character. So he has repair, explosive, shield, technology, and the one half of the laser ability. Not bad for being built in a cave with a box of scraps. Sorry, I just love that line. Here we have Brock Rumlow, played by Frank Grillo, an HCU legend. I know no one here knows what the HCU is, aside from maybe like 10 people. It's a story for another day. Brock Rumlow here was a Hydra agent who was undercover and later turns into the Crossbones we come to know and love for about 2 seconds, until his death in Civil War with a bomb, which Wanda tries to contain, which she fails to do, and then leads to all of the events of Civil War, which leads to the Avengers breaking up and losing contact. So basically, Frank Grillo indirectly made a huge impact on the MCU, and I would expect nothing less from the Weaponizer, from the hit HCU flick Beyond Skyline. Oh, look at me, getting ahead of myself with all this HCU talk. Anyway, Brock Rumlow has 3 different variants in this game, which is very surprising that he has all this representation that he has. They all have the same abilities, so I'm going to go little by little with them. Also, I will be doing a lot of stalling in these coming segments, so, I mean, I guess I'll go ahead with the abilities in the next segment or two. This is the Crossbones you actually see in Captain America Civil War. This is available in the Civil War DLC character pack. It's very interesting that Crossbones gets a place in the DLC pack after getting maybe a couple seconds of screen time. Like, the dude blew up the first scene in the movie. It's a little strange. But then again, this is Frank Grillo we're talking about. This guy who played the Weaponizer Beyond Skyline and made another appearance in the hit 2021 Bruce Willis film Cosmic Sin, yet another HCU film that takes place at the end of the timeline and introduced the anomaly that are Q tunnels, which contributed to the Weaponizer's traveling of time. But there I go again, spotting my love for the HCU. Again, a story for another day. Anyways, the first 2 abilities of Crossbones 5 are Shield and Hydra. Like I said, he was an undercover Hydra agent, so he's got to have them. Now, like I've said before, I almost always prefer the classic variant over the MCU variant, and Crossbones here isn't an exception this time. The classic Crossbones is unapologetically evil looking. Not that the Civil War Crossbones isn't evil looking, but the cartoony look of this guy just gives him the edge. Anyway, this is the 3rd Crossbones variant we're seeing, and also the last. Still though, 3 variants for Frank Grillo is a good use of characters. I mean, who can forget Frank Grillo's 3rd appearance in the HCU? Where on his way from traveling back in time in the Q tunnel from Cosmic Sin, he stops in the middle of Phase 3 for the latter half of the Son of Cage saga, where he helps the son of Nicolas Cage from Humanity bureau because the kid grew up to be Giga Chad, the protagonist of Jiu-Jitsu. In Jiu-Jitsu, Frank Grillo's character helps Giga Chad fight an alien before seemingly dying. But actually, he didn't die, but rather continued to journey through the Q-tunnel before arriving a decade before the events of Beyond Skyline. There, he had a son named Trent, who was turned into an alien. In an effort to help his son, Frank Grillo put his hand in an alien hole, which gave him a claw, where Frank Grillo uttered the famous line,
"I was weaponized."
Thus becoming the Weaponizer, who continued on to become a major player in the mythos of the SUPERCUT crew in their fight against the Entity. Wait, what happened? Wait, I blacked out. I was talking about Crossbones, right? Well, aside from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, this classic Crossbones and the last two Crossbones characters have grapple, scan, and technology. Baron Zemo is one of the characters that should have been in the base game, but was held onto specifically for the Masters of Evil DLC, which is very disappointing. They did this on several different occasions. Anyway, Baron Zemo is also a curious case for the MCU edition list. On one hand, I consider Captain America Civil War the barrier between what makes the list and what doesn't. So every MCU movie after Civil War that has a character that's in this game makes the list. But Zemo here first showed up in Civil War, but he's not in the Civil War DLC character pack. But the Zemo in that movie wasn't really Zemo, at least compared to his appearance in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where he has the mask and everything. So, he doesn't go on the list. I've made a few stretches for the list here and there, but Zemo, not this time. He doesn't go on it. Anyway, Baron Zemo in this game is playable in the Masters of Evil DLC and has quite a few abilities on his belt. Firstly, as a Hydra guy, he has Hydra and obviously S.H.I.E.L.D., and then he has a lot of standard stuff like agility, technology, and scan. Finally, Zemo somehow has cracked wall with his sword. I don't think Zemo was that strong, but I guess he has it. Here's one of my favorite heroes from Marvel, and someone who has had one of the best Netflix shows of all time, and I'm willing to make that claim. Daredevil in this game kind of served as the hole that Spider-Man left, at least briefly, because Spider-Man is not in the base game. No, Spider-Man was only available through DLC. Anyway, the reason I say that is that Daredevil is probably the most similar to Spider-Man in Marvel. I mean, they're both in New York, heightened senses, they share a villain or two, and I guess that's as far as the similarities go. Speaking of Spider-Man, the most recent Spider-Man film raises a question for Daredevil on the MCU edition list. Now, the Daredevil show first came out in 2015, but it being canon is still debatable. However, Charlie Cox showed up for one scene in Spider-Man No Way Home, making him officially canon. But I still like to think the Daredevil show is canon, so I'm going to refrain from putting Daredevil on the list. But still, speaking of this game, Daredevil has web swinging as his first ability. Yeah, you heard that right, web swinging, except that his webs are batons with ropes on it. Web swinging is exactly what you're seeing, which is, just a worse version of flight. Since Spider-Man isn't in the base game, it probably shouldn't be called web swinging, but it'll be the term I use if and when I rank the other Marvel games, so I'd like to be consistent in that regard. But Daredevil is one of the only characters in the base game with the web swinging. But other than that, he's all about acrobatics. He has agility, wall climbing, and grapple. And finally, with his heightened senses, he can scan without the, stupid minigame. Overall, I'm glad he's in this game. But, he obviously didn't play a big role because this game is based off the MCU. But at least you unlock him through a mission in Manhattan, so he actually said some words, I guess. Deathlocket is another Marvel character that was pretty new at the time of the release of this game. She was first created in 2012, only 4 years before this game came out. However, Deathlocket's name is a derivation of another character that showed up in a DLC for this game, so it's strange how Deathlocket made it into the base game and the other guy didn't. But as you can see, Deathlocket is somewhat of a cyborg. Not somewhat. She's exactly like a cyborg. Her whole origin story is somewhat of a tragedy, so I won't go into the details of the downers, but on the topic of Deathlocket in this game, she's pretty similar to other technology-based characters. Let's recall another character we have covered before, Techno. Switch out Techno's explosive ability and replace it with Laser, and add in agility. That's Deathlocket right there. So Deathlocket has scan, electricity, technology, laser, and agility. Not a bad lineup at all. It's just a matter of, transportation. Not having flight, but that's an issue that goes for pretty much everyone without flight, so, Going back to the Black Panther DLC, we have Shuri, T'Challa's sister. Now, obviously, Shuri showed up in a few MCU films since the release of this game, and her role in the MCU is just going to be more important with the Black Panther sequel coming out and the tragic and untimely passing of Chadwick Boseman. Shuri is one of the two characters you play as in the story mode of the DLC level, with the other being, well, it's the Black Panther DLC, so you should just take a guess. But Shuri has quite a few abilities up her sleeve that may or may not come as a surprise. The non-surprisers are Dig and Agility, since she's dressed like a cat, she's expected to act like one. The surprises for her abilities would be Electricity and Cracked Wall, with the spear she's wielding allowing for both. The ability that's not a surprise, nor a non-surprise, is Technology. I mean, in the MCU, she's a known brainiac with the knowledge that people like Bruce Banner wouldn't even find feasible, but I'm not sure if she's the same way in the comics, which this Shuri is based on. All I really know about Shuri in the comics is that she took the mantle of Black Panther for a time. Anyway, I covered Shuri's 5 abilities, but the last thing I'd like to go over is that spear of hers. Spears and arrows can plug into holes you may find on the walls and levels or open world. By doing that, those with agility can swing on them. You have to use it in the Black Panther DLC level, so that's why I'm bringing it up. It's not necessarily what I'd consider an ability, since it's a little specific, but it is a thing you have to do in this game, so I mean, it's worth bringing up. Amadeus Cho has a few connections to the MCU, but as far as we know, he has yet to make his official appearance. I mean, it's speculated that the computer guy with the pizza played by Martin Starr in The Incredible Hulk in 2008 was apparently Amadeus Cho. I reject that hypothesis because, I mean, look at him. First of all, he's white, and he has Cho as a last name? No. Helen Cho was a character in Age of Ultron, also a character we covered in the series. Amadeus Cho is her son. I like the idea of Amadeus Cho being Dr. Helen Cho's son, and that we haven't seen him in the MCU yet, a lot more than this greasy computer guy that showed up for 2 seconds. Amadeus Cho has taken several aliases in the past, and is known for being a smart guy. Amadeus Cho doesn't have a fancy suit in this game, he kind of just looks like a teenager. He has this weird baton thing that can power up electricity generators and melt gold Lego. I honestly don't know what that baton thing is supposed to be, but I trust it's comic accurate. Also, since I mentioned that he was a smart guy, he has technology, scan, and repair. What's even more fitting is that Amadeus Cho is unlocked in Malibu, the open area that's basically Iron Man's domain. It's almost as if this game is hinting that Amadeus Cho is supposed to be Iron Man's successor or something. I don't know. Not that TT Games has any insight on what the MCU has planned, but you know. Let's end off this part with the first of 2 variants of the only female member of the original 6 Avengers, Black Widow. The first Black Widow I'm covering is the one that's based on the first Avengers movie. Now, like I said, all of the 2012 Avengers variants for each Avenger is based off of the actual minifigure for the sets that came out alongside the movie. And as I've mentioned, the 2012 Avengers sets weren't really known for their accuracy as far as minifigures go. Black Widow may be one of the most egregious of the original Avengers with her inaccuracy, but really the biggest thing is the hair. The hair for the first Avengers movie was one of the basic hair pieces for girls that LEGO used a ton around this time. Another example of a hair piece that was overused was Thor's hair, but at least Thor's hair was accurate to the movie. Black Widow's hair in the first Avengers film was short, red, and curly. This Black Widow's hair is long, brown, and wavy. They seriously could not have made it worse. Honestly, Thor's hair in a red-brown color would have been better suited. Still not ideal, but, you know, better. Here's the second and last Black Widow variant in this game. It's kind of amazing that Black Widow only has 2 variants, considering that some other Avengers have upwards of 10 or more. But it's also not surprising because Black Widow doesn't really change her appearance all that much, at least not at this point in the MCU. But look at this variant. Isn't this variant way more accurate to Black Widow than the other one? I mean, I'm pretty sure the hairpiece she has was specifically designed for her, and well, I guess the hair would be the only thing with Black Widow that would cause any trouble when translating into minifigure form. Anyway, both Black Widow variants have the same 5 abilities, and she's basically a better Nick Fury. Just like him, she has stealth, technology, and shield, but she also has scan, which Nick Fury should have had but didn't. And lastly, and also leastly, she has agility, which should come as no surprise. And look at that, the main villain of the first Avengers movie, and also a character that's more developed than a good chunk of the Avengers today. It's Loki, the god of mischief. Loki has 3 variants in this game with 5 abilities, so I'll chip away at those abilities over the course of the next 3 segments. The first variant is the no helmet variant. I put this variant down as the least of the 3 because his helmet is like his main thing, and he just doesn't look complete without it. But onto his first chunk of abilities. I'll just cover one, which is the backup ability. Duplication is one of Loki's favorite powers that he uses at his disposal basically all the time. In fact, in the Loki boss fight in the Shakespeare in the Park level, most of the fight was spent punching fake Lokis to find the real one. In the last level of the campaign, Earth's Mightiest, you must use Avengers Tower's camera to find the real Loki out of the bunch that show up. So yeah, duplication is a thing with Loki, and that's reflected in the game with the backup ability. Loki summons 2 more Lokis to fight alongside him. A lot of the time, the backup ability is used pretty creatively, whether it's Loki duplications or after images of Quicksilver or whatever. The second variant of Loki has him in a suit, which he wore for like a scene, maybe 2. But unfortunately, Loki is still not wearing his iconic helmet, but it wouldn't look good with a suit anyway, so it works out. The second batch of abilities that all Lokis possess have to do with how he's the god of mischief. Well, his backup ability from his powers of duplication can be chalked up to the fact that he's a mischief god, but these next 2 are abilities that are more associated with the magic side of Marvel in this game. Those 2 abilities are telekinesis and mind control. Now, Loki has the Mind Stone in his scepter, which allowed for him to take over the mind of Hawkeye and several others, so Loki having the mind control ability kind of goes without saying. As for telekinesis, that's a power Loki has displayed several times throughout his many appearances, so I'm not going to question it. Here's the last variant of Loki, and also the only one with his horned helmet. Like I hinted at the past 2 segments, that helmet is the sole basis for being ranked as the best variant in my opinion. Without it, it just seems like there's something missing. Maybe that's why I had a few qualms with the Loki show. No, the lack of helmet wasn't the reason why I had issues with the show. But hey, voicing my opinion on the Loki show will probably net me some more backlash, so I won't get too much into it. Anyway, so far we've covered 3 of Loki's 5 abilities: backup, mind control, and telekinesis. The final 2 abilities that Loki possesses has to do with his frost giant origin. Hold down the action button and Loki pulls out one of those ice boxes, turns into a member of the Blue Man group, and sprays out an ice beam. With that, he has the ice ability. The ice ability is hard to come by, but it's mainly in this game because of Loki. A lot of the Avengers have special abilities that were clearly designed for them, like Captain America's shield switch, Scarlet Witch's telekinesis, Quicksilver's speed, and Loki's ice ability here. Finally, that ice beam also comes with the extinguish ability, so he can ice down fires instead of leaping onto them like characters with shields. Next up, we have a villain who came from the Black Panther DLC, Man-Ape, or as we know him from the MCU, M'Baku. Now, M'Baku was more so a rival of Black Panther in the 2018 film, and then turned to an ally by the end of it, with M'Baku even saving T'Challa's life. But this version in the game is based on the comic book counterpart where M'Baku is a giant Hulk-sized dude. We're entering a stage in the list where we're going to see a bunch of giant dudes like this, all with similar abilities, if not the exact same. Kind of like that instance a while ago where like 7 female characters in a row all had the same exact 4 abilities, even if they didn't make sense. We're going to go through that again with these big fellas. Now, M'Baku, as I mentioned, first appeared in the Black Panther film in the MCU, meaning that this guy is going on the MCU edition list. Anyway, M'Baku here is dressed in a white gorilla suit with his face popping out of the mouth and has quite a few big boy abilities, so strength and cracked wall is a given. M'Baku also has super jump and wall climb, and finally, immunity from fire and toxins. So who's this guy named Ravage? He looks like some kind of hillbilly Hulk? Prospector Hulk, perhaps? I don't know, but apparently he's an enemy of the Hulk. Ravage was once a mentor of Bruce Banner and hoped to cure himself of this disease he had by transfusing Banner's blood with his own. Because blood transfusions in comic books always seem to work out. Anyway, the result of that is what you see in front of you. Well, the Hulk part, not the Lego part. Ravage only appeared in 4 issues and then never again. I was pretty shocked to see someone with such a naked wiki page make it into this game. But does Ravage bring any flair besides a Hulk-like being with a neckbeard? Surprisingly, no. Ravage has all the same abilities as M'Baku: fire and toxin immunity, super jump, strength, crack wall, and wall climbing. Curse here, with a K, was the giant swole, half Lord of the Rings, half Dark Souls looking guy that followed Malekith around in Thor the Dark World. He was even a boss fight in the Lost in the Aether level, the level that was adapted from the second Thor film. Well, kind of. He threw things at you that could conveniently be used against him, only for you to defeat him by mashing a button. But button bashing is the case for most boss fights in this game, so Curse is a big boy and possesses all of the same abilities the last 2 big boys had, which are fire and toxin immunity, super jump, strength, crack wall, and wall climbing. While it's lame that all these guys have the same abilities, it honestly can't be helped. The developers kind of designed their way into a hole, since most of the abilities in this game require a character that's normal sized. There is a big boy character in mind that I can't say yet because we haven't seen him, but this specific character has a few abilities, but he's so big that these abilities only work some of the time. So while these characters all have the same abilities, there's not much that TT Games can do about it besides a giant overhaul of the game's mechanics, which, let's be honest, they wouldn't do. Well, that name isn't subtle. In case you couldn't figure out by this guy's motive in Marvel, it's to kill the Hulk, I guess. Well, this guy is even more niche than Ravage. Ravage showed up in 4 issues of Hulk comics. Hulk Killer here only showed up in 2. And in one of them, it was just like a cameo. He is an artificial being created by a certain Hulk villain we haven't seen yet, which we'll see in 2 segments from now, so I guess keep watching for a few more minutes to find out who that is. Anyway, Hulk Killer is basically a bald red Hulk. I guess that's the best they could do. They didn't have much to work with, to be fair. This is the only image on his wiki page. First of all, he's pink, and second of all, third of all. But as you might suspect, Hulk Killer has the same 5 abilities as Curse, Ravage, and M'Baku. I'm not even going to name them off because I'm sick of copying and pasting these abilities in the script. But yeah, probably one of the most least used Marvel characters somehow got into this game. This is the 3rd Hulk villain we're covering in this part alone, and it just happens to be the most notable Hulk villain. If you haven't noticed, like 90% of Hulk's villains are just big boys like him, just in a different color, or having facial hair, or having a few extra veins here and there. But Abomination was the main villain of the 2008 Incredible Hulk movie, and the first character everyone names if someone were to point a gun to your head and demand for you to name as many Hulk villains as you can. Speaking from experience, of course. He doesn't really have any bearing on the story for this game, just an unlockable character token in one of the levels. But like I've insinuated from the past few segments, Abomination has the same exact abilities as the fellows we've covered in the past few segments. Luckily for us though, the reign of the big boys will end after this segment. Well, for now, at least. Remember when I said the Hulk Killer was created by a guy we'll see in 2 segments? Well, 2 segments later, and the leader is here. Yet another Hulk villain. Trust me, all these Hulk villains in the one part were all coincidences, I swear. But yeah, leader created Hulk Killer, but never got around to unleashing him. It was yet another Hulk villain who we haven't seen yet, who found leader's abandoned laboratory and set Hulk Killer free. Hulk defeated Hulk Killer, and that's all we ever saw about Hulk Killer. But yeah, this is a leader segment, not another Hulk Killer one. So let's talk about Marvel's version of Brainiac. Leader was actually in the MCU in the 2008 Incredible Hulk film. They hinted at him being leader and even hinted at his enlarged head, but it's been 14 years and nothing has come of it. Even Abomination got an appearance in Shang-Chi being trained by Wong or whatever that was. But there are some needed answers for that. But leader in this game is exactly what I said, Marvel's Brainiac. He has technology scan and repair, just like every smart person, but he also has telekinesis and mind control. I thought leader was just a smart green guy with no paranormal powers, but there have been instances in the comics that support his abilities of controlling things with his mind, so I'm not going to argue Leader's abilities in this game. With a name like Spitfire, you might expect, I don't know, fire-based powers? Well, much to my surprise, and perhaps to yours, Spitfire is actually a speedster. I can call them that, right? Speedster isn't a term exclusive to DC characters that run fast. Well, I'm still going to use it, so Spitfire is a speedster, get over it. But a lot of the speedsters in this game all exhibit similar abilities. If you recall, Quicksilver had 4 abilities. Obviously, the first one was speed, because he always ran fast, whether you wanted him to or not. He could climb walls by running up them. He can summon 2 more of him to fight alongside him with backup, and finally agility. Well, I can report that Spitfire has all the same abilities, but Spitfire actually has 1 more ability, and it's the reason why she's ranked over Quicksilver. She actually can use grates, which Quicksilver can't. I guess she moves fast enough to phase through the molecules of the grate, or at least I think. From what I've seen of him in the MCU, Quicksilver isn't fast enough to be able to phase through molecules. Not that it's even possible to begin with, but this is a fictional superhero universe, so anything goes. There's one more speedster I'd like to go over before moving on with the list, and it's one you might be familiar with. This guy is Speed, and if his name isn't enough of a giveaway, his main thing is going fast. If you've watched WandaVision on Disney+, you might recall that Wanda hexed herself some babies, which is very creepy. First of all, I mean, you don't even need hindsight for that. As soon as I saw it, it was pretty weird. Nevertheless, one of Wanda's twins was a kid who went fast. Well, that kid is this guy. That's right, Speed is one of Wanda and Vision's children in the comics and made his way onto WandaVision for a short time before the hex was reversed and they were like washed from existence or something. However, the post-credit scene of WandaVision suggests that we might get to see the children of Wanda once again, maybe thanks to the multiverse. In any case, Speed's appearance as a child in WandaVision puts him on the MCU edition list. As for his abilities, he has the exact same 5 as Spitfire, so Speed has speed, wall climbing, backup, agility, and great. I ranked Speed over Spitfire simply because Speed was in the MCU and I actually heard of him prior to this game. Last segment, we went over a character that we ended up seeing in a Disney Plus show, and now we're seeing a character that ended up showing up on another Disney Plus show, this time being Loki. Kang the Conqueror here showed up and dumped copious amounts of exposition on us in the Loki season finale. The MCU Kang is apparently the only good one, and he warned that other evil Kangs across the multiverse will start showing up, thus making him the next big bad of the MCU after Thanos. Probably. Let's be honest though, the Loki show wouldn't be so highly praised if it weren't for the fact that the finale set up the foreseeable future of the MCU. Maybe I'm just a negative Nancy, but aside from Kang, the Loki show was a giant green screen fest, with the romance between Loki and Sylvie being the worst part. Did anyone else get incest vibes from that kiss? But yeah, the Kang the Conqueror is going on the MCU edition list. Kang was actually a character that came with the Captain Marvel DLC, and he wasn't in the base game, surprisingly. I actually quite like his design in this game, more than his design in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, where he was the main villain. His main thing is time travel, but with time travel in the MCU being nothing like time travel that Kang uses in the comics, Kang's thing in the MCU looks like it has more to do with multiverse hopping, which can have him show up in different time periods anyway, so it's fine. But time travel, or multiverse hopping, isn't translatable in this game, so he has a lot of random abilities that can be explained away by the fact that he's from the future, where technology is unmatched. Kang has electricity, technology, scan, laser, and telekinesis. Again, pretty much all those things can be explained with how the future is so advanced, except maybe telekinesis, but seeing as how he's going to be the next big bad, who cares? It's allowable. Aldrich Killian was the main antagonist of Iron Man 3, and you fight him in the level that was adapted for the film in this game. Apparently, this guy was the real Mandarin, which was wrong, but in that specific scene, he was revealing that he was behind the whole Trevor Slattery situation. I don't know why I'm speaking in quotes, but I mean, the dude looks deathly pale. And that's because in the Lego Iron Man 3 sets, Aldrich Killian had a glow-in-the-dark headpiece because he also underwent the Extremis process. And I guess glow-in-the-dark heads is the best way for Lego to convey that in the sets. But in this game, it's just like a white cream color. It doesn't glow in the dark, but it does glow when he uses his laser ability, which is his first ability, by the way. Aside from laser, he has 5 other abilities. He has 2 passive ones, those being fire immunity and regenerative health, and finally his 3 remaining abilities are scan, technology, and backup. Well, he was the head of AIM in the MCU at this time, so it would make sense that he was a smart guy. Also, for his backup ability, he calls in Extremis soldiers to fight alongside him. Yeah, we haven't seen those guys in a while, and we'll likely never see them again. As a playable character in the Masters of Evil DLC, Radioactive Man here is not the same one from the guy from The Simpsons. No, despite them having the same names, Radioactive Man from The Simpsons was just a made-up guy for Bart to fanboy over, and that Radioactive Man even got his own line of actual comic books. But this Radioactive Man is another made-up guy from Marvel, but I don't think he has a real fan base the same way that Bart likes Radioactive Man. But the Marvel Radioactive Man was a Chinese nuclear physicist who ended up, well, like this. I don't know if it's safe for anyone to be in the proximity of this guy, but the Masters of Evil don't seem to care. Anyway, his radioactiveness gives him both laser and electricity. The electricity is questionable, but I'm not one to complain. Also, being a physicist, he can scan and do technology because he's a smart guy. The last 2 abilities are regenerative health and cracked wall, both of which I qualm with. Is he really strong enough to crack walls? And shouldn't his health deteriorate instead of regenerate? Here's another former Bucky rearing his head for this portion of the list, and I dare say it's his ugliest side, in a good way though. This is the variant of the Winter Soldier from the Civil War DLC character pack. If you're well versed with the MCU, you know that the Winter Soldier wasn't a bad guy at this point, but I don't think he was a good guy either, just a little confused is all. But Winter Soldier was one of the driving forces behind Civil War, being one of the main contentions between Steve and Tony, aside from the terrorism Wanda committed by accident. Aside from all that, Winter Soldier has a wide range of abilities, a whole 6 of them. And since the Winter Soldier has 2 variants in this game, 3 abilities per variant seems fair to me. I'll cover the ones he probably shouldn't have for this variant. Firstly, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Winter Soldier was an agent of Hydra, so having Hydra and therefore S.H.I.E.L.D. would make sense. But in Civil War, Winter Soldier has got to be a bit detached from Hydra, right? I mean, he went AWOL. Maybe Hydra should have revoked his Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. privileges. Also, both Winter Soldier variants have backup and call and goons. They're goons in every sense of the word. They're goons. But again, in Civil War, do these goons have to answer to him? Is the Winter Soldier paying them? If I was the Winter Soldier, I'd save my money for something like food, since I probably don't have any source of revenue. I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. Here's the other Winter Soldier in this game, and it's the one based off of the namesake of the second Captain America movie. Really, there are 2 reasons why I ranked the base game Winter Soldier over the variant that was given to you in the Civil War DLC character pack. Firstly, as I mentioned in the last segment, it makes sense for this Winter Soldier to have all 6 abilities that he has, since he has more resources available to him as an employee of Hydra or whatever. Really, the Civil War variant should only have 3 abilities, but it's easier for them to just copy and paste the base game Winter Soldier and change his design a tad, and I don't blame them for that. The second reason why I ranked this guy over the Civil War variant is just that I like the face mask he's wearing. Really completes the look. The remaining 3 abilities of Winter Soldier that I haven't seen yet are Agility, Grapple, and Explosive. Like I said, these 3 abilities make sense for the Civil War Winter Soldier to have, though you could argue he wouldn't have access to Explosive, but I mean, that's a little too nitpicky. Weirdly enough, there's a guy with Stryker as his actual last name that I think is more well known than this guy, who has Stryker as his superhero alias. You may have heard of William Stryker, who was seen in X-Men Origins Wolverine, you know, the best X-Men movie. Anyway, This is a young Avenger who worked alongside some of the other characters we've seen in this game, like Reptile, Hazmat, and others. Stryker was a child actor who manifested some lightning powers and joined the Avengers Academy, and he hasn't really done much since. Stryker's electricity-based powers are easily translated into this game, especially since one of the core Avengers is literally the God of Thunder, so Stryker borrows a lot of those abilities. Those abilities are electricity and lightning immunity, clearly. Aside from those, he can deflect lasers, fly, and also be agile. An interesting set of abilities, making Stryker a better Thor, in my opinion, especially since Stryker doesn't have to charge up the way Thor does. Moondragon here has an interesting origin in the comics and relates her to one of the missing Guardians of the Galaxy in this game. Moondragon here is the daughter of Drax the Destroyer. That's right, in the comics, Drax was actually originally a human on Earth named Arthur, and was turned into that green guy after Thanos presumably killed him. And then Heather, Drax's Earth daughter, was taken to Titan to eventually become Moondragon. It's an interesting origin, very different from MCU's take on Drax, who just merely had his entire family killed. And that's it. Moondragon is categorized as a psionic, and that's reflected in this game with the telekinesis and mind control abilities. She can also use her psionicness to deflect. Moondragon has flight and agility as her last two abilities, but I'm not so sure if that has to do with her being a psionic. Sorry, psionic is my new word of the day. Clea is a character that I'm surprised isn't in the MCU yet, but then again, the next Doctor Strange film is right around the corner, so perhaps we'll see at least a glimpse of her. Clea is the Sorcerer Supreme of the Dark Dimension, so she's kinda big in the Doctor Strange bubble. In fact, she was the other playable character in the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC level. It was kind of a neat concept, where instead of playing two characters in the same area, you had Doctor Strange in his mansion, and Clea in the Dark Dimension, and when you switch characters, you switch entire realms. Doctor Strange had to take down Baron Mordo, while Clea had to turn off Dormammu's television. In any other scenario, I'd consider Dormammu a bigger threat. Moral of the story, Clea is cool, and it was cool being able to play her in a level. In terms of abilities, a lot of these Doctor Strange characters have similar ability sets, all relating to the magic side of Marvel. Clea has telekinesis, mind control, great flight, and regenerative health. Like I said, standard magic stuff. I swear, did they just take every single one of those new characters from the Avengers Academy and plop them in here? Yeah, she's another one of those characters, similar to Reptile, Hazmat, Stryker, Finesse, and others. The only one from the Avengers Academy I've come across that's not in this game is Metal, which... Oh, okay, yeah, I understand why he was left out. Literal nightmare fuel. Can you believe this guy got with Hazmat? Anyway, Vale here is kind of cool, to be honest. Her whole thing is that she's made up of gas, so she's pretty much immune to physical harm. That is translated into this game as flight and great. Also, the regenerative health she has isn't completely accurate, but full immunity would be. But then again, I'll take what I can get. Vale also has agility and grapple, which both of those I don't fully understand. Like, of course, a female character would have agility, but it's not necessary for her. She's made out of gas. As for grapple, though, why? Does she wield a grappling hook in the comics? I don't know. A nice surprise in this game is that the Mandarin actually has two variants. One is the Trevor Slattery Mandarin, who we saw a long time ago, at the bottom of the list. Turns out the classic Mandarin is also included in this game. The actual campy Mandarin that we've seen in the Iron Man comics and cartoons. But since the real Mandarin is in this game, I'd like to add the real Mandarin from the MCU onto the MCU edition list. Because, as we all know, the real Mandarin turned out to be Shang-Chi's father. It's a retcon I approve of, since the Mandarin deserved a spot in the MCU. It's funny because before Iron Man 3 came out, we thought the Mandarin was going to be retconned to be from the Middle East. Until that twist happened, and years later the Mandarin was retconned back to his original nationality, Chinese. It's a shame he never got to interact with Iron Man, but at least he got actual representation. The Mandarin in the MCU was mostly a martial artist with these rings that he used to buff himself. In the comics, he dabbled in a bit more magic, In this game though, the classic Mandarin has a lot of those magical abilities. These abilities include telekinesis, mind control, flight, great, and regenerative health. A decent ability set for a cool villain. We've seen the Nova Corps in the MCU before, starting in the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. However, if you're not familiar with Nova, then you might think that these guys aren't all too powerful. They're essentially space cops. However, this Nova is no ordinary Nova Corps member. This guy is Nova Prime and has the Nova Force, granting him superpowers. Nova was originally a guy named Richard Ryder on Earth who inherited this Nova Force from an alien who came from Xandar after it was destroyed, and assumed the alias Nova. Pretty similar to Green Lantern, if you ask me. Anyway, we haven't seen Nova in the MCU, but we do know Xandar was destroyed by Thanos. So maybe Nova is on the horizon for the MCU, since the destruction of Xandar is the catalyst for Nova and how he got his start. Nova's Nova Force gives him the ability to fly and project energy blast. That means that Nova has flight, electricity, and laser. In addition, he can deflect and do agility. As someone who has no idea who this guy is, it's kind of hard to find information on him, partially because of the generic name that he has. If I'm right, it's this guy named No-Var, and he's from a different universe entirely. Well, the standard Marvel universe is Earth 616. No-Var here is from Earth 20080 and ended up in Earth 616 after fighting Astro Gods? Alright then, I guess. The Protector was a Kree who initially went by Marvel Boy. I guess he made quite a bad name for himself in Earth 616 because he ended up incarcerated. So basically, this guy is a superpowered being that's more useful than over 60% of the roster, but he's so unknown that I find it hard to justify his place here. But since I said he's better than most characters, I suppose I should go over his abilities. He has a lot of the same stuff as Nova. The Protector has flight, electricity, laser, and agility. Finally, instead of Nova's deflect, the Protector has great. And since great is used way more than deflect, the Protector makes a better character than Nova. In the game, at least. It's MODOK, or mental organism designed only for killing, probably one of the biggest Marvel villains that has yet to show up in any Marvel movie, let alone MCU. And that's mostly due to the fact that adapting MODOK to live action would be extremely weird at best and downright terrifying at worst. We have seen MODOK in recent Marvel media with his animated show on Hulu and him being the main villain in the Square Enix Avengers game. I haven't seen the Hulu show yet, but I think MODOK's adaptation in the Avengers game was about as good as you can get before it gets ridiculous. But aside from that, MODOK is rumored to show up in Ant-Man 3 along with Kang. Weird combination of villains, but okay. MODOK was a man named George Tarleton, who was exposed to the Cosmic Cube and ended up, well, like that. And from that, he became the head of the organization he worked for called AIM. MODOK in this game is pretty standard despite his grotesque appearance. His big brain allows him to have technology and scan. Also, he has laser, but I can't say if it's because of its big brain, but he has it. His chair allows for flight, and finally, MODOK can call in AIM agents with backup. Iron Patriot was the alias that one James Rhodes went by for exactly one film, Iron Man 3. AIM, the famous and totally not evil organization, gave Tony's Mark II armor an upgrade and paint job for Rhodey. Well, it's not like Tony's Mark II armor was really Tony's anymore. In Iron Man 2, the Mark II was outfitted with a ton of weapons by Justin Hammer, and then with AIM doing their thing to it in Iron Man 3, this is really a Ship of Theseus situation, and I won't elaborate since I assume most of you have seen WandaVision. Anyway, as a former Iron Man suit, it has quite a few abilities associated with it. In fact, all of Iron Patriot's abilities can be chalked up to the suit itself. Sorry, but Rhodey on his own probably would be on the butt end of the list. Iron Patriot's 5 abilities are laser, explosive, flight, scan, and technology. Well, Rhodey can probably operate technology panels without the suit, but Rhodey himself isn't a character in this game, so I guess we'll never know. Obviously, Iron Patriot isn't the only variant of Rhodey in this game, and his much more well-known alias is in the game as well. This is War Machine, a very not subtle name, and probably not a good look for the United States military. Of the two War Machine variants, this one is much more classic. Not that this is a classic variant or anything. This War Machine is pretty reminiscent of the War Machine's first appearance in the MCU in Iron Man 2. The other War Machine is based off a later version of the character. But yeah, this is the most Mark II looking version of War Machine since this is before a paint job of any kind. Aside from my obvious stalling, it's probably safe to say that you all expected that War Machine has the same abilities as Iron Patriot, as they are essentially the same but in different colors, in which case you'd be correct. I just ranked the War Machines over Iron Patriot because Iron Patriot was, a phase, while War Machine will always be Rhodey's identity. Well, these past two segments were a trip, catching up with James Rhodes and all, but here we are at the final version of him in this game already. This is the Civil War Machine, who came in the DLC character pack for the third Captain America movie. Like I said in the last segment, this version of War Machine is based on a later version of the character. The regular War Machine is much more like the Iron Man 2 version, and between the Iron Man 2 and Captain America Civil War, it's apparent that a character can change their appearance quite a bit in 6 years, and that goes for more than just War Machine. I mean, look at Black Widow. But obviously, the Civil War Machine is really not any different from the past two variants aside from, obviously, the paint job. I rate this War Machine over the regular War Machine and Iron Patriot because I like the black suit with the red eyes. Like, with an appearance like that and a name like War Machine, any non-Marvel fan would assume that this guy is evil. The fact that he's basically Iron Man's sidekick makes it almost funny. We just covered a character who stole his suit from Tony for use, and now we're covering a character who I suspect was given her suit by Tony. This is Rescue, the alias of Pepper Potts, in her own Iron Man suit. Fortunately for us, we have another add to the MCU edition list since Pepper Potts wore the Rescue suit in the big battle in Avengers Endgame. Even though she only wore it for 10 minutes at most and will never wear it again, she still qualifies for the list. Rescue in this game looks a tad different though. In Endgame, the suit was purple. In this game though, it has a maroon and silver color scheme. Her helmet has a weird shape though, almost, I don't know, looks like an elf. Is that just me? Rescue's abilities are actually the exact same as all of the War Machine variants. So she has flight, scan, laser, explosive, and technology. Rescue having these abilities makes more sense than War Machine. Well, the suit's functions are responsible for all of the abilities except technology, and we know Pepper Potts has the technology ability from who knows how many parts ago. So Rescue is totally justified on all abilities, while War Machine is justified on all except technology. But at this point, I'm just splitting hairs. Crimson Dynamo is an Iron Man villain who fits under the category of bad guys who are just the good guys, but reverse. Like Killmonger in Black Panther, or Yellow Jacket in Ant-Man. Crimson Dynamo is basically a Russian guy in a suit. I've heard arguments that the suit that Whiplash wore at the end of Iron Man 2 was the MCU's version of Crimson Dynamo, which I don't buy. Although in the comics, a guy named Anton Vanko went as both Whiplash and Crimson Dynamo, and Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2 was his son. But I mean, fusing two Iron Man villains into one seems kind of counterproductive, especially if you want to prolong the length of your cinematic universe. You have to savor those villains, or else you'll run out and have to start making up new characters. Not that creating new characters is a bad thing, but it usually ends up pretty bad. I mean, look at Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s later seasons. I'm looking at you, Azel. Anyway, the term Crimson Dynamo wasn't used at all in Iron Man 2, so an official Crimson Dynamo appearance is still a possibility. Even if they did purposely fuse Whiplash and Crimson Dynamo, it's not the only time they did wrong with Iron Man villains, so I wouldn't be surprised. All this talk about him in the MCU, and we haven't heard a lick about his character in this game. Crimson Dynamo is pretty similar to War Machine and Rescue, but with one difference. Crimson Dynamo has scan, technology, flight, and laser, but instead of explosive, Crimson Dynamo has electricity. It's pretty cool with the red laser and all, and an Iron Man-like suit not having explosive is weird to see. Now, most of you recognize Ragnarok as A, the name of the third Thor film, or B, the actual event in Norse mythology. Well, I am here to confuse you for a little bit. Ragnarok is the name of a robotic clone of Thor. In the original Civil War comics run, Tony Stark wanted some strength on his side of the debate, so by using a strand of Thor's hair in Stark Technologies' advanced technology, Ragnarok was born. In this game, though, the developers did us the courtesy of ripping half of his face off so we know that he's actually a robot. This game also makes us think that Ragnarok is a bad guy, which is only kind of true. If you agree with Captain America in the Civil War comics, then sure, Ragnarok would be a villain. But if you took Tony's side, you probably would see Ragnarok as more of an anti-hero, seeing as he even joined the Dark Avengers at one point. But with Ragnarok being a clone cyborg guy, he gets a lot of the abilities associated with advanced technology. So Ragnarok has both skin and technology. And finally, being the clone of Thor, he possesses all three of his abilities. So he has electricity, cracked wall, and flight. So for being a evil version of Thor, he's objectively a better character. Okay, well that obscure Thor clone was a nice way to start this part, but now the rest of the part will be all about Captain America. Yeah, there are 8 whole Captain America variants that are the exact same. I mean, there are 11 variants of Steve Rogers in all, but the 2 we saw earlier in the series, namely the gym and boxing glove variants of Steve Rogers, didn't have Cap's trademarked shield. And there's one Steve Rogers with a little something extra. Now, these Captain Americas have 5 abilities, but with 8 variants, I'll take my time introducing these abilities. With all that said, I won't be revealing any of the abilities with this variant, mostly because this variant is a little interesting. I'll hold off on abilities for now. This is the Scuba Captain America, who is available in the Avengers Adventurers character pack. If you couldn't tell by the name, Captain America is wearing scuba gear. However, swimming isn't really a thing in this game. Sure, you can swim in water around Manhattan, but you can't dive and interact with things under the water like you can in LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. So that basically means that this Captain America's scuba gear is all for show. The reason why I ranked him as the last of the caps is because of the flippers. The flipper running animation makes it look like he's going a fraction slower. I don't know if it's actually making him slower, but it feels like it. And I'm grasping at straws for reasons to rank these Captain Americas over one another, so there you go. This is the civilian Steve Rogers, so basically just Steve Rogers. I don't know why they had to specify the civilian part, since Steve Rogers is a civilian by default. By specifying that he's a civilian, it's implying that he's normally never a part of society, whether or not he's wielding the shield or not. I guess now is a good time to reveal one of Captain America's 5 abilities, the first being agility. This is obviously no surprise, since the 2 Steve Rogers variants that we saw earlier in the series, the gym and boxing glove Steves, still had agility. It's an ability that doesn't count on Cap's shield, so Steve will have it with or without it. Since Steve still has a shield in his casual wear, does that mean that the game is implying that Steve carries his shield around with him when he's getting coffee or other mundane New York City activities? Where does he keep it? On his back, under his coat? Or a better question, where does Steve usually keep the shield when he's not using it? Does he have a mantle in his room on Avengers compound? I know there was a whole setup for his shield and suit on the helicarrier, but I don't think Cap ever stepped foot on a helicarrier after Project Insight. Now, this is one of those variants I think shouldn't really be in the game. Sure, we've seen Captain America in the suit without a helmet on, but does it really warrant its own variant? But yeah, this is the first Avengers Captain America variant with his helmet off, so you can see his hair. There's really not much to it. So with that being said, I want to talk about a mechanic in this game that I normally wouldn't get to talk about. But since I'm stretching for time here with these 8 segments of essentially the same character, I can talk about it. Throughout these levels, there are a ton of these Avengers Initiative pads. They look like the deflect platform, but it has a big Avengers logo over it and calls for 2 specific Avengers to stand on it to do like a cool move. They're mostly used to advance in the level, rarely for mini kits or other collectibles. They are specifically for the core 6 Avengers, with 1 or 2 exceptions, but Captain America is one of the most used characters for these platforms. For example, in the Struck Off the List level, use Captain America and Thor to drop a hammer strike. It's a cool mechanic that I haven't been able to mention until now, and probably won't mention again. Maybe, probably not though. What I failed to mention in the last segment, which I intentionally left out, was that Captain America has 2 no-helmet variants, not just one. And by the name, this is the Age of Ultron variant of Captain America with no helmet. Honestly, it's a little lame, and it's yet another segment where I have to stall for time because I do set a quota for each segment, which is 10 lines of text at least per character, and right now I'm at 5, so I'm already halfway there. I suppose now would be a good time to mention the second of 5 abilities that these Captain Americas have. The first ability I introduced was one the gym and boxing glove Steve Rogers had, and I guess I'll introduce the other ability that those Steve Rogers had that these Captain Americas have, which is SHIELD. SHIELD, the organization. Obviously, with Steve having nowhere to go but SHIELD after being resurrected from ice, it makes sense that he has SHIELD access. And, oh look, I made my quota here with 11 lines of text. The next Captain America we're covering is the one that came in the Civil War character pack. Despite this Captain America being from a totally different movie, his outfit isn't all that different from his Age of Ultron suit. However, this is another variant where he doesn't have a helmet. This one isn't as offensive to me because at least it doesn't say no helmet next to the Civil Wars in parentheses. I don't know why, but the no helmet really bugs me. But this Civil War Captain America has a much more accurate hairpiece for Steve, so it's not as bad. I wonder why they opted to give him no helmet for this variant. I'm guessing it's because the Civil War Captain America would look too similar to the Age of Ultron Captain America if he did have his helmet on. Anyway, with 3 more abilities to cover and 3 more Steve Rogers with this specific ability set, I'll cover 1 ability per cap for the next 3 segments. This is the variant of Captain America for the first Avengers film. Now, I always thought the Captain America that was released with the Lego sets for the first Avengers movie looked a little too serious to be Chris Evans' Captain America. Like, he looks mean. This game kind of changed the look on his face to make him look more approachable, I guess, but some of that too serious vibe is still there. Anyway, the first 2 abilities of Captain America that we covered were agility and shield access. His last 3 abilities have to do with a certain shield of his, like his iconic one, not the organization. The first ability he has that he needs his shield to do is deflect. We've covered deflect before. There's a pad where someone with deflect can stand on to redirect beams, whether it be lasers or electricity. This deflect ability was made specifically for Captain America, especially since his logo flashes on the pad itself. But a few characters with superpowers have the ability to redirect beams as well, as we've seen before and will be sure to see again. In our trek through all of these Captain America variants, we have the classic Captain America that was available in the Rail Hydra level. In one of the 6 levels that were adapted in the first Avengers film, 1 level was dedicated to Steve Rogers punching a punching bag while he remembers all of his time during World War II. So basically, Captain America, the first Avenger, kind of was adapted for this 1 level. During that level, you play a specific variant of Captain America, this one, called the classic version. In terms of looks, it's a lighter shade of blue, and there's not as much else that's different. The next ability I would like to cover is another ability that is common for characters with shields to have, the extinguish ability. Captain America can enter a ready stance by pressing a button, and when he approaches some flames, he can launch himself on it to put it out. Also, in this ready stance, as I like to call it, he can deflect enemy bullets. That mechanic is specifically used twice in the Rail Hydra level, because there are enemies with these turret arms, and you can only get to them with Captain America in his ready stance. However, this ready stance of his isn't really its own ability, but it's included with the extinguish ability. Besides, Captain America is the only character that can enter this ready stance. Here is the last variant of Steve Rogers with this specific set of abilities. This is the Age of Ultron Captain America suit. I rank this one as the best because I like this suit the best out of the bunch, simply put. Also, even with the helmet on, I still get Chris Evans vibes from Captain America's face. Maybe it's just me, because I can see how someone would just see a regular face instead of Chris Evans. But maybe knowing it's supposed to be Chris Evans makes me see it more, kind of like placebo effect. But the last of 5 abilities that these Captain Americas have is, of course, the shield switch. We've covered the ability before with Bucky Captain America, but that shield switch was obviously put in the game for Steve Rogers, not Bucky. But I don't need to tell you that. To recap, all of the Captain Americas from the Scuba Captain America from earlier in this part to Age of Ultron Captain America have the same 5 abilities: Shield Switch, Shield, Agility, Deflect, and Extinguish. Now let's see who's next on the agenda. Yeah, we might be done with Steve Rogers for now, but we aren't done with Captain America just yet. I did add Jane Foster Thor onto the MCU edition list, so I feel obligated to do the same for the Sam Wilson Captain America, and rightfully so. Now that he's taken the mantle of Captain America, this specific character does qualify for the MCU edition list. In this game, Sam Wilson Captain America has a different ability set than the Steve Rogers Captain America. However, they still have the same amount of abilities, it's just 2 abilities that are different. Since they both have the shield, Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson share the shield switch, deflect, and extinguish abilities. However, Steve's shield access and agility is taken away, and Falcon's 2 abilities from forever ago are added. So instead of shield access and agility, Sam Wilson Captain America has flight and grapple instead. And honestly, that's a good trade. If I was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I would gladly give up my status to be able to fly. And this trade-off of abilities is what makes the Sam Wilson Captain America better than most of the Steve Rogers Captain Americas. Pound Cakes is it's a questionable name for a supervillainess that was featured in the first half of the Captain Marvel DLC level. Pound Cakes had all but 1 interaction with Captain Marvel in the comics, in 1 issue back in 2013. I guess that was all the developers needed to warrant making Pound Cakes look like a longtime nemesis of Captain Marvel. But Pound Cakes is a bit of a quality of life upgrade from another type of character we've encountered in the past. Remember a while ago when we went over a bunch of big boys with all the same abilities like Hulk Killer, Ravage, Curse, and all that? Well, Pound Cakes here has pretty much all of the abilities they have, but is a regular sized minifigure. Being a big boy may be cool at first, but you come to learn that they can be clunky in both movement and combat. Pound Cakes, being regularly sized, rectifies these issues. So, to review, Pound Cakes has 6 abilities, which are Toxin Immunity, Super Jump, Cracked Wall, Wall Climbing, Strength, and Regenerative Health. A solid lineup. This might seem like an obscure Marvel character that's just another spin on Black Panther, but White Tiger here was actually originally a Daredevil character. In fact, White Tiger's secret identity, Angela Del Toro, was briefly mentioned in Jessica Jones in a throwaway line, but of course that's not enough to put on the MCU edition list. Well, Angela Del Toro was the original White Tiger, but her niece, Ava Ayala, took the mantle and is probably the one you know, if you know her at all. She was one of the characters on Spider-Man's team in the Ultimate Spider-Man show, alongside Iron Fist, Power Man, and Nova. White Tiger, with tiger in her name, has a bunch of those animal-related abilities. As I've said, it doesn't matter if a character isn't superpowered, they'll get the abilities whether it makes sense or not. Remember Bengal? The 6 abilities of White Tiger are Dig, Cracked Wall, Agility, and Wall Climbing. White Tiger also has Scan and Technology. I'm not sure if it can be justified based on my limited knowledge on the character, but I hope she's smart, just so it makes sense. Here we are at a very important character in Marvel as a whole. What's infuriating is that both variants of Black Panther are available only in DLC. That's so slimy on TT Games' part, but they knew shills like me would buy anything that they threw at us. And they were right. Something I should mention is that Black Panther is not going on the MCU edition list, since Captain America Civil War serves as the barrier, since Civil War was the last movie to be represented in this game with the character pack DLC. If a character in this game showed up in the MCU after Civil War, they would make the MCU edition list. The Netflix shows are somewhat an exception to this rule, since none of the Defenders characters in this game are based on the Netflix versions. I know I make it way too complicated for myself, but it's not fun if it's easy to understand, you know? Both Black Panthers in this game are the same, and I've already said a lot in this segment, so I'll save Black Panther's abilities for the next variant. This is the variant based off his first appearance in the MCU, Civil War. If I'm being honest, I'm not really a fan of Black Panther's suit in the MCU. I just think the comic suit with the cape and whatnot is just so much cooler. So that's why I ranked the other variant over this one. The MCU's skin-tight design here really doesn't hit the mark for me. But the more Black Panther showed up in the MCU, the more I've come to accept it. This is the variant of Black Panther that comes with the Black Panther DLC, and this variant is more similar to his outfit from the comics. See what I mean? The suit here makes Black Panther look more like the king he is. It exudes confidence, boldness, and other positive traits that I can't think of the words for right now. I also love his cowl piece on top of all that, but in terms of abilities, Black Panther has a solid set of abilities that make total sense for him. Now, as an animal-themed hero, he has the same set of abilities that most animal-themed characters have in this game. So he has agility, dig, wall climbing, and cracked wall for some reason. Speaking of dig, there's a sort of extra ability I haven't talked about that most dig characters also have. There are a ton of these dirt holes that function the exact same as grates do, but those with dig can also interact with them. It's pretty rare in the game. I've only seen it a few times in the open world, and I don't really consider it as an ability on its own. So I lump it in with dig, but most dig characters, including Black Panther here, can interact with them. In addition to the abilities I've already mentioned, Black Panther has both technology and scan, probably due to the advanced nature of the country who rules Wakanda. Now here we are to the bane of my existence for the latter half of February 2022. Now, when I started this series, I was midway through watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Netflix, but when I learned that Netflix was removing all of its Marvel content at the end of the month, I was just starting Season 5, so I created a schedule that would help me finish Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. by the time it left Netflix. It would also do me good to finish the show since I'm doing this series, and I can say, man, did they jump the shark. They intended to end the show at Season 5, but got renewed for 2 more seasons for some reason, and man, no one could stay dead. It started to piss me off. But Daisy Johnson, the subject of this segment, was my biggest problem with the show overall. After Season 2, they tried so hard to make her relevant, to the point where they were just like, let's just have her be the reason why the Earth would destroy it in the future. Trust me, I know this is a hot take, but this is how I feel. However, in this game, she's not bad of a character at all. The obvious abilities that she'd have are S.H.I.E.L.D., because the name of the show she's from, agility, because every female character has to have it apparently, scan and technology, because she started the show as a hacker, so okay, I'll give her that one. That one makes sense. And glass, because of the fact that she's an inhuman, and that's like her kind of her power. Her sixth and last ability, though, is quite a surprise, and I wouldn't even know that she had it had I not discovered it accidentally. Daisy has the dig ability. Yeah, you heard that right. She uses her quake ability to uproot things from under the ground. We could spend all day deliberating the logistics of how that can even happen, but let's just move on. In the base game, there are no Spider-Man related characters, and obviously that has to do with the mess of Sony owning the rights to Spider-Man. But after Sony and Marvel made a deal to allow Spider-Man into the MCU, it also allowed for a Spider-Man character pack DLC. You know, an ideal DLC character pack for Spider-Man would include maybe a few Spider-Man and a plethora of Spidey villains, because, you know, he has probably the best villains arsenal in all comics period, rivaled by only maybe Batman. But unfortunately, what we got was a plethora of Spider-Men that are all pretty much the same. A disappointment, to say the least. However, Spider-Man being in a game centered around the MCU is kind of novel anyway. This is the first character we're seeing from that character pack, which is surprising since it's pretty late into the series. The next 2 segments after this are Spider People that have the same abilities as Spider-Girl here. The reason why I ranked her as the least is because her design is kind of lazy. This is the ultimate costume of Jessica Drew, and while it is accurate, it's just a red suit with a white spider on it. The designs of the other Spider People are either more intricate or just have more going on. Since Spider-Girl and the next 2 characters all have the same abilities, I'll cover them little by little. They have 6 abilities, and the first 2 I'm covering will have to do with how they transport themselves. The first 2 abilities of Spider-Girl, and the subsequent Spider People I will cover, are wall climbing and web swinging. This comes as no surprise since web swinging and sticking to walls is kind of a staple of Spider People. Next up, also from the Spider-Man character pack, is the Scarlet Spider. What separates the Scarlet Spider, or Ben Reilly as he's also known as, is the fact that he's a genetic clone of Peter Parker. So since he's a Peter Parker clone, it makes sense that he'd have the same exact abilities as the regular Peter Parker. But as I said, he has the same exact abilities as Spider-Girl too. In the last segment, I covered web swinging and wall climbing. Scarlet Spider has those, along with the next two abilities I'm about to reveal right now, and two more I'll reveal in the next segment. So the next two abilities of Scarlet Spider are grapple and agility. Agility should be obvious for Spider-Man, but grapple is a weird situation. I feel as though the grapple ability in LEGO Marvel Superheroes was made a thing specifically with Spider-Man in mind. He whips out the webs and, pulls the grapple tabs or whatever they are. In this game, however, grapple, along with most of the abilities in LEGO Avengers, were originally LEGO Marvel abilities that were carried over. So even though grapple is more a Spider-Man ability than anything, it's not really the case for this game. I'd say that grapple is more of a Hawkeye thing in this game than it is a Spider-Man thing. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's strange. The last Spider-Man we'll see for a while. As you can tell from the name of this variant, this Spider-Man is the variant of Tom Holland's first appearance. There's a part of me that makes me feel off about this variant. I think it's the eyes, maybe too small. I don't know, it's a nitpick. But like Spider-Girl and Scarlet Spider, this Spider-Man has the same ability set. So far I've covered web swinging, wall climbing, agility, and grapple, all of which make sense. The final two abilities these three characters have are technology and scan. Also not surprising given Peter Parker's intelligence. I placed the Civil War Spider-Man over Spider-Girl and Scarlet Spider mainly because it makes the most sense for Peter Parker to have technology and scan. Now, Scarlet Spider being a genetic clone of Peter Parker probably also grants him the same intelligence, and I honestly don't know Jessica Drew's intelligence. But the OG Peter being smart is something I know for a fact. Also, Spider-Man entering the MCU was almost monumental, so that almost gave Civil War Spider-Man an edge. This may come as a surprise to some, but White Wolf is actually applicable to the MCU edition list. White Wolf is the alias Bucky went by while he was being dehydrated in Wakanda. See what I did there? Bucky had one line about it in Falcon and Winter Soldier where he corrected Sam when Sam called him White Panther.
Little time in Wakanda and you come out White Panther. It's actually White Wolf.
White Wolf was also the name of a Black Panther villain, though this guy wasn't Bucky. However, since I allowed Sam Wilson Captain America and Jane Foster Thor onto the MCU edition list, it's only fair that White Wolf is allowed onto the list as well. As for this game, White Wolf is kind of a Black Panther and Winter Soldier hybrid, which makes sense. White Wolf wields a rifle, just like Winter Soldier, and that's actually the extent of the similarities with Winter Soldier. White Wolf doesn't have S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, so I guess this game unintentionally was accurate to the MCU since Bucky wasn't brainwashed at this point of being White Wolf, at least not entirely. As for White Wolf's 6 abilities, they mostly derive from Black Panther, which makes sense since this White Wolf was a part of the Black Panther DLC. White Wolf has Dig, Cracked Wall, Technology, Scan, and Agility, but instead of Black Panther's wall climbing, White Wolf has Stealth. Speaking of which, Winter Soldier honestly should have had Stealth. Maybe White Wolf here is kind of making up for it. But yeah, Stealth is a way better ability than wall climbing. Deathlock was a character that came in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC, as he was a recurring character for the earlier seasons. You might remember that in the Deathlock segment, however long ago in the series, I said that her name is a derivation of another character. Well, Deathlock is that character. Unless I'm wrong, and it just happens to be a huge coincidence, which has happened before, but I feel like this can't be a coincidence. But it's weird that Deathlock it was in the base game and Deathlock was a DLC character. And the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC too, which makes it a little weirder. In any case, Deathlock is a cyborg looking guy. It's like Marvel looked at DC's Cyborg and Deadshot and combined the two to make this guy. But as a cyborg, he has a lot of those abilities associated with being a robot, mainly scan and technology. The other abilities he has are regenerative health, explosive, agility, and even super jump. Here's a little taste of Iron Man, and get used to Iron Man because a little later on we're going to see an overwhelming amount of him. But this is one of his big boy armor, the Mark 38, otherwise known as Igor. Now I'll say this Big Fig version of him is a lot better than the official brick-built Mark 38 from the Hall of Armor set. Wow, what were they thinking with that one? Anyway, this Iron Man is ranked well below the other Iron Man suits because his bigger size kind of restricts him. Mainly, he can't fly like most Iron Man suits, and he's too big to interact with shield terminals like most Iron Man variants, and on top of that, he doesn't have laser or explosive, which are some of Iron Man's most useful abilities that this Mark 38 doesn't have. But as a big boy, he can do big boy stuff like strength, super jump, cracked wall, wall climbing, and immunity to fire, gas, and toxins. But even though Igor here is a big boy, there's an even bigger Iron Man suit, the Hulkbuster. And if you remember, at the beginning of the series, I said the Hulkbuster isn't going to be on the ranking since the Hulkbuster doesn't have its own icon on the roster. However, the Hulkbuster doesn't have that much going on with it that most Iron Man suits don't have. It's mainly just that the Hulkbuster is bigger and got its own section of a level in the campaign, which was, honestly pretty cool. In the anger management level, you control the Hulkbuster with a unique UI and a drone perspective from above. It's pretty cool for a level to have its own little quirk in LEGO games because it's honestly pretty rare during this time in LEGO games. In any case, though, Igor is obviously inferior to the Hulkbuster, but I thought I'd take the time to address the Hulkbuster situation, because I don't think I'll ever have another opportunity to do that. The Mindless One was a character available in the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC. He wasn't really in the level itself, but he was sprinkled in as an afterthought to make the DLC more worth the money. As you can see, he's kind of cool to look at least to me anyway. He's a big old rock guy with the red visor for eyes. The wiki describes the Mindless Ones as virtually unstoppable engines of destruction. The Mindless Ones showed up a surprisingly good number of times across the entire Marvel Universe. Captain America fought them in World War II, Thor fought them when Loki summoned them, Spider-Man went to the Dark Dimension for some reason and fought them, among a bunch of other appearances. I think the Mindless Ones were just plopped in for conflict whenever the Dark Dimension was the setting, but in this game, the Mindless One is similar to a bunch of the big boys we've seen earlier in the series. He has strength, super jump, wall climbing, cracked wall, fire and toxin immunity, and regenerative health. I'd expect for the Mindless One to have full immunity since they're supposed to be unstoppable engines of destruction, but no character has full immunity aside from Butterball from the beginning of the series. Remember that guy? Wendigo looks like some giant white furred monster, and that's exactly what he is, really. The Wendigo is a race of monsters, and people morph into them when they eat human flesh in the Canadian wilderness. It's one of the stranger curses out there, and it's weird that you have to be a cannibal in Canada specifically to become a member of the club. Anyway, the Wendigo is a monster that the Hulk faces more than anyone else, and that makes sense to me. Most of Hulk's adversaries are big and angry things. It's stated that there are only 1 or 2 Wendigos at a time, and that also makes sense because the circumstances to become a Wendigo is quite specific. But then again, if you've played the Guardians of the Galaxy Square Enix game, these guys show up and there's like quite a few that you have to kill.
Another up there. Wendigo.
But Wendigo is basically a reskin of the Mindless One, or it would actually be the other way around since Wendigo isn't a DLC character. Wendigo is just cooler. I like the simplistic design of the Mindless One, but Wendigo's Sasquatch appearance in conjunction with that out-of-place tail just makes me content in a weird way. Here's a weird character that made it into this game, and she is actually introducing a semi-new ability. Now, we've seen a few characters that can change forms. For example, the Scott Lang Ant-Man can switch into Scott Lang, but in that case, it was strictly for show and didn't really add anything to the character. With Gorilla Girl, she can change form and it actually has a purpose. Well, firstly, let me go over what makes her special. She has the ability to transform into a gorilla at will. Pretty simple of a concept. As a gorilla, she has the abilities of a lot of the big boys we've already seen. She has strength, super jump, wall climbing, and cracked wall. However, hold down the change character button and she transforms into her alter ego, Fanbulla Eddie. Her alter ego doesn't have any abilities aside from agility, but at least it's something. It's kind of neat to be able to transform from one form into another and have it give the character one or more abilities they wouldn't have in the other form. So in this case, I consider transform its own ability. We'll see this with other more notable characters coming up. After Abomination, General Thunderbolt Ross and or Red Hulk is probably the Hulk's most noted villain. Although we haven't seen Red Hulk in the MCU, and we probably won't after the unfortunate passing of William Hurt, I guess we'll see if we'll ever see the Red Hulk, whether they recast or some other way. But Red Hulk is continuing the trend of Gorilla Girl from the last segment, which is the fact that he can transform to add a little something extra. Firstly, as Red Hulk, he has a lot of the abilities the other big boys have, like strength, super jump, wall climbing, cracked wall, and fire toxin immunity. Red Hulk, in this case, can transform into General Ross. Now, General Ross doesn't add all that much aside from that gun he has. Now, in past LEGO games I've covered, like LEGO Incredibles, I included Target as an ability, where they can shoot targets. This game also has the same target, but I don't consider target an ability in this game. And that's for the simple reason that there are so many characters with the target ability that it would just be, like agility, basic, but worse, honestly. Whether it's a gun like General Ross or elemental balls like a lot of superpowered characters, it's gonna be way too common. Including target as an ability is almost like counting punching slightly faster as an ability. The logic there is a little flawed, I'll admit, but you get what I'm saying. In any case, General Ross has a gun, and that's all he adds to his ability set when he transforms from Red Hulk. A long time ago, we covered the Scott Lang Ant-Man, and now we're going over the OG Ant-Man, Hank Pym. Funnily enough, there are two Hank Pym Ant-Man variants, and this is the one that was available in the Ant-Man DLC. This is the Michael Douglas version, and you can even switch into Hank Pym in regular clothing. This Ant-Man suit is basically a recolor of the Scott Lang suit, as that was the case for the Ant-Man Lego set that came out alongside the movie. In that set, there was Scott Lang Ant-Man, Hank Pym Ant-Man, Yellow Jacket, and a buildable Anthony. Ugh. Since that set came out before the movie, many thought that the set spoiled the fact that Hank Pym donned his own suit for the movie, but that didn't end up being the case. This Ant-Man suit is just a dark version of the Scott Lang suit, basically, but since there are two variants of the Hank Pym Ant-Man and both variants have the same abilities, I'll save the abilities for the next segment. Well, this one can switch into pedestrian Hank Pym, which he does nothing, really, and the other Hank Pym Ant-Man in this game is much cooler, in my opinion. Yeah, here's the other superior version of the Hank Pym Ant-Man. This is the one that came in the base game and is based off the classic comics from whence he came. I'm a sucker for wacky comic book outfits that Marvel superheroes had back in the 60s. It's truly a shame that we don't have a gold suit variant of Iron Man in this game, or a Thor with his winged helmet. I mean, there's no reason not to, since this game has already stretched for characters beyond comprehension. And we've seen it so much already, and we're going to see it again and again and again. But it's at least nice to see Ant-Man was done true to his roots with that fantastic helmet of his. As for abilities, the Hank Pym Ant-Mans have exactly what you would expect. Being based on an ant due to his shrinking powers, that lends him to the size, stealth, and great abilities. And finally, being a smart guy who developed the technology of shrinking, and also not ever sharing the secrets to his scientific breakthroughs, he has technology and scan. Needless to say, this guy has the right to all of his abilities, which isn't always the case. Remember a little while ago in part 16 where I discussed Meteorite, who was a Thunderbolt and her original villain persona is in this game? Well, here she is. Moonstone here was also not in the base game, but rather from the Captain Marvel DLC and not the Thunderbolts one. Moonstone, at first glance, wouldn't look like a villain, at least not to me. She looks pretty benevolent in her icon, but apparently in the comics, she's as evil as can be. It's ironic. Her Meteorite persona, which is supposed to be good, looks more like a villain than her actual villain persona. Moonstone here is pretty generic when it comes to the term superpowered beings. She can fly, she can shoot lasers, she has strength and cracked wall, like all the standard stuff. There's nothing that sets her apart, if that makes sense. Like, Spider-Man and his spider powers sets him apart from the rest. Thor and his lightning sets him apart from the rest. Even Superman stands out from the rest based solely on the fact that he has every power and no one else does. She's just not unique. But then again, it would be hard to be unique in this day and age of comic books, where every type of power has been done. That's not to say Marvel hasn't tried. In 2020, they tried to reboot the New Warriors with all new characters, one of which was named Screen Time, whose power is that he's connected to the internet via experimental internet gas. So yeah, that just proves my point that creating new characters is next to impossible, without looking like a fool, at least. Oh, also, I should probably mention Moonstone has agility and regenerative health, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Warbird is one of the several aliases Carol Danvers went by. If you haven't realized by now, Carol Danvers can't seem to keep the same superhero name for more than 5 minutes. Well, she's gone by Captain Marvel for a while now, but I don't foresee that changing anytime soon after her entering the MCU as Captain Marvel. But ever since the MCU took off, all Marvel media seems to have followed suit. Like, with Captain Marvel, the chances of her changing aliases in the comics now is minimal. The Guardians of the Galaxy lineup was consistently changing since they aren't all that well known, but after their appearance in the MCU, it seems to be the same 5 characters, whether it's in the comics or video games. Same with Avengers. After Black Panther's MCU suit, that seems to be the design they take inspiration from in all other media, like Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3. I could go on, but I mean, you get it. And I don't blame Marvel for doing that. The MCU is their biggest source of revenue, so to parallel it in other media, it's just business. But enough with my rambling. Warbird is the same as Moonstone in terms of abilities. So she has strength, agility, flight, regenerative health, laser, and cracked wall. We just went over his creator from the comics, and now we're getting the first official taste of Ultron in this series. Outside of his sentries, at least. Now, I did not expect this specific variant of Ultron to be this high on the list, but he has quite a few abilities on his belt that makes him really useful. My main concern about this guy is that zombie walk of his. This is the first mark of Ultron, and also the beat-up Iron Legion bot that Ultron took control of when he confronted the Avengers in Avengers Tower. However, that walk of his doesn't really slow him down as much as I thought it would, and the 6 abilities of the Mark I Ultron kind of carries him. But there are a few abilities this Ultron is missing that perplexes me. First off, let's go over some of his abilities. He has backup, where he calls in Ultron sentries. I mean, if we're getting technical, it would make more sense for the Mark I Ultron to call in Iron Legion instead of Ultron sentries, because the Ultron sentries weren't constructed yet at this point in the movie, right after Ultron's birth. But I'll allow it, I guess. He has regenerative health, which makes sense. Mark I Ultron, being a hacking robot, can both repair and hack shield terminals, and also interact with Hydra terminals alongside that. Now here's the confusing part. Mark I Ultron doesn't have a technology or scan, which is shocking, to be honest. I mean, Ultron must have used technology to transfer his consciousness to the Mark I armor, and scan usually gets lumped in with tech-based characters, so why are they absent here? Yeah, Mark I Ultron doesn't have technology, but he does have Cosmic, to add insult to injury. Cosmic is the final ability to be covered in the series, and Mark I Ultron has it for some reason. There are sparkling black Lego in this game, and those with the Cosmic can blow them up. Cosmic is usually reserved for space-based characters, but Ultron is the exception. All Ultron variants have the Cosmic ability, and it doesn't really make sense. I think Ultron was given Cosmic just because the big bad guys are usually given rare abilities in LEGO games. Like how dark magic seemed to be everywhere in the LEGO Harry Potter games, but getting your hands on a character who can actually use dark magic, it takes some time. But yeah, Mark I Ultron definitely should not have Cosmic, but I can't deny that it carried him this high in the list. Next we have the character who was one of the Defenders in the Netflix Marvel shows and also had her own show. Well, now they're Disney Plus shows, but they were originally on Netflix. Jessica Jones goes by her lesser used alias Jewel in this game. Now this game came out only 2 months after the Jessica Jones show premiered on Netflix, and they probably plopped Jessica Jones in parentheses after Jewel for the name recognition among older players. Or, on the opposite end of it, maybe the developers primarily called her Jewel in this game instead of Jessica Jones because of the mature rating on the Jessica Jones show. However, I'm willing to bet it was the former situation because Jessica Jones' outfit in this game is very colorful. If the Netflix version even vaguely influenced this game, she should not be wearing the outfit that she is. Also, I put Luke Cage on the MCU edition list because I figured the developers of the game probably planned Luke Cage for the game, regardless of his appearance in the Jessica Jones show, not even 2 months before this game's release. So, I'm also going to add Jewel to this list. Jessica Jones in this game has some of the stuff you'd expect if you've seen the Jessica Jones show. She has super strength, so strength and cracked wall is obvious. However, she also has agility, scan, regenerative health, and flight. Yeah, even flight. In the Jessica Jones show, Jessica doesn't fly, but rather claims that she does guided falling. X-Ray is one of the weirder characters in this game, maybe a bit niche. X-Ray was a member of the UFOs, a team of people who, in an attempt to replicate a situation that gave the Fantastic Four their powers, intentionally exposed themselves to radiation. Suffice it to say that it didn't go exactly as planned, and the UFOs are bad guys. They're a mean bunch, those guys are. They really didn't stick around for too long, despite being able to defeat the Hulk, but some of them did end up joining the Thunderbolts, X-Ray being one of them. But you can see what the result of the radiation was for X-Ray. He's pink now. I guess X-Ray here was supposed to be the Human Torch's counterpart, and he's an upgraded counterpart too. If we compare X-Ray here to the original Human Torch in this game, X-Ray shares all 3 of the abilities that the original Human Torch has, which are laser, flight, and fire immunity. But X-Ray actually has 3 more, those being regenerative health, electricity, and great. It makes total sense why X-Ray would have those extra abilities on top of those he shares with the original Human Torch. My only real complaint is his design. He's a reskin of a much better character, but we won't see that guy until the finale. I just think it's lazy, is all. Here we are at the final Captain America in the series. It's actually kind of odd considering he's the leader of the Avengers and all. But then again, the developers did try their best to make the most notable Avenger more useful. Honestly, without that signature shield switch ability and the deflect ability and those Avengers Initiative pads, the Captain Americas would be much lower on the list. Anyway, this is the Space Captain America available in the Avengers Adventure DLC character pack. This is the same pack the Scuba Captain America was from. But if you can't tell, the thing that sets this Captain America apart from the rest is that jetpack of his, which gives him the ability of flight. Sure, the Sam Wilson Captain America can fly too, but he had his Falcon abilities instead of some of the abilities the rest of the captains had, like, shield terminals. And something like shield access is pretty important to me. But yeah, this Space Captain America is just like all other Steve Rogers caps, just with flight added on, and that's more than enough reason to place him here. But seeing a Captain America character for the last time in the series is a little bittersweet. It means the end is truly on the horizon. While ending the reign of the Captain Americas is sad, we can recover with the next 4 segments of Hawkeye, another original MCU Avenger. There are 3, technically 4 variants of Hawkeye, and they are all the exact same, so I will rank the Hawkeyes based on their design or how much I like them. The least of the Hawkeyes is obviously the one from the first Avengers film. Hawkeye suffered the same issues as Black Widow when it came to the first Avengers variant. For the sets that came out along the first Avengers movie, they simply did not put any effort into Hawkeye's design. Hell, they didn't even give him a quiver neck piece and opted to give him just to print a quiver on the backside of his torso. This game simply ported over the designs of the characters and the LEGO sets into the game, so there was no effort put into this variant of Hawkeye either. The slicked back nougat hair of his does not fit. I don't think he ever wore those glasses, and I already mentioned the quiver. Also, to add insult to injury, he was the one Avenger who was turned by Loki. Hawkeye definitely pulls his weight with his abilities and is why he outranks every Captain America. Hawkeye actually has a pretty versatile ability set, but I'll save them for the following variants because I've already ranted for too long with this one. Next up in our journey through the Hawkeye characters is his next appearance after the first Avengers movie, the second Avengers movie. This variant of Hawkeye is definitely better than the last one, but it still isn't really accurate. Like, why is his hair so spiked? In the movie, it's more like one bigger spike on the front. Aside from that, they still gave him those red glasses that he doesn't have, but his outfit from the neck down is pretty accurate. Feels a little impractical though. That long jacket doesn't get in the way at all. All of the Hawkeyes have the same 6 abilities. For this segment, I'll cover the 2 that don't have to do with his, signature thing. These 2 abilities are shield access and agility, both of which make total sense. He is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after all, and he's definitely pretty agile too, I'd bet. How else could he get that vantage point on Thor in the first Thor movie? Although I'd argue that Hawkeye's Age of Ultron outfit might get in the way of his agility, but I digress. The third of 4 Hawkeyes we're covering is, surprise, not Clint Barton at all, but rather his protege. Kate Bishop is a character in this game and one of the stars of the Hawkeye Disney Plus TV show played by Haley Steinfeld, so that means that the Kate Bishop Hawkeye is going on the MCU edition list. I guess Clint Barton trained Kate Bishop to a T in the LEGO MCU because Kate Bishop has the exact same ability set as the rest of the Hawkeyes. And that's weird because I don't think Kate Bishop should have shield access. But agility would make sense at least. Of the 4 abilities of Hawkeye that I haven't revealed yet, they're all related to the bow and arrow, so it makes sense that Kate Bishop would have them too. I guess I'll reveal 2 more of them here, and reveal the last 2 in the next segment. The next 2 abilities all Hawkeyes have are grapple and glass. As I've said in the past, the grapple ability was more of a web slinger type ability in LEGO Marvel, but with no web slingers in the base game, it kind of just became a Hawkeye ability for this game. Glass, on the other hand, is somewhat of a rarer ability, so Hawkeye having it is pretty nice. Here's the final variant of Hawkeye in this game, and I mean, just look at this guy. Is it really any surprise that I ranked this Hawkeye as the best? They really put the classic outfit of Hawkeye in this game, and I had mad respect for that. It really is a shame we never got this specific version of Hawkeye in physical LEGO form, but who's to say it won't happen at some point. The closest thing we're ever going to get to this classic outfit of Hawkeye in live action is the outfit Clint wore in the series finale of the Hawkeye show, and that was admittedly pretty tacky. But after this comic accurate outfit, I can never see myself playing the other Clint Barton variants. The first Avengers variant was inaccurate. The Age of Ultron variant had an accurate outfit, but inaccuracy from the neck up. But this guy doesn't have to worry about being movie accurate. In fact, he's more comic accurate than he's obligated to be. The last 2 abilities of the Hawkeyes are ones that I think are the most important. They are laser and explosive. Explosive arrows are pretty standard for Hawkeye, so no issues there. However, Hawkeye's heat arrows only allow for blowing up gold LEGO pieces. Unfortunately, they can't carve gold LEGO pieces, as you can probably imagine, but still, even without being able to carve, Hawkeye has a really good ability set. To recap, he has shield, agility, glass, grapple, laser, and explosive. He's like a variety pack, a little bit of everything. On first glance, on the character grid, this Iron Man suit looks like a War Machine suit, and with the silver and all. But when you switch to him, you see that it's very much not a war machine. More so a construction machine. He has a jackhammer of some kind on each arm, and believe it or not, those guys really make his abilities a bit different than the standard Iron Man suit. And seeing as though we haven't gotten to the standard Iron Man suits yet, I don't find these changes of abilities an improvement. Not that this suit is bad or anything, it's just that the abilities that are given up and replaced with this suit are just not as useful. Basically, the jackhammer hands makes the suit give up explosive, laser, and repair, which just so happen to be some of Iron Man's most useful abilities. With those clunkers as hands, he can't dispense missiles or lasers or his mechanical knowledge. Instead of those 3 abilities, he gains dig and cracked wall. While those are, still useful, Iron Man had to give up 3 even more useful abilities for them, which is unfortunate. Although the Mark 25 suit still allows for Iron Man to have flight, scan, shield, and technology, so it's not all a loss. Okay, so this is Editor Me coming from Beyond the Grave. I have a little bit of something to say before this next segment. Now, I write these videos way in advance, like super in advance, and I thought that this part specifically, would come out maybe around the time Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness came out. Maybe a little bit after, I don't know. Turns out I totally missed the mark, and now Thor Love and Thunder just came out, and I'm just now getting around to America Chavez, so that's fun. A big part of me said, yeah, you should probably just rewrite the entire segment, but I decided to keep it in for two reasons. One, I'm lazy, and two, it's like a little time capsule thing. I don't know. So yeah, enjoy this blast from the past, where to a time when I did not know who America Chavez was really. So yeah, don't roast me in the comments, please. Not again. America Chavez is a character I really don't know much about. What I do know is that she is going to be in the next Doctor Strange movie, The Multiverse of Madness. Even though the movie isn't out yet, at least at the time of recording this, I'm still going to add America Chavez to the MCU edition list. America Chavez is a relatively new character to Marvel as a whole, with her first appearance in 2011. Her powers are kind of all over the place. America Chavez got her powers from manifesting powers as a result of being tested on to treat her rare chromosomal disease. But there's no real consensus with these powers, like there's not a theme. She can fly, she has super strength, and is able to summon portals that let her travel through the multiverse. Yeah, multiversal portal part really stuck out from the rest. But all of that is translated into this game as flight, strength, cracked wall, agility, fire and toxin immunity, and finally, great, to account for her star-shaped portals. Yeah, her ability set is kind of all over the place, but having a vast array of abilities is always a good thing with LEGO games. Hulkling is a member of the Young Avengers with a very interesting origin. Hulkling is actually the son of Mar-Vell, the original Captain Marvel. You know, the one that's not a girl. Hulkling's whole thing is that he's a shapeshifter. In fact, despite his name, he really doesn't have any connection to the Hulk at all. Apparently, according to the wiki, he chose the name Hulkling because he's green like the Hulk, but a changeling, since he can shapeshift. So Hulk plus changeling equals Hulkling. Honestly, very dumb and misleading. But Hulkling has a good chunk of abilities that are all comic accurate. Firstly, he has regenerative health, because why not? But aside from that, I consider Hulkling here a cross between Reptile and Hulk. With Hulk, he has strength, crack wall, and wall climbing, all of which are abilities that big boys like the Hulk have. As for Reptile, Hulkling has flight and dig, both of which are the two only abilities that Reptile has. But yeah, it's a solid set of abilities. It's just the name of the guy that I have a problem with. Now, to see a regular person this far up on the list is probably shocking. Well, Grant Ward from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't a regular person, but as far as Marvel goes, there's not much going on with him. Sure, he's a trained killer and undercover agent for Hydra, but can he fly? Is he a super soldier? Oh, how about a god? No, none of the above? Then I'll scoff in his general direction. But believe it or not, despite his regular appearance, he's got quite a bit of abilities included with him that carry him this high onto the list. Well, Grant Ward basically has every single ability a regular person could have in this game, which is like 7 of them. Firstly, he was undercover for Hydra, so Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. is just common sense at this point. He has agility, technology, and scan with his advanced training. Finally, the two that may come as a surprise are his grapple and explosive abilities. Grapple is just uncommon for a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to have, or in this case, a Hydra agent. And explosive isn't something that many agents have either. I think before this, the only agent to have explosives was Coulson. And Grant Ward's explosive is pretty much the exact same as his. It's a little ironic. This is the first time I'm officially covering Spider-Man on this channel. Spider-Man, you know, if you haven't noticed, is kind of the namesake of my channel as a whole. But I'm covering him in the game where he was only available in DLC. Like I said, ironic. This is the main Spider-Man that came with the Spider-Man character pack. This suit is the same one we saw in LEGO Marvel Superheroes and is the minifigure for the Ultimate Spider-Man sets. Here's a little confession. The only thing this Spider-Man can do that the three we've covered a few parts ago can't is his ability to switch to his alter ego Peter Parker. Aside from that, this Spider-Man is the exact same as Spider-Girl, Scarlet Spider, and the Civil War Spider-Man. Spider-Man can web swing, wall climb, do technology and scan, with grapple and agility. And finally, he can transform into Peter Parker after a web cocoon animation. Peter Parker just has a camera and agility. I know the ability to switch to Peter Parker shouldn't boost him up a whole 3 parts, but come on, it's me. It's my namesake. Let me have this. Besides, Peter Parker has nothing but a camera that functions the same as the Jatari tourist. Remember that guy? How his camera can befuzzle enemies? Well, Peter Parker does the same. You know, that justifies his boost in the ranking, doesn't it? Okay, I'll be honest. This guy is a lot like those big boys we covered a few parts ago, but this guy has a sword, and that's why I ranked him higher. Honestly, I shouldn't have ranked him this far higher, but in a series with just under 300 characters, some characters might slip through the cracks. I'm only human after all. But then again, let it be known that having a sword when most people like you don't have one gets you ahead in life. But this is Scar, the son of the Hulk, in the infamous comic World War Hulk, which Thor Ragnarok took elements of. Scar was born from a cocoon in the like of fire, so you know he goes hard. Will we ever see Scar in the MCU? Honestly, I can't see it happening without some sort of giant retcon, but if they want to keep the MCU going for as long as possible, the son of the Hulk is definitely a way to achieve that. But, like I said, Scar has a lot of the same stuff as those other big boys, which are immunity to toxins and fire, wall climbing, strength, super jump, cracked wall, and regenerative health. I think the reason why I ranked him so much higher is not just the sword, but the fact that I listed Extinguish as an ability during my research when I didn't do that with the other big boys. Scar having Extinguish is technically true. When Scar walks over fire, he takes them out completely. Most other big boys just pad down the fire temporarily just for it to come back up when they leave. Still though, I doubt that little distinction and the sword is enough to boost Scar up 7 whole parts. Wow. This is one of the most fun characters to unlock in the game. For those who don't know, Lou Ferrigno played the Hulk in the terribly campy Hulk show that came out in 1978. To unlock Lou Ferrigno, you have to complete a line of quests given by Lou Ferrigno in Manhattan. When you complete all of them, you unlock this guy for purchase, similar to how you unlock the elderly Agent Carter. But Lou Ferrigno is a much cooler character than that old hag. Lou Ferrigno, when you unlock him, is seemingly useless. However, he can transform into the 1978 Hulk in the best way possible. He takes out a can of green spray paint and becomes the 1978 Hulk by just spraying himself with it. In this form, he has all of the same abilities as the other big boys, so he has strength, wall climbing, super jump, cracked wall, immunity to fire, gas, and toxins, and finally regenerative health. When you're ready to switch back, Stan Lee comes out of nowhere with a fire extinguisher and washes the paint right off. Funny how that green paint can make Lou Ferrigno strong, unless Lou is that strong already and the green paint is sort of a courtesy. Is it just me, or is Red She-Hulk the Waluigi of these Hulk characters? Think about it. In this analogy, Hulk is Mario since he's the main character, She-Hulk is the lovable sidekick, Red Hulk is the antithesis of the main character, so Wario, and Red She-Hulk, like Waluigi, is only here because the antithesis of the main character needed a tennis partner. Well, Red Hulk wasn't playing tennis, but I mean, you get the gist. However, Red She-Hulk in this game outranks her male counterpart, who is actually her dad in the comics. Red She-Hulk has a lot of the same abilities of Red Hulk, but she's just smaller. Red She-Hulk has strength, wall climbing, cracked wall, super jump, toxin immunity, regenerative health, and finally agility. Agility is the thing Red She-Hulk has over Red Hulk and also her smaller size. I didn't mention this with Lou Ferrigno, but a regularly sized minifigure with Hulk-like abilities is more advantageous because I personally find that the Big Fig characters control clunkily, if that makes sense. So if a regular sized character can do the same stuff, plus agility, yeah, I'm going to rank them over the standard Big Fig counterpart. Now, following She-Hulk comes the original She-Hulk. Now, I ranked She-Hulk over the red one because She-Hulk is the OG, obviously. Also, with She-Hulk having her own show on the way for Disney+, She-Hulk is going to go on the MCU edition list. An MCU edition lister will always be a priority over a character with the same set of abilities. You understand. But yeah, just like Red She-Hulk, She-Hulk has agility, toxin immunity, super jump, cracked wall climbing, strength, and regenerative health. Something I haven't mentioned, but it applies to She-Hulk along with the 2 other Hulk characters we just went over. This also applies to every regular size minifigure with super jump, and also sporadically to random characters like Daredevil. But some characters can pull out parachutes in the air. Like in She-Hulk's case, after super jumping, she can pull out a parachute to extend the duration of her time in the air. This is similar to Moon Knight's glide and might even be able to be classified as such, but it's a little too niche of a thing. It's a neat detail that I wouldn't get to mention anywhere else though. The Grandmaster and the Collector are brothers in a sense. In the comics, they're both elders of the universe. However, their relation to the MCU is still unknown. I mean, the Collector might be dead after Infinity War after Thanos assaulted his collection for the Reality Stone. But he could have escaped, we don't know. Last time we saw Grandmaster, his odds didn't look too good either.
It's a tie.
But I'm going to assume they're both alive because I want to see if these guys really do have some sort of relationship in the MCU. By the way, like I implied, the Grandmaster is going to go on the MCU edition list for his appearance in Thor Ragnarok, played by Jeff Goldblum. As for this game though, you may recall that I considered the Collector as a disappointment, especially since you go through a lot of trouble to get him. The same definitely cannot be said for the Grandmaster. He has so many abilities and you don't have to scour every level in the game to get him. In fact, you just find him in the South America hub world, and it's so much less work. But the Grandmaster has a lot of magical abilities that the MCU version definitely doesn't have. He has telekinesis, mind control, great immunity to fire, gas, and toxins, laser, electricity, and finally, cosmic. Having the cosmic ability definitely seals the deal for this guy. The only thing missing here is flight. Not that I think the Grandmaster should have it, just that it might have landed him way higher. Maybe in the 20s, maybe in the top 10, who knows. Remember Finesse from part 2, and I said her alleged dad is in this game but I couldn't say? Well, Taskmaster is that guy. Here's a character I think got a little shafted in the MCU. Taskmaster is a pretty cool villain with his ability to mimic any ability he observes. Makes him like a cool villain. In the Black Widow movie, Taskmaster turned out to be some puppet of the Red Room. Also, Taskmaster is going on the MCU edition list. Wow, 3 editions in a row. That's a little unprecedented. But Taskmaster's MCU depiction was underwhelming. Yeah, I guess the skull face is hard to adapt without making it look too campy, but the Square Enix Avengers game did a pretty good job, I thought. One of the few things they got right, actually, was Taskmaster. Like I said, Taskmaster has the ability of mimicking the abilities of others, and that's used in this game. As you can see, Taskmaster wields a shield, sword, and bow and arrow. It's cool that he has a lot of weapons, which he should, but I feel as though he doesn't use his sword enough. The bow and arrow is the default when you attack, but with the shield and bow and arrow, he has most of the abilities of both Captain America and Hawkeye. With the bow and arrow, Taskmaster can melt gold Lego, use explosives, grapple, and shatter glass, just like Hawkeye. With the shield, Taskmaster can deflect like Captain America, but he can't use Captain America's iconic shield switch, which is a little weird, but I guess it makes sense. The color scheme has to match, I suppose. Taskmaster also has agility, as it should be obvious. And finally, Taskmaster has glide, something we haven't seen since Moon Knight. Unless you count like the parachutes that some characters have, like I mentioned. At first glance, Quasar looks like he comes from the cosmic side of Marvel, and that's kind of correct, but he has an earthly origin with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries. Basically, Stark Industries created these quantum bands, and Wendell Vaughn, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, watched as some dude put them on and disintegrate himself. But when AIM attacks to take the quantum bands, Wendell Vaughn puts them on and becomes Quasar. His main thing is that he can rearrange his atoms into any shape. Not shapeshift per se, more becoming light and then moving around, I think. Not completely sure. But from what I've said so far, It seems like it would make sense for him to have Great with rearranging his form and all. Wrong. Great is the one ability he doesn't have. He has a ton more though. He has Deflect, Laser, Electricity, Cracked Wall, Regenerative Health, Force Field, and Flight to seal the deal. Sure, he has those less useful abilities like Regenerative Health and Force Field, but Quasar having Electricity, Laser, and Flight is a huge plus. It's just a shame that he can't use the Great, even though I feel like he was born for that ability. After Quasar, we have a niche character that has had a few scuffles with Quasar, actually. In the end, though, the Jack of Hearts is actually a good guy, surprisingly. In fact, Jack of Hearts is actually being featured in the She-Hulk run of comics that's coming out right now, and he's a bit different from the guy you see in the game. But aside from that, he's a pretty good character after everything. He's a magic user, though he doesn't have telekinesis and mind control. But aside from those two abilities that he doesn't have, he has Deflect, Electricity, Strength, Cracked Wall, Laser, Flight, and immunity to fire, gas, and toxins. Starting off this part in the final 50 characters is one of the biggest heavy hitters in the MCU right now, and also a guy being added to the MCU edition list. It's Dr. Stephen Strange. He was briefly referenced in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, but never made an actual appearance until his solo movie in 2016. More recently, he just received a sequel to his 2016 solo movie with Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness just 6 years after. But there are two variants of Doctor Strange, and this one is the one from the base game. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he has access to all of the magical abilities in the game. He understandably has mind control, telekinesis, Great, even regenerative health. Some things that we don't see as much that Doctor Strange has is Force Field, but I've mentioned several times my feelings about that ability. But as you can see, Doctor Strange also has Flight, and even little stars emit from him as he goes, which is neat. Finally, a bit of a surprise, but Doctor Strange's final ability is Technology. I think it's a reference to his origins as a surgeon, but performing surgery on bodies and navigating technically advanced terminals are pretty different. Here's the only character that is associated with the Inhumans in this game. The Inhumans were actually in the MCU, technically, with their own show that lasted for one season before being cancelled. I'll be honest, I haven't watched it, but I'm told it's terrible. Crystal here is in that show, and one could argue that Crystal should go on the MCU edition list. However, seeing as how Marvel Studios is trying to sweep that dumpster fire under the rug like it never happened, I'm willing to bet that Feige doesn't consider Inhumans canon to the MCU. So I won't either. And before you say the Inhumans is canon no matter what because of the multiverse, I'm talking about the cinematic universe, not cinematic multiverse. But yeah, sorry Crystal, it's not you. It's your show. Anyway, Crystal is a bit of a jack of all trades. Crystal is described as being an elementalist, one who can control all four classical elements: fire, water, earth, and air. So she's the Avatar, basically. But let's go through her abilities in relation to the elements, shall we? For Earth, she has Dig. For Air, she has Flight and Telekinesis. According to the wiki, she has Aerokinesis, which means she can manipulate oxygen molecules to be able to lift things and herself. So it's technically not telekinesis, but both cases get things in the air. So, sure, let's call it that. For Fire, she has Fire Immunity and Laser. And finally for Water, nothing, because there's no water-related abilities in the game. Well, there's Ice, but I guess that's not good enough for TT games because Crystal doesn't have that ability. Crystal has two more abilities that doesn't apply to the four classic elements, those being Agility and Electricity. So yeah, as I said, Crystal is a jack of all trades, making her pretty useful. It's just a shame that she's going to be shunned by the MCU for being an Inhumans. We covered Red Skull a while ago, and I felt disappointed with him in this game. As Captain America's greatest foe, I expected him to have some more abilities or something. Luckily for us, the Avengers Explorer character pack gave us the Iron Skull, which redeems him in a way. The Iron Skull was seen in the Avengers Assemble cartoon, which was adapted into a Lego set, and that was used as a reference for this DLC. Red Skull used the stolen Iron Man suit and removed the helmet for some reason, so everyone knows that it's Red Skull in that menacing suit. I don't know, I feel like that Red Skull of his might be prone to damage, so removing that helmet seems kind of counterintuitive. But basically, with an Iron Man suit, Iron Skull has access to both Hydra abilities and Iron Man abilities. While Iron Skull retained the Hydra shield and explosive abilities that the regular Red Skull has, he doesn't have agility like the original Red Skull does. But to give up agility, Iron Skull gains technology, scan, laser, and flight, and that's more than a worthy trade to me. As part of the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC, we have Dr. Voodoo, a totally subtly named villain. Voodoo's name is Jericho Drum, and in the first Doctor Strange movie, a guy named Daniel Drum fought and was killed by the main antagonist of the film, the dude played by Mads Mikkelsen. Now, I thought that maybe this Daniel Drum is the MCU's Dr. Voodoo, and that is what the MCU wiki says. However, I've read articles that theorize that the actual Jericho Drum will show up to avenge his dead brother or something, which is a much better scenario. It's not that I'm familiar with Dr. Voodoo, but it would suck for them to just throw away a villain like that, assuming Daniel Drum was the MCU's Dr. Voodoo. Dr. Voodoo carries this staff with a skull and a flag propped on it, and he has all of the magic abilities you'd come to expect, and is very similar to Doctor Strange in this way. Dr. Voodoo has flight, mind control, telekinesis, great, and regenerative health. The two non-magically related abilities are agility and cracked wall. Both of these I think Voodoo shouldn't have. Typically those with swords have the cracked wall ability, and that's already pushing it. But for a staff wielder to have the cracked wall ability, I'm pretty sure you'd break the staff before the wall. But this is a magic staff we're talking about, so who knows? And also, agility. He can fly. Why does he need agility? I don't know. Here's one of my favorite characters in the game. Seriously, if this was a list ranked on how much I like to play the characters, Fin Fang Foom would be near the top, if not number one. Fin Fang Foom is a humanoid dragon guy who has fought some Avengers in the comics, such as Thor and Iron Man. He's even made a few appearances recently, namely the Square Enix Guardians of the Galaxy game, but Fin Fang Foom resembled just a generic dragon as opposed to what you see in front of you. Fin Fang Foom is a quest giver and unlocked in Manhattan, which is weird, but seeing a giant dragon guy standing on the sidewalk waiting for you to talk to him is a bit off-putting. Fin Fang Foom is bound to end up in the MCU though, right? I hope so. But let's discuss Fin Fang Foom in this game and why he's one of my favorites. Firstly, let's get the formalities out of the way. As a big dragon guy with wings, Fin Fang Foom has the following abilities: flight, laser, cracked wall, strength, regenerative health, and immunity to fire, gas, and toxins. Now here's the interesting part. Fin Fang Foom has the size ability, but not to grow small, not even to grow big, but to grow huge. Fin Fang Foom grows to be the width of like an entire street in Manhattan, and you can even fly in this size too. Sure, you can't do anything but move around and fly in this state, but it's just so cool to me. It's unfortunate that you can't do this in actual levels, only in open worlds, but being able to grow that big is unique to Fin Fang Foom. Here's the other child of Wanda and Vision, aside from Speed, who we covered a while ago. Wiccan is also the newest addition to the MCU edition list, appearing in WandaVision as Wanda's fabricated child, and in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness as an actual multiversal version of the son of Wanda. Wiccan has a lot more going on with his powers than his twin brother. Speed has speed, and that's really it. But Wiccan takes more from his mother as a magic user. Strangely enough, Wiccan truly does blow his mom out of the water in terms of abilities in this game. While Scarlet Witch's only appearance in the MCU at the time of this game's release was one of its most recent, Age of Ultron. So Wanda was based off of her MCU version, but since there was no Wiccan in the MCU when this game came out, Wiccan was based off his fully established comics version. I bet if a LEGO game based on the MCU was made now, Wiccan would be a child and also at the bottom of the list with no abilities. But that is definitely not the case in this game. Wiccan has telekinesis and mind control, matching his mother in that regard, but in addition, he has flight, great, and electricity for his more useful abilities. As for his less impressive abilities, he has agility and regenerative health. I hope you like Iron Man like the rest of the general population, because the rest of this part and all of the next part is going to be just Iron Man. Now, there are so many Iron Man suits in this game. So many that I'm not even going to bother to giving you a proper count. Figure it out yourself if you're so curious. But most of them have the same set of abilities. There's 7 of them, which we'll come to be familiar with pretty soon. Except for this one, the Mark 40, along with a few others. We've seen it before with the Mark 25, where some of the Iron Man abilities that he would have were replaced with just dig. The Mark 40 does have its unique quirk in exchange for another classic Iron Man ability. The Mark 40's quirk is that it allows Iron Man to have the speed ability. The Iron Man wiki states that this suit has the high velocity suit upgrade. So it lets Iron Man run fast, but strangely it doesn't let him fly faster like it apparently should. Aside from the speed and flight, the Mark 40 Iron Man has all of the standard Iron Man abilities, so there's scan, repair, laser, shield, and technology. Now, I like these gimmick suits that they have in this game. Like, yeah, speed makes you go faster on ground, but when the Mark 40 also has flight, it renders the speed ability kind of null, except for those blue and white speed panels. Here's yet another gimmick Iron Man suit who falls into the same category as the Mark 40. I feel the same way about this suit as I did with the Mark 40, in that I think it's cool and all, but the trade-off just isn't worth it to be ranked higher than the other non-gimmicky Iron Man suits. It's the Mark 16, otherwise known as the nightclub suit. This suit has the stealth ability, while all other Iron Man suits obviously don't. The stealth ability is good and all, but the laser ability is sacrificed in order to make the stealth ability possible for the suit. Laser is so much more useful than stealth. Aside from stealth and the lack of laser, the Mark 16 shares the same other 6 abilities that the Mark 40 has, aside from its speed ability. I don't even feel the need to list them all again, because we are about to be very, very familiar with them in the coming segments. What better for placement number 42 than the Mark 42? We're done with the gimmick suits. We are now reaching the stretch of Iron Man suits that are exactly the same in terms of abilities. It is now the time I start ranking the suits by how they look rather than how they play, since they all play the same. So all I really have to go off of are the cosmetics. Now let me preface, I don't really have a problem with any of the designs for the Iron Man suits. They're all on a spectrum between cool and serviceable. There's no real ugly suit design to me, but that being said, this is the Mark 42, the main suit that we see in Iron Man 3. Since this is the least of the Iron Man suits with the standard set of abilities, this is the most alright suit design. Again, I don't have a problem with it at all. I just like the other suit designs better. I can't really place what it is about the suit. I think it's the weird beige color that replaces the gold in his standard color scheme that throws it off for me. The abilities of the Mark 42 and most other Iron Man suits are the following: flight, scan, repair, shield, laser, explosive, and technology. Get that set of abilities in your head, because I will rarely repeat them over in the course of the next 11 segments. Next up on our list is the suit of armor Tony Stark donned during the Chitauri invasion in the first Avengers film. You know that phallic looking piece of metal that flew after Tony when he was thrown off the Avengers Tower top floor through a window by Loki? Yeah, this is that suit. Looking at a picture of it, the Mark 7 does look a little more bulky compared to most other suits. However, in this game, that bulkiness is just not prevalent enough to be reflected in this game, so the Mark 7 kind of just looks like the suit we see in the very first Iron Man film, the Mark 3. But lucky for us, the Mark 3 isn't in this game, so there isn't any confusion involved with both of them having a circular reactor. This variant of Iron Man is probably the one that most people think of when they think about Iron Man, and one of the most realistic looking. Is it just me, or of all of the Iron Man suits that we see in Age of Ultron and later on, all look a little too fake with the CGI? It's weird that the first Iron Man film, which is also the oldest MCU film, has the best Iron Man suit CGI, as in, looking the most real. I guess in Age of Ultron and especially Infinity War, There's already so much CGI everywhere with both the villains and other superheroes that need CGI, so they had to cut a bit down on the Iron Man CGI budget to make Ultron and Thanos look good, and Hulk and the other guys, whatever. I don't know. All I'm trying to say is that Iron Man at least looked pretty good and realistic in the first Avengers film, from which the Mark 7 appeared in. Next up in our Iron Man suit marathon is the Mark 43, the suit Tony wore primarily in Age of Ultron. So if you'd like, you could call this one of the Avengers Age of Ultron variants, but that's a mouthful. Honestly, the Mark designations for the suits in this game are pretty good compared to their alternative. If you don't know what I mean, look at it this way. All of the other core Avengers have one variant for the first Avengers film and one for Age of Ultron. Some of the Avengers may have more than just those two. I'm looking at you, Cap, but that's the main idea. Some of the variants, especially for Captain America, can get tiresome in a way. Regular, Age of Ultron, no helmet, Age of Ultron, no helmet, blah blah blah. But with Iron Man, the Mark numbers supersede the other designations the other Avengers have. It's a stupid thing to ramble about, sure, but I need to have something to talk about, and the Mark 43 suit design doesn't really differ much from the look of other standard suits. So here's another Iron Man suit. I wonder what I can ramble about for this segment. Oh, triangle reactor. That's something different. This is the Mark 6, the one first seen in Iron Man 2, and the suit Tony wears when he initially goes up against Thor in the woods in the first Avengers movie. Aside from the triangular reactor, another thing to note about this suit is how Tony created a whole new element to power this suit of his. The old material he used prior to Iron Man 2, palladium, was causing poisoning, which led Tony to making the element with the aid of his father's research. If you saw Iron Man 2, you'd know this. If you haven't seen Iron Man 2, I don't blame you. You aren't missing much. In any case, I quite like the triangle shape to the reactor. It just looks more sleek than the standard circular reactor. While there's not much more to say, obviously the suit has all the same abilities as most suits: flight, scan, repair, shield, laser, explosive, and technology. But really, I'm just repeating the abilities to buy some time. So here's the Mark 45 Iron Man suit. For those unaware, like myself before I googled it, this is the first suit that had Friday as the AI and not Jarvis. So Tony wore this suit in the Battle of Sokovia in Age of Ultron. Speaking of Friday, you never really see, or rather hear, much of her at all in the MCU. Everyone associates Jarvis as the official Iron Man AI despite what Ultron did to him. I like to think Jarvis was almost his own character in his appearances leading up to his quote-unquote murder in Age of Ultron. I'll say the first time I saw Age of Ultron, the death of Jarvis bugged me, because as I said, he seemed like an actual character despite being an AI. Also, how can an AI die? I don't know, it's weird. I guess I have to rewatch the movie. But luckily, the death of Jarvis eventually brought the birth of Vision in the same movie, played by the same guy. Good thing Paul Bettany looked enough like a passable Vision. What if Jarvis was played by a guy who looked nothing like Vision? Yeah, Vision is an android, so it would be impossible to not look like Vision without the proper makeup, but you get it. I'm pretty sure killing off Jarvis and making the voice actor play Vision was not part of the plan for the MCU when the first Iron Man came out, but meh. This is a suit available in DLC, this time being the Captain America Civil War character pack. This is also the last Iron Man suit in this game chronologically, with Mark 46 being the highest mark in this game. Tony wore this for pretty much all of the Civil War film. Speaking of Civil War, something worth mentioning is the game Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. First of all, it's a great game, I totally recommend. Probably the best of the 3 Ultimate Alliance games. But that game also adapts the Civil War story from the comics, and a lot more faithfully too. The version of Civil War in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 was almost play-by-play from the comics, even with the same catalytic event with Nitro, the villain, blowing up an elementary school. In Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, you choose either the side of Captain America or Iron Man, and play different missions based on your decision. I sided with Captain America in Ultimate Alliance 2 because I thought Cap had the better case. However, for the MCU, I feel like Tony was right. It's controversial, I know, but it seems like Steve's obsession with Bucky was the main reason for going against the Sokovia Accords and not like the actual morality of it. Plus, in the comics, the secret identities of heroes were at stake, but there's way fewer heroes in the MCU who still have their secret identities hidden. I think it's like, what? Spider-Man? Yeah. Here's yet another Iron Man suit only available in DLC. In this case, it's way more interesting than the last. In fact, this one doesn't even get a mark number, as you've probably already noticed. This is the variant you face off against in the Masters of Evil DLC. I would say boss fight, but all he does is randomly shoot rockets until you build a cannon to take him down. What sets this classic Iron Man apart from the rest is his helmet. Instead of having that big ol' helmet piece, his headpiece just has, the Iron Man helmet printing on it. It's pretty neat if you ask me. This variant of Iron Man was seen before in the first LEGO Marvel Superheroes game, but he was called the Heroic Age Iron Man instead. But regardless, his tiny head doesn't change his abilities at all. But it's neat to see a widely different take on LEGO Iron Man in the Masters of Evil DLC. Here's the one of two Iron Man suits whose mark designation is displayed along with its nickname. As to why they did that, I have no idea, but it makes the suit stand out nonetheless. Another thing that makes the suit stand out is the fact that the suit was actually featured in one of the 3 Iron Man 3 LEGO sets, in a $10 set. It was a real accessible way to get your hands on an Iron Man minifigure, with cool detailing to boot. Looking at the official render of the character, you can see that the chest is a little buffed up. That's because the suit is especially designed to be able to have a stronger arc reactor blast, which is why it's nicknamed Heartbreaker. The LEGO version of the suit puts a lot more emphasis on the blue in his eyes and arc reactor. Like with the physical minifigure, the eyes are actually blue, when all other Iron Man minifigures with the same type of helmet have white eyes. The Mark V Iron Man suit is the suit that most people remember from the pretty forgettable Iron Man 2, which is the briefcase suit. Honestly, the Mark V is one of my favorites in terms of suit ups and overall look. Remember with the Mark 42 and how I said the beige color doesn't really complement the red with the color scheme? Well, it's the exact opposite with the Mark V. The silver goes with the red so well, and I'm just now realizing that maybe I'm coming off a little bit too excessive, but I'm serious. And the suit up scene for the Mark V is probably my favorite of all of his suit up scenes. I like to think that Whiplash, despite being trapped against the wall by a car, could have gotten out and taken Tony out while he was suiting up for that huge amount of time, but decided to not because he was also in awe of that suit up. Plus, suit in a briefcase. If I got to have one Iron Man suit of my choosing, I would probably without a doubt choose the Mark V because of the ease of access. I don't know if you guys recall the Scuba Captain America, the DLC Captain America variant that ran a little goofy because of the flippers and couldn't actually do much with the water despite his equipment. Well, here's the Scuba Iron Man that came in that very same DLC character pack. These minifigures were based on an Avengers Assemble LEGO set that came out around the time of this game's release, and play pretty much the same as the base game variants. Well, as I said, the Scuba Captain America was placed last of the standard Captain Americas because the flippers made it feel like he went a fraction slower, even if he didn't actually move slower. Scuba Iron Man doesn't have anything that would hinder his movement speed. Instead, what he has going on makes him look a little bit cooler. The aqua green suit color, the buff chest piece. Turns out this is an actual mark number in the MCU with Mark 7 and the nickname Hammerhead. Also, the energy that comes out of the suit when flying is red-orange instead of blue like most other Iron Man suits. It's a little weird that this variant is designated as Scuba instead of its mark number like most other Iron Man suit variants in this game, but it's probably because the Scuba Captain America was also designated as such and they wanted consistency. This Space Iron Man is a lot like Scuba Iron Man, except for their stark difference in appearance. This variant is taken from the Avengers Space Mission LEGO set, which is also the first LEGO set that had Thanos, and since it's a comic-accurate Thanos as opposed to the MCU version, it makes it probably one of my favorite versions of him. In LEGO form, of course. But aside from Thanos, The Iron Man from that set is what you see here. Also, this suit has a mark designation as well, even though it's not displayed in the game. This is Mark 39 with the nickname Star Boost or Gemini. I don't know why there's two nicknames, but Star Boost makes sense. I can't say the same for Gemini though. This suit was apparently at the final battle in Iron Man 3 and was blown up with the rest of the suits. Tony should have saved a few suits at least, especially this one. Also, he continued creating suits after Iron Man 3, so did he really prove a point by blowing them all up at the end of the third Iron Man movie? I don't... Here's a variant that I'm surprised is in this game. This is the Superior Iron Man. There was an event in the comics that basically reversed the morality of the Marvel characters via magic. Iron Man somehow shielded himself when the spell was reversed and continued being evil. He met his end when the comic universe and the Ultimate Universe collided and were both destroyed, then restored again by Reed Richards. When the universes were restored, Tony's morality was reset as well. But what sets the Superior Iron Man from the rest in this game is the futuristic design and the white and silver color scheme. As for the game though, he plays the exact same. And you know, since it's the last segment where we see the Iron Men with the exact same abilities, I'll list off the abilities that all these Iron Man suits share in case you've forgotten. The abilities are Flight, Scan, Repair, Shield, Laser, Explosive, and Technology. To recap, all of these suits are really useful in the game, with the ease of transportation with the Flight and the versatility of abilities. Really, all of the Iron Men I just went over in this stretch of segments are all on equal ground. It really just depends on your preference of design. In this game, Captain Marvel was gatekept from the base game and instead got her own DLC level, much like Black Panther. Now, as I've said, I'm not a fan of this tactic of TT games because their straight up abusive DLC content is not an isolated incident for this game, or for all of their games for that matter. Ever since the concept of DLC was becoming commonplace, TT games jumped in on the opportunity and just sprinted with it. Well, Captain Marvel's DLC here is just about the same in quality from the rest of the DLCs in this game. The level ones at least. Here we have the star of the DLC level and the next addition to the MCU list. If you've kept up with the MCU, you'd know that she is a little overpowered, and that stays true in this game. It's weird because this isn't even the first time we've seen Carol Danvers. We've seen the Carol Danvers Ms. Marvel, and she's nowhere close to the power of Captain Marvel here. Since Captain Marvel came in 2 variants with her DLC, I'll cover 3 of her 7 abilities. Yeah, 7. I'll cover the few that I don't feel are really necessary, and those 3 are Agility, Regenerative Health, and Technology. These 3 are good to have for sure, but they're just gravy given Captain Marvel's other 4 superior abilities, in my opinion. Captain Marvel is one of the main players of the MCU now that Iron Man and Captain America are out, much to the dismay of a lot of MCU fans. Now, I'm not going to play dumb and pretend that all the controversy around Brie Larson and Captain Marvel in the MCU doesn't exist. Not a lot of people, but a vocal minority of the MCU fan base are bashing her and the rest of the MCU. I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but I think the whole situation is dumb. These 40-year-old men on YouTube claiming to not care about the MCU anymore because of Captain Marvel, despite making 2 videos about it a day and watching every single thing they come out with. It's a little stupid, but I mean, enough MCU politics for now. This is the second Captain Marvel variant to come from the Captain Marvel DLC, and the only difference is the mask. And that's the only reason why I ranked this one over the other. I like the mask, what can I say? But with all of that out of the way, let's go over her final 4 abilities, which are Strength, Flight, Laser, and Cracked Wall. Like I said, the abilities I went over in the last segment don't really hold a candle to these other 4. Captain Marvel has Agility, great, but she can fly anyway, so who cares? And those other 2 just seem to be tacked on, Technology and Regenerative Health. But yeah, Captain Marvel is a decent character to play as are all of the characters in this final third of the list. Here is the final character that has yet to be covered from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. DLC pack. So this is the best character from the pack, I guess. If you haven't seen the show, this is Daisy's father, Cal Johnson, played by that guy from Twin Peaks. But, I mean, like Gorilla Girl, or Red Hulk, or what have you, this guy can transform into another character entirely. It's strange how Daisy's mother was basically at the bottom of the list, while Cal here is nearing the top. Honestly, being in the top 50 in this game is basically star status, especially if you consider how few abilities characters had in the older LEGO games. Like, Boba Fett was in the top 10 in the complete saga, but would probably be in the middle third of the list if he was somehow in this game. And I'm being generous with that, he might even be lower. But I mean, back to the subject of this segment, Cal Johnson has another persona included with him, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde was never referred to as such in the show, but was referenced in the promotional material, so it's strange that this other version of Cal Johnson is given another name entirely. As Cal Johnson, he's a regular semi-evil doctor guy. He has technology, and that's about it. But when he transforms, he turns into a monster man, Mr. Hyde, not unlike Pound Cakes in that he has the abilities of big boys, but is regular sized. As Mr. Hyde, he has strength, toxin immunity, health regeneration, cracked wall, super jump, and wall climbing. Toxin immunity is probably there because in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. level, you straight up see Cal crawl through some toxic goo. And we don't like inconsistency, right? Here's the last core Avenger we haven't seen yet, and that's impressive given how close we are to the end of the list. The Hulk and Bruce Banner are two sides of the same coin, literally, and it's this guy who's the reason why Transform is considered its own ability. Now, there are only two variants of Hulk and Bruce Banner, but lucky for us, Bruce Banner and Hulk are like two wildly different beings, so we can cover one and the other for each Hulk segment. For this one, the Age of Ultron variant, let's cover the less interesting half, Bruce Banner. As Bruce Banner, he has all the abilities of a smart guy at S.H.I.E.L.D., which are technology and S.H.I.E.L.D. He doesn't have repair, which is disappointing, but that's more of a Tony Stark thing anyway. But in my opinion, I would have still given Bruce a repair if I was the guy assigning abilities in the development of this game. I ranked this Hulk and Bruce Banner under the other one because I like the other Bruce Banner outfit more, and I don't like this shade of green on Hulk. I don't care if it's movie accurate. I much like the vibrant green of the Hulk that you're about to see right now. And after the Age of Ultron variant, we have the Avengers variant. It makes sense that the variants for each Avenger would be based off their physical LEGO minifigures in the sets they came in, but this situation is especially strange for Hulk. The takes on Hulk in LEGO form were transformed dramatically between the first two Avengers movies. I mean, the Hulks are two entirely different shades of green. I would have expected them to maybe change the first Avengers Hulk to have the same shade of green as the Age of Ultron Hulk, since that shade is more movie accurate. But they stuck to their guns and made the first Avengers Hulk the lighter shade of green that he was in the Avengers LEGO sets. As Hulk, the abilities are all the same as many of the big boys we've seen time and time again. Cracked wall, super strength, super jump, toxin and fire immunity, and wall climbing. All the same stuff. So to recap, Hulk has those abilities, plus transform, plus shield, and plus technology from Bruce Banner. Of course, it's a solid lineup, and this game did Bruce Banner justice, relatively. Here he is, the big bad, the guy the entire MCU was leading up to. Now, with Thanos gone, they're doing everything they can to keep the MCU afloat. And honestly, after Endgame, I can't see how the MCU can ever reach that level of hype again. It just doesn't seem like a possibility to me. Anyway, Thanos in this game is half big boy, half magic user. Remember how I said some time ago that the problem with big characters like Thanos here is mostly due to the fact that they can't do regular sized abilities as easily? Well, Thanos here is the guy I was referring to. But before we get to that, let me cover the more obvious abilities, judging by his build. Thanos has strength, cracked wall, fire and toxin immunity, super jump, and wall climbing. However, he has 3 more abilities outside of these. These abilities would make sense if Thanos was wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, but he isn't. These abilities are electricity, laser, and telekinesis. Last I checked, Thanos didn't have the power of energy projection or anything in the comics, not until he had the Gauntlet at least, But pretending he has the gauntlet in this game makes it more believable and more enjoyable, if I'm being honest. When I was talking about regular sized abilities, I was mainly talking about Thanos' telekinesis, in that it only works like half the time. Like, look at this footage of Thanos playing chess. I have to reposition myself several times to get it to work. This is the case with every instance of telekinesis with Thanos, not just the chessboard. Some places I can't even seem to get it to work no matter what position I'm in. Still though, having Thanos is pretty cool to see in the roster, especially considering we've only seen him for a total of 3 minutes on screen in the MCU at the time of the release of this game. Next up is the villain of the first Ant-Man movie, Yellow Jacket, also known as Ant-Man but not, which is something we've seen several times in the MCU. You know, the same general premise of the hero, just with a twisted morality. I've spoken about it before, so I won't dwell on it, but Yellow Jacket was available in the Ant-Man DLC pack for this game, and also the last character from that DLC that we haven't covered yet. Crazy stuff. Darren Cross was the guy who took over Pym Technologies and was evil, I guess. He's also the dude that killed Antony, so there's that. In this game, he's basically an enhanced Wasp, in that he shares a lot of the same qualities, mainly that Yellow Jacket can shrink and fly. Probably the best scene from the first Ant-Man movie was the fight scene between Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket on the toy train table in small form. And that scene showcased Yellow Jacket's first two abilities, flight and size. Aside from those abilities that basically define him as a character, he has the following abilities: agility, scan, technology, stealth, great, and shield. Most of those have to do with his ability to switch sizes like stealth and great. Technology and scan makes sense too, since he usurped Pym's tech company, but shield? What's up with that? He doesn't have any affiliation, so it might have been a mistake, but whatever. Baron Mordo is one of the two villains you see in the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC. Baron Mordo was crashing into Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum, and your job was to get rid of him as Doctor Strange. Baron Mordo, being a fierce adversary of the Sorcerer Supreme, obviously will have a fierce set of abilities to go along with his fierceness. You get what I'm saying. Also, Baron Mordo is a new add to the MCU edition list. Baron Mordo was more of an ally to Strange in the first one, but we don't see him as an enemy in the sequel. Well, not entirely. The bit we see of Baron Mordo is a different universe's version of him, who played along as his friend before being somewhat of an enemy. I don't know. Doctor Strange regarded him as an enemy when we first saw him in Multiverse of Madness, but we never saw Mordo try to kill him outright before the events of Multiverse of Madness. Anyway, Baron Mordo has 8 abilities, with most being magic related and one that's not. The magical abilities of Mordo are telekinesis, mind control, great, force field, flight, laser, and regenerative health. The outlier is technology. It's a little bit of a weird addition to his ability set, but I mean, it makes him more useful, so okay. From the Spider-Man DLC pack, we have the Miles Morales Spider-Man. I've talked before about how I felt as though the Spider-Man DLC was a waste of an opportunity. Instead of including a bunch of spider people with generally all the same abilities, they should have had 1 or 2 Spider-Men with a bunch of Spider-Man villains to have a diverse set of characters. However, the Miles Morales Spider-Man is the one other Spider-Man aside from Peter Parker that I would have liked to see in my ideal Spider-Man themed DLC character pack. Miles is pretty similar to the regular Spider-Man, but he has his own little quirk. Also, the fact that Into the Spider-Verse is legitimately my favorite Spider-Man movie to date, it just further earns his respect for me. Like I said, and as you probably know, Miles is very similar to most other Spider people, and that's reflected in this game with the abilities we've already seen from the previous characters from this character pack, which is web swinging, wall climbing, technology, scan, grapple, and agility. But what sets Miles apart is also something we've seen in Into the Spider-Verse, which is his stealth ability. Miles can make himself invisible through camouflage. The science behind that, I don't know, it's comic books, but it's a cool little thing that only Miles has among the Spider people. Also, Miles can switch into his pedestrian outfit too, but it doesn't really add anything of importance. And as the final character to come from the Spider-Man DLC character pack, we have the Iron Spider. The Iron Spider is best known from the Civil War comics, where Spider-Man revealed his identity to the public and got this suit designed by Tony Stark, as a reward. Since then, we've seen the likes of Amadeus Cho don the suit in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, and we've seen a version of what could be considered the Iron Spider suit in the MCU, in Infinity War, Endgame, and the start of Far From Home. Iron Spider is considered the best character of the pack because, like Miles Morales, he has his own separate and even better quirk. As a product of Tony Stark, you can expect the Iron Spider suit to have similar qualities as an Iron Man suit. So aside from web swinging, wall climbing, technology, scan, grapple, and agility that all the other Spider people have, the Iron Spider gets the added abilities of explosive and laser. I don't know about you, but these extra 2 abilities make it so the Iron Spider blows all the other Spider people in the DLC pack out of the water. The only guy that comes close is Miles Morales, obviously, because I literally just covered him. Still though, if you pointed a gun at my head and forced me to play as a Spider-Man character in this game, I will choose the Iron Spider, without a doubt. Detroit Steel is not a character exactly, but rather a suit created by Justin Hammer that has been donned by several people. Are any of these people notable, like how there were multiple notable characters that took the alias of Ronin? No, except maybe Sasha Hammer, who is the granddaughter of Justin Hammer. What's even more interesting is that her dad is the Mandarin in the comics. Obviously, that's not going to be the case in the MCU, but Sasha Hammer was the most notable character to put on the Detroit Steel suit. But Detroit Steel in this game is basically a bulked up Iron Man suit. This suit has flight, scan, technology, laser, and explosive, just like any other Iron Man suit. However, the big size of Detroit Steel allows it to have strength and cracked wall included, as well as fire, toxin, and gas immunity on an unrelated note. Detroit Steel is fun to play as, especially flying around the way that it does, but at the end of the day, it's just a big Iron Man suit. Oh, now we have a chonked up version of that suit that was built in a cave with a box of scraps. The Ironmonger was the first ever main antagonist of an MCU film, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. I mean, there's no Iron Man villain that really makes it into the big leagues of superhero villains, aside from maybe the Mandarin, but that's debatable. So to see someone like the Ironmonger get the spotlight is kind of neat, especially since his suit was built in a cave with the box of scraps. The performance by Jeff Bridges was great, so much so that he still stands as one of my favorite MCU villains, and in this game he stands on his own with a good amount of abilities with that suit he has, you know, the one that was built in a cave with a box of scraps. He has a lot of the Iron Man abilities, which are flight, scan, laser, and explosive, and in addition to these abilities, Ironmonger has strength and cracked wall on account of his big size. Certainly not a bad ability set that comes with his suit being built in a cave with a box of scraps. As cool as the Ironmonger is, with his suit being built in a cave with a box of scraps, the truth of the matter is that the Iron Man must always be able to one-up him. So yeah, it may have seemed like Ironmonger beat all the Iron Men in this list, except for this last suit, which is also the last Iron Man suit in the series, the Silver Centurion. Funnily enough, in the comics, the Silver Centurion was used against Obadiah Stane to take him down, so it makes even more sense for this suit to come out on top against the Ironmonger in this game. The Silver Centurion is defined by the red and silver color scheme and the sharp shoulders. To unlock this suit, you have to do the worst mission in Manhattan, and probably in the entire game. It's the only one you could actually fail. I've spoken about it before with Phil Coulson, how you have to follow Coulson flying around in his car and take down Ultron sentries in the air. Like I said then, fighting flying enemies is way more difficult than on the ground, and it got a little frustrating. Anyway, the one thing that sets the Silver Centurion apart from the other Iron Man suits is the cracked wall ability. I don't know exactly why this suit has it while others don't, but it still makes the Silver Centurion ranked higher regardless. Other than that, the suit has all the 7 other abilities of the standard Iron Man suit. You remember them, right? Because I spent a whole part and a half on Iron Man suits, so it's really not necessary to repeat them. What a really creative villain alias with this guy here, and also very misleading. In a universe where magic is very much real, being a guy who specializes in advanced technology and calling yourself wizard is a bit misleading. Like, maybe try something that is derivative of technology, like techno. Oh, no, that's taken. Sorry. But it's not my job to make these decisions. This wizard guy, in this game at least, is basically a superior Kang. I doubt that will be the case in the MCU, as Kang has been introduced already, and Wizard is sure to turn up sooner or later, but he'll probably just be a one-off villain in some Disney Plus show or a movie if he's lucky. Wizard has electricity, telekinesis, mind control, laser, technology, and scan just like Kang. What sets Wizard apart is his repairability and, more importantly, his flight. As you might know by now, flying is a huge deciding factor for ranking. That's true with all LEGO games. So since Wizard can fly along with everything Kang does, of course he'll be ranked higher. Squirrel Girl has become somewhat of a favorite out of the recent heroes to come from Marvel, but then again, it's not like there's a lot of competition nowadays. Squirrel Girl might not be in the MCU for now, but I feel like it could happen at any time. Marvel is starting to use up all the recognizable characters, and Squirrel Girl is one of the few left, aside from the X-Men and Fantastic Four. Anyway, Squirrel Girl is so high up on the list primarily because of her surprising ability to transform. Lucky for us, Squirrel Girl has 2 variants in this game for some reason, so I'll go over her other form in the next segment. As for this variant, it's the standard look of Squirrel Girl, so it's only fitting that I go over the abilities that it makes sense for her to have. Well, as a girl who's a squirrel, and she has a lot of squirrels, she has a lot of squirrel qualities. She digs, as squirrels do. She's agile, as squirrels are. She climbs walls and super jumps. Okay, sure, let's just say squirrels can leap hundreds of feet in the air, and I guess that's it for regular Squirrel Girl. The remainder of her abilities come from her transformation, which I'll go over with the other variant. Here's the second variant of Squirrel Girl, labeled the Unbeatable variant. It's not that she's actually unbeatable, it's just the variant based off of Squirrel Girl's outfit from the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl line of comics. The Unbeatable Squirrel Girl is the exact same as the regular Squirrel Girl, just I ranked this variant over the other purely for the name alone. Anyway, I mentioned that Squirrel Girl has a transformation. Well, I'm glad to announce that for some reason, Squirrel Girl possesses the Squirrel Buster, a reskin of the Hulk Buster. Now, I'm considering Squirrel Buster a part of Squirrel Girl's abilities, but the Hulk Buster itself doesn't get its own slot on the list. How is that fair? Well, the fact of the matter is that Iron Man's Hulk Buster doesn't add anything in terms of abilities. All abilities the Hulk Buster has, the standard Iron Man suit already has plus more. The Hulk Buster, it just looks cool. And I'm not denying that it does look cool, but it doesn't really add anything. But Squirrel Girl doesn't normally have explosive or strength, which the Squirrel Buster supplies. In any case, Squirrel Girl would be a lot lower on the list without the Squirrel Buster, since she only has 4 abilities on her own. Who needs Captain America when Captain Universe exists? Captain Universe is a strange addition to the roster of characters, mostly because Captain Universe isn't really a person at all. They are a manifestation of the universe. Why manifestation of the universe into a humanoid being was necessary for the Marvel Universe is beyond me, but Captain Universe is just a strange concept in general. Being the protector of all life, according to the wiki, Captain Universe is almost omnipotent, if not fully omnipotent, and because of this, they have a vast array of abilities that cover almost every base there is. Captain Universe has Deflect, Scan, Regenerative Health, Cracked Wall, Telekinesis, Fire, Gas, and Toxin Immunity, Flight, and Electricity. Now that's pretty impressive. Also, not that I'm complaining about lack of abilities, which won't happen much in these last segments of the series, but it's strange that Captain Universe doesn't have laser. Just lop it in with the electricity beam so it can melt gold Lego and also power generators. That's really just my 2 cents though. Now, I'll be honest, when they stuck the Mind Stone in Vision and knowing that the MCU was leading up to the Infinity Gauntlet storyline from the comics, I never grew too attached to Vision. I knew he was going to die, I just wasn't anticipating the sheer amount of times he died. First of all, he died twice in Infinity War, not just once like everyone expected. And then in WandaVision, Vision technically died again, but like a hex version of him that went, Westview, become human. And if you include all Paul Bettany portrayals, Jarvis was smited by Ultron too. So yeah, Vision's been pretty unlucky in the MCU. But hey, at least White Vision is loose in the world. Vision in this game is basically the Deus Ex Machina of the end of the campaign. After all, Vision here is the last character in the series to be unlocked in the story. Vision has telekinesis, mind control, and laser because of the death warrant that is the Mind Stone in his forehead. He also has scan, technology, regenerative health, and probably flight due to the fact that he's a robot, and his signature ability, Great. If you couldn't tell, the Great ability is in the game primarily because of Vision, considering the color scheme of the Great itself, matching Vision's. This is the second and final variant of Doctor Strange. This variant is from the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC level pack, and also happens to be the start of the DLC itself, if you happen to bother to read the name of it. It seems like forever ago when we went over the last Doctor Strange, and it's kind of because it was forever ago. So, what's so great about this all-new, all-different Doctor Strange that ranks him an entire 38 slots above the base game Doctor Strange? Well, the secret weapon to this Doctor Strange is that secret axe of his. Seriously, that magic axe that he wields allows him to gain the cracked wall ability. Other than that, they're exactly the same, aside from the all-new, all-different, all-superior design of this character. That's right, this Doctor Strange also has flight, mind control, regenerative health, great, telekinesis, technology, and laser, just like the original. Is it a bit excessive that one axe is enough to bring one Doctor Strange to the penultimate part of the series, while the regular Doctor Strange can barely break the top 50? Yes, it is excessive, but this is also a character ranking of a LEGO game, so I'm willing to bet that you guys have better things to worry about. Just barely missing the top 10 of this series is Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Just an overall bad dude who's bad for the sake of being bad. Dormammu did appear in the first Doctor Strange film, meaning that he also belongs on the MCU edition list. He was one of the two main antagonists in the all-new, all-different Doctor Strange DLC. Dormammu was surprisingly the less immediate threat. Baron Mordo was attacking the Sanctum Sanctorum, and Dormammu was watching television. I don't know why Clea couldn't just let Dormammu be. I mean, he wasn't really doing much, but here we are. Dormammu is also colossal sized in the DLC level, but he's only regular sized as a playable character, which is disappointing. It would have been neat for Dormammu to have the size ability so that he can grow huge, and then have Fin Fang Foom as the other character and make them both huge in Manhattan. But, I mean, enough of my fantasies. Let's go over Dormammu's actual abilities. As a guy with a head literally on fire, he has laser and fire and toxin immunity. Speaking of fire, why does the fire in his icon look like a PNG stock image on his head? Is it just me? Aside from the fire abilities, Dormammu has a lot of miscellaneous godlike abilities, which are regenerative health, cracked wall, great, telekinesis, flight, and finally cosmic. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen the cosmic ability, but don't forget that it's one of the most important abilities in the game, considering only the hardest obtainable characters have it. Really nice of TT Games to include it in a DLC character. Don't want to grind to shell out a ton of studs for a character that can use cosmic? Easy, just shell out real money to buy it. Pay to win, baby. We're finally in the top 10 of this list, and let me tell you, all these guys are heavy hitters. In the roster of nearly 300 characters, you need to be able to do basically everything to break the top 20. I mean, not really, but you get it. The power levels of these top characters in the LEGO Avengers far surpass the top 10 of any other LEGO game that I've covered, namely the earlier ones like LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga and LEGO Batman. Now, this A-Bomb fellow, I don't really know much about him. At first glance, he looks like an enemy of the Hulk, but he's more like the Hulk's sidekick. At least more so than anything else. The comics version has him look like some brute monster man, but this Lego version has these bizarre eyes. I don't know the reasoning behind those eyes, but I guess we'll go with it. I don't know. It's also worth mentioning that this is the last big boy on the list, and it's honestly not too much to write home about compared to the remaining characters in the list. But he still broke the top 10, so he has worth. Being a big boy, he has the regular big boy abilities, so he has strength, cracked wall, super jump, toxin and fire immunity, wall climbing, and extinguishing fires by walking over them. The thing that sets A-Bomb apart from the other big boys is his stealth ability. I trust that this is comic accurate, but that truly is a weird ability for him to have, but it's why he's so high on the list. Oh, and A-Bomb can transform into his alter ego, Rick Jones. Rick Jones isn't completely worthless with his one ability, which is agility. But then again, agility is one of the most common abilities, so I don't know why you'd switch to A-Bomb and then transform into Rick Jones. Just to flip on some poles, it's too many steps. This here is Hyperion, who is basically Superman but in Marvel. He was sent to Earth by the Eternals as a baby to grow up to become basically unstoppable. Like I said, he's Superman but in Marvel, with a very similar origin to boot. From looking at his wiki, I'm pretty sure his similarities to Superman was intentional. It wouldn't be the first time Marvel has done something like that, with the classic example being Deadpool, but I mean, he was being an obvious parody of Deathstroke. Hyperion is a fairly new character being created in 2012. At this point, Marvel was, in my opinion, ahead of DC because of the massive success of the MCU. Marvel still is, kind of, so I don't know why they felt like they needed to rip off Superman. Maybe to be petty, kick DC while they're down. I don't know. To clarify, I don't subscribe to the whole Marvel versus DC debate because I am a fan of both. But I think it's pretty clear who's ahead in the film department box office wise. Anyways, Hyperion has a whole 8 abilities that Superman definitely would have if he was somehow in this game. Hyperion has flight, strength, cracked wall, laser, scan, fire and toxin immunity, regenerative health, and cosmic? I guess being an Eternal grants you cosmic powers, but other than that, he's practically 1-to-1 with Superman. Next we have the star of one of the more recent Disney Plus shows, future co-star of the Captain Marvel sequel, and the last addition to the MCU edition list in the entire series, and one of the characters that will be carrying the MCU for the next few phases. It is Ms. Marvel. This game has to specify Kamala Khan because if you don't remember, Carol Danvers also had a Ms. Marvel variant in this game. What's ironic is that the Carol Danvers Ms. Marvel cost a whole 200,000 studs, yet Kamala Khan only cost 60,000. But here Kamala Khan is the official 8th best character in the game, and she was more than 3 times cheaper than Carol Danvers Ms. Marvel. But as always, I do be digressing. Despite the mixed opinions about the MCU Disney Plus shows, I actually really enjoyed the Ms. Marvel show. Yeah, they did take more than a few liberties with both her origin and her powers that were modified to differentiate her from Mr. Fantastic. Needless to say, Ms. Marvel has her original stretchy powers in this game, and it opens her up to more than a few abilities. First of all, aside from the stretchiness, she has agility and regenerative health, just to get the obvious ones out of the way. But with her stretchy powers, she can change her size with the size ability. When she grows small, she can bypass enemies with stealth and access grates. She can also grow huge, but as I've said before, being huge doesn't contribute much to the game at all aside from looking cool. But with the fact that she can expand her size and therefore her muscles, she has strength, cracked wall, and grapple. Finally, jump in the air and hold down the jump button as Ms. Marvel, and she will flatten herself and glide. I will say, her gliding is a lot cooler than those energy pads she generates and jumps on in the show. But I think everyone's in agreement there. Count Nefaria, with his very subtle name, is an enemy of the Avengers, with his first appearance being all the way back in 1964. By looking at him, he looks like a Doctor Strange villain, with his name being Count. In his huge cape and his apparent magic-like abilities I'll go over in a second here, but he's not necessarily a magic user. Count Nefaria gained his powers from a laboratory experiment where the powers of Power Man, Whirlwind, and the Living Laser, who is some loser not in this game, the power of those three guys gave him his immortality and amazing powers. Speaking of powers, he has quite a few, what with Count Nefaria's power set being an amalgamation of three superheroes. Power Man grants Count Nefaria's strength, cracked wall, regenerative health, and immunity to fire, toxins, and gas. Whirlwind gave Count Nefaria flight, and the Living Laser contributed, get this, the laser ability. That's not it though. Count Nefaria has three more abilities that don't correspond to those three superheroes. Firstly, he has technology, which makes sense because Nefaria is noted as being a smart guy. Nefaria eventually developed the ability of using energy to warp around objects to lift them, which is definitely enough justification for his telekinesis ability. Finally, he has mind control, which I think was a mistake by the developers. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally fine with Count Nefaria having mind control, but there's nothing that suggests that he has it in the comics, at least not in the wiki. Maybe the developers just gave Count Nefaria the mind control ability because he looks like a magic user, even though he's not. Sentry is, ironically, yet another Superman clone to come out of Marvel, except this guy debuted in 2000 as opposed to 2012 with Hyperion. At the very least, Sentry's origin is quite a bit different than showing up on Earth from elsewhere as a baby. Robert Reynolds, a drug addict, broke into a professor's lab and drank the Golden Sentry serum, which gave him his nearly omnipotent powers. I guess the serum immediately knocked Sentry off his drug addiction and made him an upstanding citizen with connections to basically every major player in Marvel, or so the wiki says. Of course, we haven't seen Sentry yet in the MCU, but at this point it's only a matter of time. Sentry, as I said, was nearly omnipotent, and his ability set matches this. I'll just scroll through them because just saying that he's godlike is enough justification for almost every ability. So he has telekinesis, mind control, agility, cracked wall, flight, laser, immunity, strength, and fast build. Most of those are self-explanatory, but I want to clarify some things. First of all, Sentry has full immunity, meaning he can't get hurt, something we've seen with no other characters except Butterball. Also, fast build is worth going over. First off, fast build is an extra in this game as well, but Sentry here builds at an accelerated rate regardless of if the extra is on or off. Also, all speed characters also have fast build, but I usually lump it in with their speed ability. Sentry here doesn't move faster, nor does he have the ability to interact with those blue launch pads, yet he still builds fast, so it's necessary to include fast build with Sentry's ability set. You know, I'm really not a fan of Marvel characters having the word Marvel in their name. Like, it's a little on the nose, don't you think? It's a little self-aware. It's a minor issue that I never thought I'd bring up, but here we are at a character I literally know nothing about, yet is the 5th best character in the game. Blue Marvel, like most of the characters in this top 10, is essentially godlike with the amount of abilities he has. The Marvel Wiki lists nigh invulnerability under his power section, which is a bizarre way to say that he's pretty much invincible. Apparently, sometime after the Korean War, this guy was subjected to an antimatter explosion that granted him all of the powers that he has. You know, typical superhero origin stuff, but regarding his abilities in this game, his antimatter gets him quite a long way. Almost the entire way, actually, seen as though this is the finale. His antimatter powers take the form of blue electricity in this game, which gives him electricity, laser, and explosive somehow. Maybe the antimatter explodes too, I don't know. But aside from those, he has flight, strength, cracked wall, deflect, regenerative health, scan, and full immunity. A lot of those abilities seem a little tacked on, but I'm pretty sure they're still true to the character. The immunity ability is key here. I don't know why he even has regenerative health since he can't lose hearts to begin with, but I guess I'll allow it. Now, this variant of Ultron is a bit misleading, being named Prime, while this is actually his secondary form. I mean, he upgrades from this body later on in the movie, but don't get me wrong, this guy is still the 4th best character out of almost 300, so he's nothing to underestimate. Ultron Prime, may I just say, is just so ugly. I'm mainly talking about the headpiece he has. This was the same minifigure from the sets, and they just ported over the design into this game. And I know what they were trying to do with the headpiece, which was trying to recreate Ultron's ear thingies, but it just doesn't work. It's just weird. Aside from Ultron looking like a middle-aged man, I quite like the color scheme of this Ultron more than the other variants. Ultron is stocked with a bunch of abilities, and as I've said before, I've found that the villains of LEGO games are usually some of the best characters in the game, which is a questionable message being sent by TT Games to children. Mark 1 Ultron was missing a few abilities, but Ultron Prime here picked them all up. Mark 1 is probably the least likely of the Ultrons you would play as, so I'm not all too disappointed that Mark 1 Ultron was lacking. Ultron Prime here has pretty much every technology-related ability there is. He has technology, scan, and repair. Ultron has access to S.H.I.E.L.D. and also Hydra, since he's, the ultimate hacker man. Taking from Iron Man, Ultron has flight and laser, and finally the straggler abilities, back up to call in sentries, regenerative health just because, and cosmic since he's the big baddie of the game and has to have the rarest ability. Korvac is quite an interesting character to say the least. He's a cyborg villain guy from the future who utilizes the power cosmic to become the machine god. Also, he has been known to hop universes, and given that the Multiverse Saga is the official name for phases 4 through 6, it's quite possible that we might see this guy at some point. But as I said, one of his aliases is the Machine God, and that rings true in this game as well. There's a few things in this game that he doesn't have, which I'll go over, but for now I'd like to talk about his design. He's really just a yellow blotch of a man. In fact, X-Ray, a character we've gone over, is just a pink reskin of this guy. But Korvac just has a ton of abilities to account for his godness. I guess I'll just list them all, since saying he's essentially a god is justification for about all of them, as I've said with multiple characters already this part. So his 12 abilities, 12 by the way, are as follows: Deflect, Laser, Strength, Flight, Cracked Wall, Cosmic, Electricity, Extinguish, Fire, Gas, and Toxin Immunity, Great, Telekinesis, and Technology. The two abilities I'm surprised aren't here are Scan and Repair, since he did start out as an ordinary cyborg that can build things, and I don't believe any of the abilities he already has would get in the way of those. Honestly, having those two abilities would have bumped him to number 2 over the guy I'll reveal right now. Now, he might be only number 2 on the list, but it was this guy that I did most of my 100% completion with. Mostly because the guy in the number 1 spot took a bit of effort to obtain. This guy, the Ultimate Ultron, was unlocked as a character token in the Ultron Undone level, which isn't much work at all. Ultimate Ultron is, well, the ultimate form of Ultron, believe it or not. This is the most advanced suit of Ultron that he takes the form of at the final battle of Age of Ultron. His body this time around is in a bright silver as opposed to the charcoal-esque color he had with Ultron Prime. I don't like how big Ultimate Ultron's eyes are, but eyes aren't how I base a character's ranking most of the time. If you can't tell by the fact that he's the second best character in the game and that I use him for most of my collectible hunting, he is pretty ultimate. He is the ultimate technology character in this game. There are quite a few abilities that involve terminals and whatnot, and Ultimate Ultron has all of them. He can repair, scan, use technology, terminals, hack S.H.I.E.L.D. and therefore Hydra terminals, the whole shebang. Being basically a perfect Iron Man suit, he has the added abilities of flight, laser, cracked wall, and strength. And then there are the ones that don't really belong to a category. Ultimate Ultron also has regenerative health, immunity to fire, gas, and toxins. He can call in Ultron sentries with backup, and finally the cosmic ability. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally called in sentries while trying to use one of his other abilities, but I'd be a rich man if I got $1 for every time. Throughout the game, you see a lot of Stan Lees in perilous positions, and these are a form of collectibles called Stan Lee in Peril. There are quite a few of them, and it gets to the point where you're like, okay, Stan, I love you and all, but if you say,
"Hey, give me a hand, will ya?"
one more time, I will keep you there. Am I the only person who gets that urge? Anyways, if you go through and save Stan from all of those crazy situations, you actually unlock Stan Lee as a playable character. And if you have done this, then you know it's no surprise that he is in the number 1 spot. For all the 296 characters I've covered before Stan Lee, it was a matter of what abilities does this character have. With Stan Lee, it's a matter of what abilities doesn't Stan Lee have. Well, let's just go over his long list of abilities that span over 4 different forms. Firstly, let's look at his base form, which is Stan Lee as is. As you can see, he zips around at fast speeds, which implies that he has the speed ability. Stan wields a shield and a bow and pencil that acts as an arrow, similar to Taskmaster, so with the bow and pencil he can use explosive, laser, glass, and grapple. With the shield, he surprisingly can't use Captain America's shield switch, but he can extinguish and deflect. Aside from his weapons, Stan Lee can use a variety of abilities that aren't attached to any weapon. These abilities include Cosmic, Scan, Dig, Agility, Repair, Mind Control, Regenerative Health, Shield, and Hydra, which is implying Stan Lee is a Hydra agent, which I don't approve of, Technology, Telekinesis, Fire, and Toxin Immunity. Hey, wait a minute, that was a mouthful and a half. Also, Stan Lee can web swing using batons similar to Daredevil, and since Stan Lee has speed in this form, web swinging with speed makes it so much better than regular web swinging. Oh, but that's not all. Stan Lee can transform into Iron Stan, which gives him the ability of flight and lasers that can carve walls, along with repeat abilities like explosive and the laser that blows stuff up. But that's not it. Stan Lee can once again transform into the Stan Buster, which contributes nothing really aside from the fact that it's a huge Iron Man Hulkbuster suit that is painted to be Stan Lee. But Stan Lee has one last transformation into Excelsior Hulk, which gives him strength, cracked wall, super jump, and wall climbing. So with all those abilities spanning 4 different forms, let me revisit a question I posed earlier. What abilities does Stan Lee not have? Stan Lee is missing only 6 abilities in the entire game, and those are Size, Electricity, Great, Backup, Shield Switch, and Ice. You could argue that those that have the abilities that Stan Lee lacks could make them more valuable and potentially ranked higher, and I considered that back when I first ranked them, but I want to rank characters on their own merit and not in context with other characters. But with 24 whole abilities, Stan Lee is by far the best character in LEGO Marvel's Avengers. Whew. That is what I would classify as a doozy. It's been my biggest project yet, and it's been 30 parts, and after those 30 parts, I've finally reached the end of my journey. And the real kicker is, a lot of the LEGO superheroes games, Marvel or DC, have a ton of characters similar to the number we saw here with LEGO Avengers. So I guess I just have to get used to the sheer amount of characters that LEGO games have these days. Here's the final list of the MCU edition list, and I can't wait for this list to be outdated as soon as the next MCU project is released. Am I intending to do anything with this list? Not really. I mean, I was just curious. But again, there are a few characters in this game that required me to make a sketchy call on for the edition list. As for the future, I might take a bit of a break after this series, but before I jump right into the next LEGO game ranking, determined by probably a wheel spinner, I want to maybe fall back and do a short one-off, probably another Jackbox video or another game, who knows. But before I figure that out, I just want to thank you all for sticking through my marathon with me. I don't even want to think about how long the Supercut will end up being, and I'm going to pray my PC doesn't crash when rendering the video. I guess we'll see. You might be watching the Supercut for all I know, so you probably have reached the end and been like, okay, it's been way too long. But yeah, I've been working on this for over a year now, so it's very, very exciting to finally just put a cap on it and be done with it. But again, thank you for watching. I can't wait for you guys to see what I got cooking one day. Adios.